That's stone wey dey for middle junction. The junction for the place where they be kill the temple and for the. If you look am clearly, you go see candles them way Archbishop in Kia can put am for morning time with the wreath. I think it will be very clear for we for see. Okay, as we fit see am, na natural fence this. Natural fence we go reach right for the junction where they kill that 10 people for the at the junction that now. So another stone. That's stone way there for middle junction. The junction for the place where they be kill the temple and for the. If you look am clearly, you go see candles them way Archbishop in Kia can put am for morning time with the wreath. I think it will be very clear for we for see. Okay, as we fit see am, na natural fence this. Natural fence we go reach right for the junction where they kill that 10 people for the at the junction that now. So another stone. That's stone way there for middle junction. The junction for the place where they be kill the temple and for the. If you look am clearly, you go see candles them way Archbishop in Kia can put am for morning time with the wreath. I think it will be very clear for we for see. Okay, as we fit see am, na natural fence this. Natural fence we go reach right for the junction where they kill that 10 people for the at the junction that now. So another stone. That's stone way there for middle junction. The junction for the place where they be kill the temple and for the. If you look am clearly, you go see candles them way Archbishop in Kia can put am for morning time with the wreath. I think it will be very clear for we for see. Okay, as we fit see am, na natural fence this. Natural fence we go reach right for the junction where they kill that 10 people for the at the junction that now. So another stone. That's stone way there for middle junction. The junction for the place where they be kill the temple and for the. If you look am clearly, you go see candles them way Archbishop in Kia can put am for morning time with the wreath. I think it will be very clear for we for see. Okay, as we fit see am, na natural fence this. Natural fence we go reach right for the junction where they kill that 10 people for the at the junction that now. The natural junction is the place where they killed up 10 people there for the corner this stone. This stone is for the middle natural junction. The commander from that end where they go away in quarter for they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Like the natural junction is. The natural junction is the place where they killed up 10 people there for the corner this stone. This stone is for the middle natural junction. The commander from that end where they go away in quarter for they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Like the natural junction is. The natural junction is the place where they killed up 10 people there for the Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is. The natural junction is. At the place where they killed up 10 people there for the. Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is. The natural junction is. At the place where they killed up 10 people there for the. Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is. The natural junction is. At the place where they killed up 10 people there for the. Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is. The natural junction is. At the place where they killed up 10 people there for the. Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is. The natural junction is. At the place where they killed up 10 people there for the. Now for corner this stone. This stone is for the middle. From middle natural junction. Commander from that end where to go in quarter for the side where they be killed at two. There are 5 boys them. Now the natural junction is. The natural junction is.
Tears of no tongue can tell. How can we ever pay that you? The welfare we will win in joy and love and peace will be through thy name ever true. Land of promise, land of glory, thou of life and joy all restored. And the honor and devotion and the banyan forevermore.
Fellow Ambazonians, in the quiet corners of Bamenda, a town that once thrived on the vibrant spirit of its people, a haunting darkness has descended. The ruthless actions of the Cameroon government and its armed forces have unleashed a horrifying wave of violence. 15 killed within 12 hours, leaving the lives of innocent civilians shattered. These relentless summary killings that have become the order of the day demand our attention and demand justice too. This report serves as an indictment of the Cameroon government and its military, as we also question the inaction of the international community, the absence of civil society groups, and the silence of the media in the face of these egregious atrocities coming from La République du Cameroon's military. Within a mere 12-hour period, the streets of Bamenda turned into a battlefield where lives were carelessly extinguished. The first night, cloaked in darkness, witnessed the arrival of the Cameroon army at approximately 3 a.m. on Saturday in the vicinity of Abanga, less than a kilometer from where Sunday's killings will take place. Stealthily, they parked their military truck across the river and crept into the vicinity, where they broke into the house before carelessly shooting and killing 5 unsuspecting civilians in the thick of the night, according to an eyewitness account. The magnitude of this senseless act sent shockwaves through the city of Bamenda, leaving families shattered and a sense of fear gripping just everyone. But it wasn't over yet. Barely 12 hours later, as the city struggled to come to terms with the tragedy, the Cameroon army returned with even more vengeance. Emerging from a wide hillock struck at Natural College Junction, they brazenly began dumping the corpses of some of their victims, flaunting the brutality they had inflicted upon the innocent. With impunity, they fired shots into the air, terrorizing the community, before mercilessly taking the lives of 6 more people who attempted to run for their dear lives. As the Cameroon army finished the assignment and made their escape, another military truck acted as their accomplice, shielding them as they drove off, epitomizing a system that is rotten to its core. In the face of such increasingly grave violations of human rights, which we have witnessed lately in Big Babanki, in Boyo, Ekona, and now in Bamenda, we are left to ponder the perplexing silence of the international community. Where is the African Union in particular? How can the world stand idly by as innocent civilians are butchered within their own communities? How is that even possible today? The international community, ladies and gentlemen, must bear the burden of responsibility for failing to intervene and to halt these heinous acts. The 15 lives lost in Bamenda in less than 12 hours should serve as a resounding call to action, demanding that nations rise against such atrocities and hold the perpetrators to account. The international community, if it really exists, must comprehend that silence in the face of such atrocities only serves to strengthen the collective rage and determination of Ambazonian people. Every innocent life taken in Ambazonia only becomes a rallying cry for justice, resounding within the hearts of those who refuse to be silenced. The world must understand also that these acts of violence sow the seeds of a resistance that will continue to grow until justice is served. The people of Ambazonia demand accountability for the crimes committed against them by the Cameroon military, and their defiance will not waver until their pleas are heard. The silence of the international community in the midst of these genocidal crimes cannot be the answer. The world must recognize that it holds a moral responsibility to stand against these heinous acts, to demand an end to the killings and human rights abuses in Ambazonia. The time for empty rhetoric and diplomatic niceties should be over. Action is needed to halt the bloodshed, to bring the perpetrators to justice, and to support the aspirations of the Ambazonian people for a future free from violence and oppression. In the face of a deafening silence, the people of Ambazonia stand strong. They stand resolute and defiant. The international community must realize that their silence only strengthens the resolve of Ambazonians to fight for their rights, for justice, and for the preservation of their identity. These summary killings will not extinguish the flame of resistance. They only fuel it. The world must heed this message and join the call for justice and accountability. Ambazonians will not be silenced, and their struggle for freedom will endure until their aspirations are realized. Ladies and gentlemen, another question that we're asking is, or that is very troubling, is the conspicuous absence of civil society groups and media attention surrounding these horrific events. Where are the voices of the chiefs and the funds? Where are the voices of the so-called regional assemblies? Where are the voices of advocacy and human rights defenders? Where are they? Why has the media turned a blind eye to the systematic killing of innocent civilians in our territory? The void left by their absence is a grave injustice in itself, as the victims are denied the platform to voice their pain and suffering, and the world is deprived of the truth that must be exposed. And now to you, my fellow Ambazonians. In this trying time, as the Cameroon government's military continues its relentless killings and oppression, I implore you to reflect deeply on the state of our campaign for independence. Some among us have grown discouraged, withdrawing both financial and moral support from the struggle. But I ask you to open your eyes and please witness the atrocities being committed against our people. Can you bear witness to the way Cameroon treats our people? If they do this today, now, can you even imagine what they will do if they run away with this war, if they win this war? We must not lose sight of the fact that the victims of these heinous acts are not just other families. They are our brothers. They are our sisters, our parents and children too. The bullet that claims a life today could be the same bullet that tomorrow takes the life of your own family member. We must therefore understand that none of us are exempt from the crosshairs of this brutal colonial regime in La République du Cameroon. Now is not the time for weariness, discouragement, or withdrawal. This is the moment for every Ambazonian who has grown tired to rise again, to renew their support, and to stand united in the face of calculated annihilation. We cannot allow ourselves to be defeated by the horrors unfolding before us. We must channel our frustrations into renewed determination and action. And I mean action, action, action. I just don't understand why for 7 years, 7 solid years, our people are massacred like flies, but we continue to allow Francophones in their businesses room to live and operate in our towns and cities as if they are not part of this problem. What is it going to take before they are chased out of Ambazonia? Ladies and gentlemen, what is it going to take? I'm appealing to you with all the passion that is within me. We cannot afford to be divided or indifferent today. Our collective strength lies in unity, in supporting one another, and in standing shoulder to shoulder against oppression and the tyranny that emerges from Yaoundé. If the level of killings we are witnessing today does not move you to action, what else, ladies and gentlemen, is going to move you? Remember the aspiration that fueled the birth of this struggle? The yearning for justice, freedom, and self-determination? These ideals must be reignited today within each of us, for they are the driving force that will guide us towards a better future. Our commitment to our people, to our land, and to our heritage must not waver. We owe it to ourselves, to our ancestors, and to future generations to leave behind a legacy of resilience, courage, and unwavering determination. Let us overcome our weariness, cast aside our doubts, and reclaim our collective power. Together, we can make a difference. The struggle for our rights and the liberation of Ambazonia requires each and every one of us to play a part. Stand up, speak out, and lend your support in whatever way that you can. Our strength lies in our unity. And in this moment, we must rally like never before. Like never before. Remember that history will judge us, not by the adversity we face, but by the actions we took in the face of that adversity. Let us be remembered as a generation that refused to be silenced, who fought for justice and who stood unwavering in the face of pogroms and oppression. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of these grave injustices, it is natural to feel disheartened and overwhelmed too. But let us remember the sacrifices that have been made, the lives lost, and the dreams shattered. It is precisely in these moments of darkness that our resilience is tested, ladies and gentlemen. And it is in these moments that our spirit must shine brighter than ever before. Our struggle is not one of convenience, not at all, not that of comfort too. It is a fight for the very essence of our existence, for the preservation of our culture, our identity, and our future. We cannot allow the Cameroon's military killings to dampen our spirit or weaken our resolve. Each life lost should fuel our determination to ensure that their sacrifice was not in vain. To those who may be contemplating giving up, I beseech you, I appeal to you to remember that surrender is not an option. Surrender is not an option. Giving up will only invite further oppression and perpetuate the circle of violence against our people. Our collective defiance is our strength, and it is through our united stand that we will forge a path towards a brighter future. Let us draw inspiration from the countless heroes and heroines who have come before us, those who refuse to bow down, who fought tirelessly for justice, and who never lost sight of their purpose. We owe it to them and to future generations to remain unwavering in our commitment to freedom and justice. In the face of adversity, our unity becomes a formidable force that cannot be ignored. Let us rally together, strengthen our networks of support, and continue to amplify the voices of the oppressed. We must seize every opportunity to shed light on the plight of our people and to demand accountability from those responsible for the atrocities committed. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Ambazonians, our struggle is far from over, but I believe in the power of our collective spirit, in our resilience, and in our unwavering determination. We will overcome and we will prevail. Remain steadfast, my fellow Ambazonians. Let courage be our armor, defiance be our shield, our justice, and freedom be our guiding light. Together, we will reclaim our independence and build a future where all Ambazonians, and I mean all Ambazonians, can thrive. Hello, good evening, Ambazonia, and welcome to News Talk with yours truly, Chris Anno, coming to you from the great state of Texas, precisely Houston, Texas. Thank you for tuning in. Please, as usual, I love you to go ahead. For those of you joining by way of the social media, go ahead, hit the share button and let us quickly populate the platform. I'd like to say again, good evening to all of you who are tuning in from where we call the Federal Republic of AMBAZONIA, and of course the continental Africa and Europe, including the United Kingdom, the USA, including Canada, South America, and everywhere Africans and Ambazonians in particular are found around the globe. Please, thank you for tuning in. Go ahead, hit that share button. Let's have at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people tune in to be part of this broadcast today. I bring to you very, very illuminating talking points that I believe will be inspiring to all of you tuning in tonight. So please, again, go ahead, hit your share button, and let those who do not know the anchor man is alive, let them join the broadcast. They will not live with any regrets. When I come back, I will be bringing you some breaking news that is just coming in. We are learning that the home of former SDF chairman John Frundi in Baba 1, I think is in the Santa Mezam County, has been burnt down. I got some images coming from there. We are also learning that a hospital in Lebialem County, precisely in Wabane local government area, was burnt down. I'm going to be bringing you the details of this story, and of course the main subject of the day: why we fight on. And of course, the attempt to poison Field Marshal 2 by 2 in Lebiadem 4 days ago. I will bring you that breaking development. The attempt to poison or kill Field Marshal 2 by 2 in Lebiadem. And of course, it's a special day to remember the one and only Field Marshal of AMBAZONIA, my own brother. The same day yesterday, he was killed by Black Legs loyal to La République du Cameroon. I will bring you these stories in the next few minutes. So please, I ask you, go ahead, hit your share button. It is going to be illuminating and interesting. Go ahead, hit your share button, and I will be right back.
Land of promise, land of glory, thou of life and joy all restored, and the honor and the ocean, and the Banyan forevermore.
For tuning in again, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for joining the broadcast tonight. Please, I urge you to go ahead. If you are watching by way of the social media, go ahead and hit that share button. Let the numbers jump quickly as possible. And while you do so, I want to bring you some breaking stories, 2 breaking stories that are just coming in. We are learning that the home of former SDF chairman who passed away a few weeks ago, about a week ago, his home in Baba 1, I believe it's Baba 1, around the Santa local government area, was today burnt down. Today. The images are just coming in from that locality, and we're going to see we can have them here for you. The image that you find there on the screen, those are some of the remains. Those are some of the remains coming from Chairman Frundi's compound in the Baba 1, again in the Santa local government area in the Bamenda. This happened, I believe it was today. The images are just coming out to us. The house you find there, I believe, is the house in Baba 1 that was burnt down by whosoever. We do not know yet, but I guess the house was still uncompleted as it looks, burnt down today. Those are images coming from that locality. Those are the remains of Chairman Frundi's home in Baba 1. In Baba 1, we see what remains of the building belonging to former SDF chairman John Frunde. Again, the images you find on your screen, this particular one is the building as it was before it got burnt today. That is the building as it was before it suffered fire today. So that is the news that is coming in to us, ladies and gentlemen, from Bamenda. Many years ago, at the launching of the SDF, I actually visited this Baba 1 community to find out, investigate exactly who the young John Frunde was growing up in that Baba 1 or Baba village community. And by then, of course, this house wasn't there. This is a new construction, as you can see, recently constructed. But I was in that vicinity many years ago. I think that was around 1990 or 1991. I went up there, met with the parents of Chairman John Frunde to investigate him, his childhood, his upbringing as a young man before becoming the leader of the Social Democratic Front. And again, I went into that community to find out for myself who the young Frunde was, growing up in the Baba 1 community. The house you are seeing there belongs to him. And again, coming live to you a few minutes ago, we have learned that the house has been burnt down. The house has been burnt down in the Baba 1. The house of former chairman, the late chairman, John Frunde, burnt down in the Baba 1 today. By who? I cannot say. I don't have that information. Again, the images just came to me only a few minutes ago, and there was no time to find out who is behind the arson on his home. Let me say something, ladies and gentlemen. I am not one of those. Who believe in acts like this, especially for people who have died. The man is dead and gone, and what sense does it make putting fire on his compound? He is gone. He's received his pay already. Of course, I understand. During his lifetime, he never saw eye to eye with us. In fact, I met him several times, talked to him several times, interviewed him elaborately. He made it very clear he was for AMBAZONIA, but never believed in the way we were prosecuting the war. But of course, there are many of them like that. When they are still alive, I believe we show them our color. Then when they are dead and gone, they are gone. And so the idea of going after their property, to me, just doesn't make any sense. But I guess that is what he worked for. What can I say? If people are not paying him this way, I believe that is what he worked for. So, two-edged sword, exactly what it is. Now, not only this news is coming from Bamenda, we are also learning that in Besale, in the Lebialem County, Wabane local government area, a hospital there was also set on fire 2 days ago. The people behind it we do not know yet. Again, the image you're seeing on your screen now is coming from Besale in the Lebialem County. Besale in Lebialem County. That is a local hospital that you see on your screen. What you find on your screen, those images are coming from Besale. That is a local government, a local hospital in Besale, burnt down 2 days ago in that community in Besale Wabane local government area in Libya. Those are the remains of that hospital. That hospital burned down in Bisale, again in Libya local government area. Ladies and gentlemen, who is behind this? We are not yet sure. We are not yet sure. All I can tell you is that we have learned that this hospital was being occupied by French Cameroon occupational forces in that community, Bisale community in Wabane. This hospital was occupied for years, I believe for at least 2 years in Wabane local government area. Now I want you to just think of this for a moment. Just think of this for a moment. Just imagine that this hospital that you see on the screen was being occupied for 2 years or even for a month by AMBAZONIA restoration forces. Would you imagine the outcry from the chiefs, the elite, and so on and so forth in Cameroon? They would say, you see, the AMBAZONIA boys, the AMBA boys have driven out patients from the hospitals and they are occupying the hospitals. But this hospital was occupied, ladies and gentlemen, by Cameroon soldiers for years in Bisale, in Wabane local government area. And I don't know right now whether they burnt it down or somebody else burnt it down, or whether AMBA boys burnt it down just to prevent them from coming back there. We do not know. But this is what happens in times of war, and I hope that the so-called elite, can you even imagine that? Why the military? I had no idea about this, that the military in Wabane, in Bisale in particular, were occupying a hospital using it for a military camp. Can you imagine if this was being occupied by Ambazonian fighters? Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the so-called elite, the cultural and the development organizations or associations in these areas, they said nothing. Nobody there coughed or made mention of the fact that a whole hospital in a community where there are thousands of people was being occupied by soldiers, depriving the people of a medical facility. Can you imagine that? Again, think about it. If this was being occupied by AMBA fighters, think about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is coming from Bisale in Wabane local government area. It's very unfortunate what is happening in our territory. I hope that the so-called elite, they are seeing it, but it's rather unfortunate. They are saying nothing about it. They are saying nothing. The elite say nothing about acts like this, but the least action taken by the restoration fighters, they make all the noise about it. So that is, ladies and gentlemen, the breaking story coming from our homeland, Ambazonia. The burning of Chairman John Frundi's compound in Baba 1 in Bamenda, around the Santa Akum area, and also, of course, the burning down of this hospital in the Wabane. The images you see on your screen, those are the remains of Chairman John Frundi's home in his own community in the Baba 1 in the Santa area in the Mezam County. So that is that. And lastly, before I start with the broadcast proper tonight, I like also to go back to a news item that also just came in from homeland, precisely in Bamenda. Precisely in Bamenda, we have learned that the colonial governor in Bamenda is threatening, warning the restoration fighters in Bamenda, all of the northern zone, to quickly lay down their arms and get to the DDR centers. Unfortunately, we've heard that again and again and again and again. We heard that before. From Paul Atanganji. Remember the Hotel rally where Paul Atanganji said the war was over. Dion Gute went to Victoria in his rapper and said the war was over, that they should lay down their arms and quickly rush to the DDR center so that their lives can be saved. So Lele Afrique is doing the same thing up in the northern zone, and he is telling the restoration fighters to quickly lay down their arms and report to the DDR centers. We can always say this song of people laying down arms and reporting to the DDR center will go on for as long as, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here to prosecute this war. Let me say one thing that many people seem not to have realized. Every time they flash images, they flash photos, they flash videos from Indian County, from Menchum County, of people surrendering their arms and reporting to the DDR center, ladies and gentlemen, never you take them for their words. They go to Menchum, pick up local farmers, young farmers, looking tatterly dressed, and they present them. They have no arms, no weapons. They present them as Ambazonia restoration fighters, whereas they are people in the local community they pick up to make believe these are AMBA boys surrendering. They go to it, and then the boys, the ARF in Menchum, begin to send out messages. They say, we are not missing any fighters among us. All our fighters are still with us. But meanwhile in Bamenda, Lele Afrique, they are talking about the surrender of AMBA boys, the surrender of AMBA forces, whereas that is not just the case. That is not just the case. They're trying the same thing in India. Let me address them a few minutes before I get to this broadcast proper. Ladies and gentlemen, I have said it and I will say it again, that listen, this war is not going to be over in the next 1 year. It's not going to be over in the next 5 years. And I'm not saying this to say that we just want to fight. No, absolutely not. If Cameroon should see the need to call for a referendum, if Cameroon should see the need to come to the negotiation table, if Cameroon should see the need to sit down and we discuss a ceasefire, I can assure you the war will be suspended. But until they see the need to do so, that is not happening tomorrow, not the next day, not next month, not next year, not in 5 years. We are in this to take back that which belongs to us. And they say, no retreat, no surrender. That is exactly what we are looking for. Please go ahead, hit your share button, as I come back to you with my first talking point, ladies and gentlemen, as I come to you with my first talking point for the day. Please hit your share button if you are just joining. We haven't started yet, so go ahead and hit your share button. Hit your share button. Let's get the numbers jumping while I come back with my monologue. Please stay tuned.
Land of promise, land of glory, thou of life and joy all restored, and the honor and devotion, and the banyan forevermore.
Hello guys, thank you for clicking on this video. Welcome to our channel. If you're new here, please please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel, because we give you all the updates that you need. Okay, so guys, today you they don't dare me.
I'm enjoying the journalism. They're shaping their crafts.
Baby girl is upgrading, so you guys should better be upgrading with me. So guys, you guys have been asking us to give you guys an update on the Bamenda road construction. So here we are today. By the way, they stopped the road construction for a while now because of some reasons that are best only them can explain. But this is how the road looks like right now. This is from the...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is again the nature of the roads in Bamenda. And that takes me to my monologue, my talking point for today, which I have titled, Why we keep on fighting, or why we must keep on fighting. October will mark the 7th year since this conflict began. While some individuals who initially defended its justness have since withdrawn or just lost momentum, a significant majority, both at home and in the diaspora, remain steadfast in their support for the cause. This message is directed towards those who have chosen to disengage or are considering doing so. It is for those who believe that waving the white flag and surrendering and returning to French Cameroon's dominance is the solution. I believe it is very important that we periodically remind ourselves why we engage this prolonged war in the first place. Having a vision, as we did from the start of this independence crusade, it requires the ability to see or visualize ahead of time the shape of what we want, the shape of things we want to see before embarking on the journey to achieving it. Prior to confronting the Republic of Cameroon in this war, we witnessed a southern Cameroons that had been neglected, abandoned, a people denied their rights and deprived of the benefits within their own land and resources. We resided in a country or a territory responsible for 82% of the GDP. Yet we lack basic services and infrastructure such as roads, hospitals, and schools, to name just a few. This is what we envision restoring or achieving for our people when we engage La République du Cameroon in the war they declared. Our situation with Cameroon was further exacerbated by the imposition of a foreign culture and language upon us. Gradually and deliberately, we found ourselves being transformed from being English speakers, Anglo-Saxons, to French speakers, Francophonie, from the classrooms to workplaces. The courageous majority, the patriots and true nationalists among us, have endured harassment, beatings, torture, and the stifling of their tears. Any form of dissent or challenge to the prevailing order met with extreme and brutal suppression. This is a stark reminder, ladies and gentlemen, of the events that unfolded in 2016 when our teachers, our lawyers, and other civil society groups bravely took to the streets in protest. For 61 years, Cameroon has treated us in this manner. One would hope that during these 7 years of war, that they would reconsider their treatment if only for the sake of appeasement. They have not. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. Instead, we have witnessed more arrests, more imprisonments, more brutality, and an alarming number of killings and mass atrocities. Thousands of our people, as I speak language, in detention centers scattered across Mbunda, in Bafoussam, in Chang, Douala, Yaoundé, and of course, not to forget Bamenda and Boya. They chase our people from as far away as refugee camps in Nigeria, slaughtered some before they could arrive their gulags, and bundled others to their torture centers in Sed and Kondenge in Yaoundé. For those fortunate enough to be released by the system, their freedom is not granted without exorbitant financial indemnities. Many have tragically lost their lives in these gulags. In fact, until this war reaches its conclusion, we may never truly know the exact number of lives lost within these Cameroonian detention centers. Can you fathom the horrors endured by those who remain behind bars? It is imperative that we continue to fight until the very end, if anything, for their sake, for the sake of justice and freedom. However, this is just scratching the surface of the larger problem. Have any of you observed the deplorable state of AMBAZONIA today? Imagine the roads and streets in Bamenda, the largest city in the southern Cameroons. Prior to the onset of this war, Bamenda had no functional or easily accessible roads connecting it to Cameroon's west region. The road between Mbunda and Bamenda was even severed in two. There was a brief moment when bulldozers were rushed to the scene, and cameras also rushed there to capture the story of Bamenda's long-awaited road being paved. You all saw that. You saw the caterpillars on the Santa Road. But as soon as the cameras left, so did the caterpillars, leaving the road once again abandoned until today. It makes you wonder why diplomats rarely venture to Bamenda to witness the reality of what is happening in that part of our territory. The answer is simple. There is no proper road to reach Bamenda. Please refrain from suggesting that they can reach Bamenda through Manfei. Let's be realistic here. Who would willingly opt for a grueling journey through Manfei from Yaoundé instead of taking the more direct route through Bafoussam? Who will do that? Diplomats simply do not have the luxury of wasting time on arduous detours when their schedules are already very demanding. They won't do that. The absence of adequate road infrastructure in our territory not only hampers development and connectivity, but also isolates and neglects entire communities. It is a glaring symbol of the disregard that our 61 years relationship with La République du Cameroon has produced. Even if one manages to reach Bamenda, the state of the streets is a shameful and disgraceful sight. It serves as a poignant reminder of the neglect and disregard against which we fight today. These streets are uneven, often covered in mud and dust due to years of abandonment. In an attempt to appease the Bamenda residents, Bulldozers were brought into Bamenda a year ago or so, purportedly to widen the streets. However, much like the Santa Mbunda road project, it took only a few months before the bulldozers disappeared. Bamenda was left abandoned, and the funds that were claimed to have been secured from the World Bank and the African Development Bank mysteriously vanished, and Bamenda lies in ruins as I speak. The largest city in AMBAZONIA, southern Cameroon. But Bamenda is not the only abandoned place in the grassland zone. Menchum or Womb, the chief town, has been completely cut off from Mezam or Bamenda. At the present, if one must undertake the journey, trekking from Womb to Bamenda seems to be the only option. The only option. As I speak, motorcycles, known as Okadas, they dominate the roads in this part of our territory. Electricity has long been non-existent, and charging a simple cell phone in Womb requires you paying someone to transport the phone to Bamenda or the nearest place with electricity for charging before bringing it back, a process that often takes several days. That is our predicament. The same predicament extends from Bamenda to Ingala Gerat County in Donga Mantum. If the neglect of Bamenda is attributed to its being a thorn in the side of the colonial regime in Yaoundé, what justification can they offer for the town of Nkambe? Nkambe is said to be to La République du Cameroon in the northern zone, what Victoria is in the southern zone. A place, a people who have closely aligned with the colonial regime since the beginning of this war. And yet they too weep and they cry. These examples illustrate the widespread neglect and disparity within our territory. It is a stark reminder of the urgent need for change and the relentless pursuit of justice for all the affected towns and communities. But Victoria, perhaps due to the presence of oil and the CDC, it can at least boast of a few kilometers of paved roads. What do the people of Nkambe have to show for their loyalty to a regime that enslaved them in perpetuity? Nothing. Zero. Except for self-serving and opportunistic politicians like Ngala Gerard, who thrive at the expense of the suffering people of Nkambe. Take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to observe the state of the roads in Nkambe. This is the express road to the town. The express road to the town. Pay attention to the mayor's lamentations and the anguish on the face of the chairman of the drivers' union. This level of neglect and abandonment in Nkambe, I hope it serves as a reminder to all of us, to every Ambazonian. No matter the extent of your patronage of the colonial regime, no matter how much support and loyalty in display, if you in Nkambe choose not to fight now and continue identifying yourself as Anglophones rather than Ambazonians, you will forever remain insignificant in the eyes of the colonizers in Yaoundé. This is a message to all of Ambazonia. Loyalty alone is not enough for them. They seek our total extinction so that they can grab all we have. Now I'd like you to shift your focus to the screen and witness the dire state of the only access road to my own county of Libialem. This condition has persisted for generations. I mean, since the time of our forefathers. The images you see were not taken years ago. They were taken weeks ago. The distance from Menji to Manu is significantly shorter than the distance from Menji to Chang in La République du Cameroon. Yet, why the Chang-Menji route remains almost impassable. There is no functional road from Menji to Manu or Manfe despite its shorter distance. Menji lacks a viable road connecting it to Manfe. What you see in this image is the entirety of the road. This is LBLM's own version of a ring road in La République du Cameroon's terms. Remember when they transported the remains of Masha the king to Menji from the forest? You remember that image? Recall the image of the Hilux truck, or was it Toyota truck, being pulled by a rope? That was the Menji Manfe ring road. It was the first truck to traverse that road in a very long time. These examples, ladies and gentlemen, highlight the stark realities of infrastructural neglect and limited connectivity in our territory since joining La République du Cameroon. They demonstrate the necessity for change, for a reversal. We will get it done, fighting to the end. It is time for us to rise and keep on fighting until we get better and until our communities are no longer subjected to such neglect and marginalization. How about the 37-kilometer road that stretches from Kumba in Meme County to Tombe in Kupe Monigoba? How about that? Only motorcycles, called Okadas, can navigate that road. Tombe finds itself completely cut off, isolated, with residents relying again on Okadas at exorbitant prices just to reach Kumba, the main commercial city in the area. Presently, we hear that their construction machinery is working on the road connecting Indian and Meme, specifically connecting Kumba. However, one cannot help but wonder if this is merely a face-saving effort, an attempt to appease the international community by creating an illusion that the war is drawing to a close and reconstruction is underway. We have to wait and see if this endeavor will be completed, or if it will suffer the same fate as countless others in the order of the Bamenda Ring Road, the Santa Road, left or abandoned for years. It is crucial that we are reminded of these realities because they did not happen yesterday. They did not happen overnight. Our infrastructure has consistently endured neglect. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that during the days of the Southern Cameroons, the then Southern Cameroons, that our roads were in better shape than they are today under La République du Cameroon. The Public Works Department, PWD, diligently maintained our roads in those days. I can recall those days when, on our way home from school, we would witness our parents, employed by PWD, actively filling potholes and ensuring the roads were passable. In the absence of maintenance caterpillars, PWD actually hired our parents to keep the roads accessible, even if it meant using their bare hands. Can you recall those days? Yet, after 61 years, what do we have to show for these same roads? despite our territory being the breadbasket for the country. Our territory is responsible for the cultivation of 90% of all the cocoa, the coffee, rubber, bananas, pineapples, palm oil, timber, and the production of crude and refined oil. 90%. Our people produce 80% of the food that sustains the entire country. So, but what do we have to demonstrate or show for all of these contributions over 6 decades? I mean, for over 6 decades, nothing. Just like an adult who reaches the age of 61 without building a home, it is very unlikely that meaningful change will ever come if we continue to remain with La République du Cameroon. It is very unlikely. If for 61 years, Bamenda lacks decent roads, Kumba remains devoid of adequate road infrastructure, Kumbo and Kambe are deprived of roads, Menchum lacks electricity and roads, the BLM suffers from lack of roads, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Why, ladies and gentlemen, why would maintaining the status quo or preserving our relationship with La République du Cameroon suddenly change their mindset and how they treat us? It cannot. If they have not seen the need to change in 61 years, why would they now? Our teachers protested, our lawyers protested, and the entire civil society protested. But instead of heeding our grievances or their grievances, rectifying the situation, and demonstrating even a modicum of goodwill, La République responded with war and began taking our lives. If at the age of 61 we continue to cling to the illusion that La République du Cameroon will change, that we should just give them another chance, that we should try their so-called special status, or that we should just try for some federal form of state, then we are foolishly deceiving ourselves. The plow is in our hands now. The war is here, and we didn't choose it, we didn't provoke it, they thrust it upon us. It is imperative that we fight, that we remain steadfast in our pursuit, and that we persevere till we realize our goal, our vision. We must not sacrifice the future abundance that awaits our children for the present meager crumbs that fall from their dinner tables in La République du Cameroon. Other countries have taken this path before us, and they succeeded. If we are willing to set aside immediate limited gratification and fight for the future in greater benefits, we too will achieve it. These, comrades, are the prevailing conditions that compel us to passionately embrace this war. If we were granted the freedom to explore our own resources and to utilize the process for the development and betterment of our own communities, we would not be pointing fingers at La République du Cameroon. We will actually not be at war with Cameroon. It is time for us to reclaim our independence, harness the potential within our land, and build a better country, a better future for ourselves and for generations that come after us. I urge you to not give up. Renew the faith, renew the commitment, renew the hope, and above all, renew the support. This documentary will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for staying put in there, and that was my monologue for tonight. Now, The thrust of that monologue centers or focuses on the fact, on the point, we have our hands on the plow. And if for 7 years, 7 solid years, the Republic du Cameroon has failed to reverse a single thing, has failed to at least save face by saying, you know what, let's have Anglophones, as they call us, to sit on the table and see what we can do with the form of state. If for 7 years, the French Cameroon teachers are still in our classrooms, if for 7 years our infrastructure, the hospitals are still neglected, the schools, the roads, everything you can think of, they are still neglected for 7 good years. If for 7 years they still have French judges in our courtrooms, French procureurs in our courtrooms, no effort to compromise. The question is, why should we give up now? 7 years into this. I am being joined by Comrade Mark Barretta. Comrade Mark Barretta, I hope you are back. Yes, I can see you. Thank you. And also I am being joined by Mark Fossey here at the interim government. Please centralize your image them, Comrade Fossey. And of course, I will also be joined by Dr. APA, who is also on the set. But let me start with you, Comrade Barretta. Again, the thrust of this message is about the reason we have to sustain the fight, because there is nothing we are laying this down to turn back to. Tell me if I am wrong, sir. Mark, good to see you.
Hello, Comrade Chris. I do hope you can get me clearly. If you can get me clearly, what you've said, you've narrated a lot of issues why we cannot at any point in time turn back to La République du Cameroon. Of course, we have no choice than to finish the war that Mr. Pobia declared upon us. At this point in time, La République du Cameroon has committed untold atrocities. They have murdered our parents in the villages. They have burnt our parents alive. They have done several untold atrocities that can be classified directly as genocide. And so we have no reason to fall back to those who have murdered us and to those who have caused pillage in our land. So we just have to come together. We just have to continue what we are doing to inflict pain on French Cameroon government and on those terrorist forces who are on our land causing untold killings. We are not yet doing enough. French Cameroon, for the first 3 to 4 years in this war, we're feeling the huge effect and beginning to have a feeling that they may be relaxing a bit, and that is why you could see the colonial governor of the northern zone coming alive, asking our heroes, our forces to go to the DDR centers, because he is probably thinking that they are winning the war. Of course, the results on the ground showed otherwise. That it is the last man standing. We are going to continue to stop their barbarism on our land, and we have no choice than to continue to fund the boys. So yes, you are very, very, very correct. We have no choice than to continue, because if we continue, the truth is, none of us in the diaspora will go back home. You and I and all those in the diaspora, all those who call themselves Anglophones, we have no home. We have no home of our own. Those on the ground, if it comes to a stop at this stage, French Cameroon will use it as an opportunity to pay back. It means what they were doing prior to 2016, they are going to do worse. They are going to do worse. And the DDR centers is not there to rejuvenate a fighter who go there. It is not there to build them up. It is there to attract our forces, to weaken our forces, to give them false hope. That is what those centers are, because for the number of years that it has been, we can see no achievement. All those who are benefiting are the microchip people, them, and all those enablers who are benefiting from the system, receiving huge money that was meant for DDR, and they're using it for themselves to continue to fool their paymasters in Yaoundé to think that everything is going back as it is. So we have no choice. Our parents, the village, have no choice. We have thousands in the prisons. We have thousands as refugees in Nigeria, in Ghana, in so many countries across the globe. We have hundreds who are crossing the Atlantic, crossing through Mexico to go into USA as refugees. We have a lot of people who are fighting for their lives. So our only option is a free Ambazonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Let me get to Comrade Mike Fossey there. You will recall that when this war started, every hand was on deck, be it on ground zero or in the diaspora. Ambazonians were bent on seeing a free and independent country. Now, going to 7 years now, we realize that many people have dropped along the way. The support dwindles, the finances dwindle, even though the overwhelming majority still believe in a free and independent Southern Cameroons. When we look at what has transpired for the last 7 years without La République du Cameroon prepared for a second to make any amends, to even think about coming to some kind of, even those who talk about federation in their country, La République has not as much as thought that maybe, just maybe, let's approach these people and offer them a 10-state, a 20-state, or a 2-state federation. If after 7 years, Comrade Mike, they have not thought of a thing, why do some people think that if we just give up, just give Cameroon a chance, just maybe think about their goodwill, that they will do better? Please enlighten us if you have any reason for that.
Yes, Comrade Chris. First of all, I would like to say hello to Comrade Mark and Dr. Epa, who will be joining us on this episode. Yes, I would like to first of all start by saying that with regards to your comment about the fact that some people have dropped along the way, I will explain that as being because of the expectations that some of us had when this struggle started. Some of us, or some of our comrades, came into it thinking that it was something that was going to take maybe a couple of months, a couple of years, and it will be over. They did not take the time to study how long other struggles took to get to its conclusion. And that is why we find this happening. And we cannot excuse the behavior of some of our so-called leaders who have, by their behavior, they have discouraged quite a few people and caused them to drop from the struggle. But like you said, the one thing we must take note of is the fact that despite the fact that some people have kind of decided to stand by the way for now, if you were to find out, they are still very much for the liberation of the Southern Cameroons. Their wish to see Ambazonia free is still very much the same as it was when they joined the struggle. It is only their weariness. You know, when you're running a marathon, Comrade Chris, it is very normal in every race that the number of people who start a race do not always end up being the number that cross the finish line. So some people normally will drop along the way. So it is exactly what is happening with our struggle. The weary ones fell along the way, but the race will be completed. That's what we have to take note of. The race will be completed. Now, let's take a look at La Republic's attitude to the people of the southern Cameroons with regards to their unwillingness to even acknowledge that there is a problem, that the Ambazonian people have a right to any consideration of their grievances. They have completely refused to even give them a listening ear. Let me ask you this. If you are the father of a house, the wife of a house, and your son came to you, your wife came to you, your husband came to you and explained to you, somebody you love, and explained to you that, look, this thing you are doing to me, I really don't like it. Are you going to take a machete and start cutting that partner, that son, that daughter, that wife of yours? Are you going to start trying to kill them? Or are you going to sit down and listen to their grievance and try to address it? The behavior that La République du Cameroon has demonstrated, their behavior against us, has shown clearly that these people hate us. They have no respect for us. They have no regard for us. And that is what we need to understand. I want to say this. When you look at the future, look from 7 years ago to now, is there any hope that La République's attitude towards the people of the southern Cameroons will change? Have you seen any iota of difference in the manner in which they have treated us from 60 years ago? Has there been any change? On the contrary, it is getting worse. It is getting worse. You have now seen recently, they are not just fighting against our restoration fighters, they are killing our civilians in their numbers, burning our palaces, burning our queen mothers and princesses and princes in their palaces. They have not given an inch of anything to show that, okay, but we are trying to address your concerns. Now, before I hand over the microphone, I'd like to say something about this Ingrid, this so-called colonial governor of the northern zone. When you look at Lele Afrique, he epitomizes the reason why we must not give up this fight. Because you look at a guy who looks like some caricature from a comic book. This is the guy who is the governor of the northern zone, an area with intelligent people and with capable people who can lead that region. And look at the person who is the governor of the northern zone. And by the way, it is the same citizen of La République du Cameroon who is governor of the southern zone. Look at Lele Afrique. He looks like this animal with the tiny legs. You call it what? Flotambo? Something like that. This is the guy. We have had this situation where we are led by not just mediocre people, but incompetent people. People who have no right, no place being our leaders. But they are our leaders. Why? Because they come from French Cameroon. Look at the number of colonial DOs, the number of colonial senior DOs, the number of their senior military. We are being colonized. Let me just say that. We are colonized. We have no rights. Look at the way they treat our people on the streets. And then you look at it and some people say, let's give up. Give up to go to where? To turn to what? What is the other option out there? What are we going back to? That is the question I want people to answer. We are giving up to go back to what? What is there? When you look at the situation right now, is there any light at the end of the tunnel? When you look at the mediocre performance of those in power, their unwillingness to even consider your rights, when you complain about something, they shoot and kill you. That is what we are going back to? Hell no. And for those who may think that this war is over, as long as there's money, the war is not stopping. And we are willing to fund this thing till kingdom come. they can take this to the bank.
Thank you. Dr. Epa, let me turn to you. You have been in this struggle from day number one, and again, we are counting it 7 years now. We haven't seen any change that Cameroon is ready to sit on the table and consider mediation. And yet, you see Ambazonians saying, let us forget. They're laying down their arms. They are falling by the wayside. Many of these people thought that this war was going to be won in 1 year, in 2 years, in 3 years. Forgotten that there is no war of independence you win in 1 or 2 or 3 years. Absolutely none. There is none in history. Not even the American War of Independence. So, if we lay down now and turn back and surrender, what are we going back to?
Thank you, Comrade Chris. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good. First of all, before I answer your question, let me greet the Ambazonian people, our reparation forces, who are actually helping us back at home, and our people who have actually stood firm to support that we win this war. They are paying the price. Their shops are being looted, and a lot of them are being killed. Many are living in their bushes. I want to thank all of you for resisting the enemy. Now, let me go to your question. I seem to have a different view of people who started this war. They thought that it was just going to be a few months or so. No, some of them did not even want the war at all. Some of them felt that just arguing and they're saying that we want two-state federation, the federalists, it was just going to happen. Even getting the University of Boya was a problem. How many people died? Getting the GCE board, how many people died? All those things have been going on, and all of us have been seeing them. I think I've stayed alive for me to see a lot. And our people they do not want to live like, a few of them do not want to live like a republic because they think that they are benefiting from the system, and their children will eventually inherit what they are benefiting from La Republic. That is why they are there. When you see this war going on all this while, it's not just the La Republic who are doing what they are doing. It is our people who are from the southern Cameroons. They are not Ambazonians, they are southern Cameroonians who are in that regime and who think that they have to maintain the status quo and benefit from the system for themselves and their families. And that is why I have some of them here in the diaspora. They don't care about the war. They never even supported it from the first day. I've spoken to some of them. They don't care. They are doing businesses on ground zero. You go to a certain forum, you put a certain information, they don't even want to see it because their relatives are there working in La Republic. That is the issue. La Republic has decided that, okay, they will not fight. You, the Southern Cameroonians who are working with us, the CPDM, go and fight. All what we're going to do is to support you with the army. That is the issue we have. Most of the killings that have been done in certain areas, they are done by our own people. But for us to say that we are going to give up, we cannot give up. We are going to win this war. And anybody who is thinking of giving up, don't. Because you have no place to go after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Epa. I thought, of course, we cannot give up. We cannot give up. And I thought to do this presentation because I thought we need to remind ourselves why we came into this war, why we went into this war in the first place. We thought we are going to get a country reminiscent of where we live at right now. I mean, talking about the United States, Europe. We want a country with laws and rules where our own natural resources can be used in developing our own infrastructure. We have that vision. That is why we fight. But it really beats my imagination that some people thought in 1 year, in 2 years, in 30 years, we were going to beat a lot of people to Cameroon and snatch the bone from their jaws. Of course, we knew that wasn't going to happen. So many people who said, till the last man standing, till the last man standing. No, they are the first people to bow out. Mike Barita, I like you. What message do you think we should be sending out to this kind of people who have fallen by the wayside, who are saying, let's just, you know what, try a lot of public again, let's give them another chance, or maybe let's accept their special status? What message? What is the message that you think we can take back to these people at this point in time? Mike?
It is, Chris, it is laughable. There is no way we are giving La Republic to Cameroon a second chance. You know, the first chance that we gave them in 1961, they took us for a fool and they abolished the illegal fake federation, by the way. So there is no need. Listen, you cannot trust a Frenchman. That's the truth. You cannot put your trust in a Frenchman. France, as of now, still collects colonial tax from Africa. So you cannot just trust a Frenchman. They are basically the same. So for all those who are driven away, they thought that in 1 year or 2 years, when the revolution started, they thought that Amazonia will come, and now. I think they have come to the reality that it is not as such. But the message that I am passing over to these people, that they will be shocked, because, you know, I used to say during the heydays, I used to say that Ambazonia will come like a thief at night, that no one will know, no one will expect. And to me, it is God's plan to shift that. It is God's plan for all of us to know ourselves, that after 6 years, Mark Beretta can still be standing, Komefufu can still be standing, Chris can still be standing. So the revolution is ongoing, a natural, it's a shifting process. Even with respect to our forces on the ground, those who pick up the guns for the wrong reasons, those who are also being shifted, don't fall away. They are going to move away. So our revolution is taking the natural course of any other war that has ever happened. There are people who become very weary. They are tired that, you know, we should just go back, and no. If we just go back and see if we want to just unite with these people to make things, accept special status, it will be worse. It will be worse than what happened. How we were pre 2016, because now as we are speaking, we know that they are building barracks now in every area, because they are trying to prepare for the post-war. They are building barracks in such a way that what happened in 2016, in 2017 should not happen. They are building those barracks. So we have no choice. Listen, the few of us that are still fortunately to be alive and still abiding to the Ambazonian liberation war as of now, we need to fix our own house, bring ourselves together, continue to give the necessary materials that our forces on the ground really want. Those who are falling away, who are tired, who thought that it would just be now, or maybe who are discouraged, maybe if they see a different attitude from all of us, that we are still standing strong, maybe they may come back onto the fold. Some of them are probably just in quotes, I put it resting. You know, they may say, okay, let me just take a break and see what happens. And my message to them is that it is time for everyone to come back to the phone. I made a tweet, I think last week I said, listen, we have no choice than for everyone to come back on the phone, because a lot of things are happening on the ground, in the sense of that the Republic continues to burn our communities. They continue the killing. There is not a single day that La Republic Cameroon will not massacre and kill our people. We saw what happens to the Queen's mother. They do not care. They do not care. They do not care about our palaces. They do not care about our chiefdoms. They do not care about our tradition. They don't care about anyone. They kill from baby matter to mommy apia. They can kill from 0 to 1. They don't care because they don't feel for us. They're not part and parcel of us. So all those who are falling apart, who are discouraged, we cannot do it alone. But without them, the few committed will liberate Amazonia. That's the truth. There is never a war that we have had a crowd. You know, they always say that Fidel Castro, they always say that if you want to fight again, what will you do? He said he will choose maybe just few or 6 or so to continue to fight the war. So now in 2023, after how many years, we've known ourselves. We know what everyone can do. What others cannot do. It's time for us to police the common interest, which is the Ambazonia.
Thank you, Mark. You make mention of a point there that I thought we'll spend a little minute on it, talking about the intensified killings on the ground. Dr. Epa, we have seen it in the Big Babanki. We have seen it in the Boyo, where people are killed and burnt down in their homes, and the chief palace burned with the murder. We have seen this also in the Ekona recently, and it just goes on and on and on and on. What do you think the Republic is trying to do? You think that we're going to surrender right now with these killings? Dr. Epa?
That is their hope. But it's fake hope. You see, the devil never gives up until the head is cut. So we should all remember that. They think when they win, they will take over Ambazonia, and all those who have been supporting La Republique think that La Republique is their friend. They will come to those villages. Recently, they have been going to those areas. They go to the forest, our people take them there, and they see a very good soil, very fertile. And they regret why they don't have that type of soil in their own area, which is La Republique. They have a red soil, only good for cassava. Now, many of the villages, if God forbid we lose this war, they will take over those villages. They will settle their own people in those villages, and those who are supporting them now, who do not even want to join this war, will cry foul, because they will not be able to do anything heavy in their own farms. They will take over the farm. They will say it's government property, and that's the fact. But they don't see now. Their children and grandchildren in the next 50 years will suffer the fate, and will blame them. By that time, all of us who are living now maybe must have died. And that is what they don't see. They keep on deceiving themselves that La Republique will one day be their friends. It's not. From 1960, they have been killing us. 1916 was just the something that happened, but all those things to come out. It was the last straw that actually broke the camel's back. The teachers and the lawyers went out just to protest. They were not protesting because they wanted independence. No. They were not even talking of the two-state federation. They were just talking for small understanding that La Republic would have understood to rectify what they needed. No, instead they took some of them and sent them to jail. And some of them are still there up to now. And those who are supporting La Republic, or who they are not even might not be supporting La Republic, but they don't even care about this revolution. They don't contribute anything. You ask some of them, they will say, "Oh, I did some job. I contributed some time." But they use it, to justify why they don't want to join this revolution. You see, what La Republic is doing is to demoralize our people, so that they should never one day try that again. If we give up, that is why it's imperative that we have to continue to fight. And those who are not actually doing anything now, I want to advise them to think about it. I've said it over and over and over again. The military is everywhere. They look at those our forests, they say, "Oh, look at these slaves. Look at very fertile land these slaves have. We are going to teach them a lesson. We are going to drive them away from here, and we are going to get this land." That is what La Republic is after. And our people, whether they see it or they don't see it, and those who are those in the CPDM and working in Yaoundé or working in La Republic, who are supporting them, some of the chiefs and other so-called edits. I don't call them edits, of course. You can call them edits of Satan, satanic edits. That's how we came them. They are not just the edits of light, they are edits of evil. Because they know exactly the history. Comrade Chris, during your interview with Chatline Africa, one of the professors was saying that one of the professors from the University of Buya was saying that if we join La Republic, we're giving independence only by turning, meaning that if we do not accept to join them, we will not have gotten independence. We see the mentality of some of those people. I will need to go to that chat line and debate some of these professors. And that is exactly the same thing that is teaching to them. Half truth. They don't even have academic freedom.
Oh.
How do you even get something like that? So those are the people who are a problem in this revolution. Many of them. And we have some of them who are actually lawyers, who would have prepared very good cases for AMBAZONIA. And instead, no. They keep on saying, "Oh, federalism. That we have been talking for centuries, for years, and La Republic has never one day said, "Oh, we can consider 2-state federation, 3-state federation, 4-state federation." No, they don't even want to hear the word federation.
And federalists want us to debate federation, isn't it? As if somebody is offering them federation. But anyways, Comrade Mike, please, 50 seconds, make an input on all these killings. Let's move on to the next subject, please.
Of course, Comrade Chris. What can I say about the killings? I think of recent we saw, I think during my last show, I showed an image of a citizen of La Republic beating up one of their soldiers in public. He beat him up until he knocked him to the floor. And what happened to that young man? Nothing. Nothing. He walked away with his life. And look at us. Look at us. They come into a community. They kill indiscriminately, from babies to the very elderly. And they kill them in the most gruesome manner. Burning someone alive. Yeah. Burn them alive. And for those who are killed, sometimes after killing them, they still set fire on the bodies. That shows a certain level of hatred that is not normal. It shows the amount of disdain that they have for the people that they are treating like that. When you go into a community and you see a child of 4 months old lying on a bed, and someone who calls himself a soldier points his gun at that baby and pulls the trigger, there is something about that act that shows extreme hatred. That is, if you had the means, you would cause that person to disappear from the face of the earth. So my question to those who are talking about just allowing things to go back to normal, my question to you is this: we have thousands of our citizens languishing in the jails of La République du Cameroon. What do you think is going to happen to them? What do you think is going to happen to Sisiko and the Neraten? What do you think is going to happen to Mancho BBC and the others, the thousands of our citizens in their jails? What are you thinking about what awaits them if we should give up? What about the internally displaced who cannot come home anymore because their homes have been destroyed? What about those hundreds of thousands in foreign lands as refugees? What will become their plight? For those who are even still living within the territory of AMBAZONIA right now, an area that has been completely militarized, where there are camps being built even as we spek, camps that are continuously being built, and in order to continue with this genocidal violence that has been released on our people.
And by the way, Mike, the images you find on the screen there, these are our refugees in Nigeria, digging holes to make money to have a living. Again, the images on the screen,
exactly
our refugees in Nigeria. That's what they have been turned into, thanks to the brutality, the wickedness of the regime in Cameroon, that many others think that we should just go back and even encounter worse situations than this. Look at our refugees in Nigeria. Look at them. Go on, please.
And Comrade Chris, and just remember, you have to remember that even the refugees in Nigeria are not spared from this violence. La République du Cameroon still goes in there and picks up young men, young boys, transports them across the border for execution, or those that are lucky are thrown in jail for no just reason. So it's not like even the refugees are free. They are not free. They still go over there with the complicity of the Nigerian government to pick up these boys who are hiding over there, bring them over and kill them, and others thrown in jail. So that is the reality of our life today. And my question I'm asking is, how sustainable is this? Is this sustainable? It is not. And they say when your back is already against the wall, the only place to go is forward, and you have to fight your way forward. That is exactly where we are today. We have to fight our way forward.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I would like us at this moment, we take a brief break out, and when we come back, I will bring my monologue talking point on the Fee Masha the King. Fee Masha the King. Please stay tuned.
I go tell you when I now say, Mama meet them for Southern Cameroon. And my father for Southern Cameroon. And all the soldiers for Southern Cameroon. The general with the ground die for this struggle. We want to say, we dey cry one, but we not fit put a weapon for down. We go fight until we get what we want to die for. Now me see Masha of AMBAZONIA at the talk. May God bless all the AMBAZONIA people. And for the whole land, for AMBAZONIA people, no election. No election. Mais la République, if you like, send the whole colonial master soldier plus the French own. When I know we'll do that election for inside AMBAZONIA land. Any man, and this one will go for all the resolution first for AMBAZONIA. Any place who wanna catch any person for outside that day for vote. When I kill him, now Masha for AMBAZONIA to talk. I say when I kill him, so if you, any man like his skin, stay for inside your house. And then I go end up for talk say, make Pobia stop for send picking them. Pobia stop for send picking them. For can't fight with Masha. Because that you soldier them, they not get level for fight with Masha. Nonsense people. Hein? Pédé them. Vous allez pédé. Je dis que Pobia avec le ministre Toutou, vous allez pédé. Baba AMBAZONIA, Masha for AMBAZONIA.
On Wednesday, July 12th, we commemorated the first anniversary of the tragic assassination of Masha the King, or Masha of AMBAZONIA. Today, it is of utmost importance for me to pay tribute to him. He personified the struggle of AMBAZONIA and became a revered figure among both Ambazonians and even Francophones in La République du Cameroun. At one point, even the Francophones had hoped to support him with the necessary resources to fight their own battle with Maurice Kamto. The Cameroon army regarded him with immense fear, surpassing any other apprehension they had. Whenever they ventured into Libyaland and returned, they shared tales of frustrations and expressed gratitude for returning home unscathed. Some recounted instances where Masha, they said, would mysteriously appear and disappear, leaving many dead. However, that is not the most significant aspect upon here at this moment. What truly matters is that those who orchestrated, those who killed or assassinated Masha the King, they had hoped that no mercy will return to Libyaland, with La République du Cameroun administrators reclaiming Menji. Yet 1 year later, all their plans have crumbled. This stands as a posthumous victory of Masha. The colonial divisional officers have since set up their operations in Chang, and they cannot establish a permanent presence in Menji. The mayor resides in Yaoundé, and his visits to Menji only occur when accompanied by Paul Tassong and other cronies of the colonial regime using their helicopters. They can't drive there or walk there. These individuals had convinced the people that if Masha the King was eliminated, La Republic of Cameroon's authority will be restored in the BLM. It remains to be seen how they now expect to achieve it. Instead of returning to resettle in the BLM after assassinating Field Masha, they have crafted a new narrative. They claim that FM 2x2 is the source of the problem. He is their problem now. They assert that if he can just be dealt with, normalcy will be restored to the BLM. That means kill him and restore normalcy. Thus, the Hun is there focused on 2x2 at the moment to kill or capture him. 3 days ago, they enlisted the assistance of a woman who sells beer near 2x2's location. They paid her to poison him by using a bottle of beer. The Cameroon military descended upon the village, provided the woman with poison, and instructed her to apply the poison to the rim, the mouth of the bottle, beer bottle she would take to 2x2. The plan was for 2x2 to unknowingly consume the poison while trying to open the beer bottle with his teeth. As there are no openers in the bush, the poison would then kill him silently. Unfortunately for them, 2x2, with his clairvoyance powers, discovered the poison and refused to take the drink, sent back the woman with a drink. He instructed the woman to take it back. When the woman returned to the location where La Republic of Cameroon's army laid in wait, expecting to hear good news that 2x2 has consumed the poison, she rather informed them that he refused to take the drink. Upset, they found it hard to believe and instead pounded upon this woman, believing that she colluded with 2x2. As I report this, the woman has managed to escape from the BLM and she is telling the story because the military is now in hunt of her life as they suspect that she deceived them and did not administer the poison to 2x2. Who said that this is not a God's ordained struggle? Who said so? It is. Field Masha the King's eternal rest is surely accompanied by the reassurance that his defense of the BLM and AMBAZONIA was never in vain. His legacy will forever be marked by the brilliance and resourcefulness he brought to the war effort. The introduction of innovations like Le Fancy, Nkiange, Fontem Asonganye, and his expertly crafted explosives revolutionized the approach to warfare throughout AMBAZONIA. Even during the darkest moments when victory seemed elusive to all of AMBAZONIA, Field Masha steadfastly held the fort in the BLM until other notable fighters such as the Chargers, the No-PTs, the Transporters, the Isubus, and others eventually emerged. It can be acknowledged, ladies and gentlemen, that Field Masha the King laid a formidable foundation that has propelled the struggle to its current stage. Without his unwavering commitment to sustaining the fight in the BLM in the early days, during its critical phase, the war could have been lost. Let us endure. Let us endure with perseverance and secure victory in this conflict, honoring Field Masha the King's memory and the countless others and the countless other exceptional generals who have gone along to be with him. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we have to endure and stay the fight to redeem the work of generals like Field Masha the King, Field Masha Isobo, Field Masha transporter, charger, and you can name the rest. If there is one thing that should encourage us to keep on fighting, we have to remember the sacrifices of fighters like Field Masha, like what was his name in Kumba? What was his name again? The fighter in Kumba. But many of them like that. We have to fight to redeem the sacrifices that they offered for this war. You heard the story of Fi Masha 2 by 2 in Libyalam, the effort by the French Cameroon army to kill him. They got a lady in the vicinity, around the vicinity where 2 by 2 lives, and a lady from whom 2 by 2 they will buy drinks. The military went to her, and what they did was brought poison. They brought poison to her, and since they were aware that she has access to Fi Masha 2 by 2, they brought the poison, asked her to bring a bottle of beer. So she brought a bottle of beer, they rubbed poison on the mouth of the bottle and gave it to her to take to the hiding place of 2 by 2. Hoping that, knowing that there is no beer opener in the bush, in using her mouth, her teeth to open the drink, he will eat the poison. Fortunately for 2 by 2, the moment the woman got there uninvited, 2 by 2 said to her, "I don't need your drink, please take back your drink, I don't want it." Now the woman goes back to the military that is waiting, lying in wait and hoping to hear the good news that 2 by 2 has taken the drink, has eaten the poison. Unfortunately, the woman tells them 2 by 2 refused to take the drink, refused to drink the drink, and the soldiers went amok. They went mad, thinking that the lady instead colluded with 2 by 2 and refused to give him the drink. And so they descended upon this woman, began torturing her, and right after that, the woman had to escape with her life from the village, and now she is telling the story. That is how we knew there was a plot to poison or to kill Fi Masha 2 by 2. But that story is important, not just because of that plot. Ladies and gentlemen, it is important because a year ago yesterday, those who plotted the assassination of Fi Masha the king, they thought that, they made everybody to believe, especially in Libyalam, to believe. If Fi Masha is just taken away, if Fi Masha is eliminated, the colonial administrators will return, the mayors will return, the DOs will return, the government delegates, they will all return. Everything live will return to Libyalam. But 1 year after, 1 solid year after, nothing. The colonial divisional officers for Libyalam, they are still manning offices in Chang. The mayor lives in Yaoundé. The government delegates, none has dared to return. None of their educational institutions have reopened. Libyalam remains a no-go zone, and now they are now forming another narrative. If 2 by 2 is just eliminated, if 2 by 2 is killed, life will return, normalcy will return. And so right now they are at a hunt for 2 by 2. Let me assure everybody out there, especially if you come from the BLM, Fontaine local government in particular, nothing is going to return there. La République du Cameroon administrators are not returning to the BLM. That place is fortified. That place is heavily fortified. Listen, let me say this. We are not against the people of the BLM, the population of the BLM. You want to go back home, please feel free to go back home. Nobody sent you away. The short people, as they call them, they are not against you. They are against the invading, occupying forces of La République du Cameroon. We will go after them at any cost. At any cost. inside Minji, inside Wabane, inside Alo. We will pursue them. And if they think that Field Marshal is gone, they can now return. I hope they do. And if they think that, oh, there are no arms in the BLM, no fighters, no soldiers, hey, why haven't you tried for the last 1 year? We urge you to try. Take your administrators back and let's see how you stay there. 2x2 is doing a great job. He has maintained the BLM where Field Marshal left it. And if Field Marshal did anything good, he left a good field marshal, a good general behind who is holding the fort. Dr. Epa, let me come back to you. Now, let me see Mark Barretta. Is he back on set? Let me start with him if he is back on set. But if not, let me start with Dr. Epa. Dr. Epa, we all saw the events unfold in the BLM a year ago. Something that we were told in this government was Field Marshal isn't dead. Investigations are being carried out. I have been waiting for the results of those investigations now for 1 full year, and nobody has yet come out to tell us whether Field Marshal is dead or alive. But unfortunately, I say that to say that that is the way that some so-called leaders of this struggle have treated our generals, people they use in fundraising day in, day out in this struggle. But when they were gone, they were forgotten. And in the guise of a certain investigation, they said nothing. Dr. Epa.
Thank you, Comrade Chris. It's actually pity. Field Marshal the King did a very wonderful job. He worked above and beyond the call of duty. He set the pace for this effort. And without him, maybe the diaspora, as I've been told, who contributed money, who openly said they were going to assassinate him, that he was a problem in the BLM. They wanted schools to come back to normal. They wanted everything to be normal in the BLM. And a year later, there's no normality in the BLM. And I've questioned some of them in some forums. And I'm still investigating those from the diaspora who contributed either by words or by deeds for the killing of Field Marshal, the King. Now, the BLM is not like other counties, like where I come from. They fought with the Germans for 9 years and they never surrendered. The Germans were tired and they packed out. And so La Republique, they can have their agents who are from the BLM, and those people will not succeed. Field Marshal 2x2 is powerful, just like his former master. And if they think everything will just return for normal in the BLM, They are wasting their time. So, I just want our people to understand the plan of our enemies. The enemy within the house and the enemy outside. The enemy within the house is worse than the enemy outside. Many of these killings and plans to assassinate people comes from within, because the enemy within knows when you go to go and use the washroom, know when you are going to eat, know when you are going to your farm, and so they are worse than the enemy from outside. And I would advise those people to change over you live, because salvation is personal. If you think you can help to kill people without a good reason, the day is going to come when you'll be judged of what you have done in this world. At that time, you cannot say, I'm sorry. It will be too late. It is time for some of you to repent and come back. The only way to show us that you have repented, you might not come up and then stand in public or on TV like this and say, I'm very sorry, but just repent. Tell God to forgive you. And the proof that you have repented by doing the right thing. Many have been in certain fora, and then they say they don't want groups. They don't want groups. But now they are members of groups. Some of them, I don't even hear them anymore. They are working behind the scene of what is going on in Lebanon and elsewhere. You can pretend, but God knows your heart. Each and every one of us, we can pretend, but God knows our hearts. Because this revolution is God ordained. God will continue to expose all of us. And by the time we get to Boya, we would have known each other, would have known what each and every one of us have done, either positive or negative. But if we just went to AMBAZONIA, to Boya, during the first year, we would not have known that there are a lot of crooks, demons possessed within us in the revolution. Atangaji and the rest, we are there in Yaoundé. What happens with the Prime Minister? They don't say anything when things are going wrong in AMBAZONIA. But when they hear a little thing that have been done by the repression forces, they'll cry foul and make a lot of noise. Now, let everyone be assured that even if a few people are still remaining, this war is going to be won by the AMBAZONIA. AMBAZONIA is going to be free and have its independence. Whether the world likes it or not, that is going to happen because God has said it so. Thank you very much.
All right. Dr. Epa, Mike Fusi, your turn, please.
Image of FMA, and knowing who he was, a larger-than-life personality, a guy who was multi-talented. He wasn't just a brave fighter, he was a singer, he was a preacher, he was an icon, a role model, he was a father figure to other fighters. And he was an inspiration to others who wanted to join the fight. And when we saw the moment he fell, and the betrayal of him, not just by his own brothers, but by those who call themselves leaders, how they treated his passing. Some doubted, not because they did not have the facts of his demise, but they played politics with his death. They said they were investigating, as you rightly said. Until this day, we are yet to get the results of those investigations. That is who we are. And again, when we look at the demise of FMA, it reminds us of the tragic reality of our history, we Southern Cameroonians, Ambazonians. There is a certain tragic reality of our history that oftentimes it is not the enemy that kills us. Our heroes are not killed by the enemy. Our heroes are killed by our own very hands. That is a tragic reality we have to deal with. Just imagine those before us who have betrayed us in the past. Our very existence in this quagmire that we find ourselves in right now is with the complicity of our own very own. Even as we speak, it is still ongoing till this very day. We have our own brothers and sisters who are whining and dining with the enemy and salivating as they see their own brothers and sisters slaughtered every day in Ambazonia. It doesn't mean anything to them. So when we look at the demise of FMA, who was haunted all over the place by a lot of people to Cameroon, but they did not succeed to take him down. They did not succeed to take him down. It was one of ours. As a matter of fact, his own very former soldier who came back and killed him. Think about that. Let that sink in. And we can understand even some of the complications that we are having in this struggle today. It is not because La Republic is so powerful. It is not because we cannot defeat La Republic even at the battlefield. No, it is because some of us have chosen to give comfort. Some of us have chosen to become traitors, enablers of the enemy against our own very people. That is the tragic reality of our history. But we must understand that, as I think Mark Grata mentioned earlier, if this struggle is taking as long as it is taking, there is a reason for it. The longer this struggle takes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately we had a crash down of the software. We had a crash down of the software, and when you have a crash down of the software, everything goes off. Everything goes off. And so we're sorry about that. I hope that you can bear with us. At this moment, I am just going to go ahead and open the phone line and hear from you from ground zero. If you have any contribution to bring in to the broadcast tonight, I will open the phone line and have you go ahead and call, make your contribution. Let's see, we can have the phone line, the right phone line on the screen. Okay. The phone line is open. If you have any contribution, please go ahead. You call and let's hear what you have in mind. Let's hear what you have in mind. The phone line is open. And before we were shut down by the software, Mike Fusi was talking about the assassination of Masha the king. Yesterday made it exactly 1 year that he was assassinated. And so if you have any contribution, please go ahead. The phone line is open, and before you call, make sure that the volume of your set is turned down. Make sure the volume of your TV set is turned down before you call. The phone line is open. I don't know if my guests are rejoining me after that disruption. We will see. But while we wait for them to rejoin, please go ahead and call. Go ahead and call. The phone line is there. Let's get to the first caller from ground zero. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Good day, Secretary Chris.
Good day, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling from ground zero, Bamenda County.
Wonderful. The quality of your call out there is quite good. And what is in your mind, sir? What is on your mind, sir?
Yes, I want to encourage you. Jesus Christ said, your enemy is your house. Most the AMBAZONIAs, they are enemies. They are enemies. But I'm afraid because the worst thing will happen to them. So Secretary Chris, be strong in the Lord and the power of his might. Be prayerful. God will give us the land. God will fight for us. The Bible says horses are prepared in the days of battle. The safety is of the Lord. So no matter the amount of weapon that the Republic has, that God is going to fight for AMBAZONIA. So I encourage you people, be strong. I encourage the faithful that are standing. We need to be strong. God is on our side. So God bless you people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the call, and you guys remain safe out there on the ground. All right. Again, the phone line is open, ladies and gentlemen. The phone line is open. Go ahead and call. Call from anywhere, from Europe, USA, Asia, ground zero. Go ahead and call. Before you call, make sure that the volume of your television set is turned right down so we can be able to hear you. Again, it is 1 year since the assassination of Masha the king. He said one thing. He told La République du Cameroon, you cannot kill me, you cannot lay hands on me. And it happened exactly like that. He was assassinated by paid agents of La République, the hands of Paul Tasson and the hands of some Libyalam Lekudo elite in the diaspora. I know their names. Mike Fossey, good to have you back. Let me get back to you. You were making a statement and the software crashed. Go on, sir. Okay. I don't know whether Mike Barretta is back. Mike, if you are back, let me see you, sir. Mike, go on, please. I see Dr.
Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that the software had crashed, and I was wondering why I didn't get any comment after I finished saying what I was saying. But what I was saying is this, Comrade Chris, that it is so tragic that oftentimes it is our unbeaten hands that kill our bravest. So for those who who were responsible for what happened to FMA. Let them understand that history will never be kind to them. Because as I was saying, traitors' names are never mentioned in any books of history fondly. They are always mentioned as bad examples. That is why you don't find anyone out there naming his or her child Judas, because Judas is considered a traitor. And for those whom we know very well that were responsible for what happened to FMA, your own names will go down in history as just as the name of Judas. We will never be mentioned fondly. FMA will have monuments built in his honor. He will have streets named in his honor in Ambazonia. But those who betrayed him will be treated just like the dead leaves that fall from a tree. They will be forgotten. Nobody will ever think of them except to remember them for their treachery against their own very own. FMA is an icon. He will be remembered as a hero. His accomplishments, his ingenuity, from his creations or manufacturing skills to his inspirational messages and actions, where he set the example for other soldiers to emulate. He inspired others, showed them what it meant to be a soldier, that as a soldier you are supposed to protect your people, not to persecute them. He stood for the people. That is why he was loved. He sanctioned his own very soldiers who went out and did things against the civilians. He would sanction them, penalize them, unlike in other places where the soldiers would go out and do things and nothing will happen. But he held his soul, he maintained discipline amongst his fighters. So that is the FMA that we remember today and we miss so fondly. And I want to say here that for those who thought that with his demise, Le BLM will fall and come back to normality, 2 by 2 is proving them just wrong. And I was saying that when you look at 2 by 2, he doesn't just resemble him in his mannerisms, even his voice. When you hear 2 by 2, you would think it's FMA. So Le BLM is back in good hands, and in the days ahead, Le BLM will do even better. So let us remember FMA, not with regret, but knowing that he left us when he was supposed to leave us. His task here on earth for this struggle was already done. He had planted the seed of freedom in the hearts of not just Lebanites, but Ambazonians as a whole. His example will be emulated and talked about and written about for ages. Those who betrayed him will never rise to his aura. So today we remember FMA. It is never a good thing to lose someone you love so much, but there are times when things happen for a reason. Just like Jesus Christ came and performed his task here on earth and was taken away, but his name continues to be sung every day all over the earth. FMA will continue to be remembered for his good example. And may his spirit spread into the hearts of many other Ambazonians. May the blood that was shed from his body create many other mini FMAs, that they may rise and avenge his death and free Ambazonia. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that is what I am comforted, because I know that he did not die in vain, but that Ambazonia's freedom is assured because of the work that and the legacy that he leaves behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ipa. Your thought on this, please. The BLM still remains locked down 1 year after the assassination of FMA, the elite, and a lot of public officials had said We just need to take him out. We just need to kill him, and normalcy will return to the BLM. But 1 year after, the BLM is still locked down. And now I guess their narrative is changing. They think if they can just take out FM 2 by 2, normalcy will return. Apparently it is not working, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not working. Comrade Chris, I want to distinguish about the elites, so-called elites. The demon dubious elites, and then the correct elites. So those elites that want BLM to return to normal, who planned the bad assassination of Field Marshal the King, those are demon dubious type of elites who are slaves to slaves. La Republic does not even take them seriously. But if this war were to be lost, La Republic will send them out from the land, and they will come to a place like Liberia and take over even their own homes. That is the fact. Because La Republic has had, this war has made La Republic have the opportunity to travel to most of those of our land. They know how the land is very fertile, and when they go back, all what they are saying within themselves is that, see how these places have very fertile land, very good land. How can we get this land? How can we even push away people like Port Tasso? How can we push people away, people like Ngole and this, and all those people who are there supporting La Republic for their own people to be killed? They think their children will inherit what they are doing, but their children will not even be welcomed by La Republic. So, our people should know that those who are lukewarm over this war come back, because there is no way of turning back. The BLM, as they thought, was going to fall to their camp, but after 1 year, the BLM is still the way it has been. Field Marshal Tubatu is doing a very wonderful job. And just to add to what Comrade Mike Fushi has said, you see, Field Marshal the King has already accomplished what God said him to do. In fact, Jesus Christ was on earth only for 33 years. But God decided to take him at his own appointed time. Judas, it was that someone was going to betray Christ. That was written. It was going to happen. But Judas was used. And Christ said, for whosoever was going to do that, that person was not going to see the light of the day. All those who decided to plan about the assassination of Field Marshal King, thinking that BLM, not only BLM, they were not only thinking about BLM, they put the BLM situation ahead because they were trying to convince the population of BLM that development was not coming in BLM. Places where La Republic has been going there, and other places like towns. What progress is in Kumba? What progress do we have in Bamenda? What progress do we have in Ebola? Nothing. All over AMBAZONIA. So for them to say that, oh, the BLM was not having development because of this, that was it. Satan can always give a reason for anything. That's why I call them demon dubious elites. They are dubious, and at the same time, they are demons. That's why we started it, demon dubious elite. So, I will call upon our people Please support our boys in Leviathan and all over Ambazonia who actually are fighting a real fight. Not those who are there committing atrocities. This interim government does not support those type of fighters. Our fighters, our ARF know exactly what they are doing. They are not involved in kidnapping. They are not involved in other crimes. And if anyone tries to do anything, we come out and then tell them immediately, say it to the public that we condemn it. So that is why the interim government is different. Our people know that we are here to make sure that we help to liberate our country, Ambazonia, and we shall do it. It does not matter whether it is only 5 of us left. Others can do their maneuver, that they are not for this struggle. They can waste their time and do that. But what God has said is going to be is what it's going to be. God can use anything to manifest himself. They can even use the stones to fight for us. And that is going to happen. It will take some time, but it's surely going to happen. Field Marshal, we know where he is now. He's with the Lord. This is a guy who his soldiers captured. Ayeke was brought to him 3 times, but he said no, that he will not kill Ayeke. He allowed Ayeke go. So he did not have those type of blood in his hand. Those he killed were the enemy, but he didn't want to kill any Ambazonian. And so he is with the Lord as we are speaking. And I want your family to be comforted, and all of us, the Ambazonians, to be comforted, that Field Marshal the King was sent for a purpose by God, and when that purpose was fulfilled, God said, "My son, well done. You come and be with me." And it is our place, and those who are lukewarm over this struggle, for them to realize that they will be judged. There's judgment. They will be judged. And what we are saying here will be played to them on that day of judgment. Because they will not say that they didn't hear or they didn't know. They have heard it time without number, and we're still appealing to them. So Field Marshal has done his work. And in this platform right now, I would suggest that we try to introduce a small fundraising just to buy some flowers and send it to the wife and the children whom he has left behind. Thank you very much. Comrade Chris.
All right, Dr. Epa, thank you. Let's get to the phone and get the caller from Ground Zero. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling in from?
I'm calling from La Republic.
From La Republic. Precisely where in La Republic, sir?
Douala.
Douala. Okay. What is on your mind?
Yeah, I want to ask.
We can barely hear you.
Yes, I have a question and I want to say something.
All right, go on.
Now, I want to tell you, for my being in life, the Republic is better than the devil. This is a country that doesn't increase in anything, It doesn't increase in hygiene. It doesn't increase in academic. It doesn't increase in technology. So it is better we should be with Satan than to be with the Republic. So we are not giving up. I want to ask this question to all those who are listening. If you are to back your journey on a sea, and you reach in the middle of the sea, and the distance from where you left to where you are going is the same, where will you continue to? Normally, you continue to the end. So we are not stopping. No matter who drops, we are not dropping. We are telling you we are in ground zero, and this thing is in our heart. We are not dropping. Those who want to drop, let them drop. We are standing for the struggle. I always tell you, the next plan now is for us to buy some bombs. As the academic year is coming, we send them. Don't think that people are not with you. We are with you 100%. 100%. We must be free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for the call. Absolutely, we cannot turn around at this moment, having gone this far to think that we can surrender. No, not when we have sacrifices that have been paid.
Yep.
We fight to the end. Mike, let me turn back to you.
Yes.
Again, we were talking about those who have looked back and lift up their hands from the plow. What are we going to do? What has to be done to get some of these people back? I'm talking about this support, the moral support, both on the ground and in the diaspora. What has to be done?
Well, maybe we have the task of reaching out again. Sometimes we don't have the same courage. In life, there are three kinds of people. They're determined, the negative, and those who are just in the middle. They are expecting you to always be there to encourage them to move on. There are some people who are really, they have a strong mind, they know exactly where they want to go. There are some people who are just there in the middle. They need some guidance. If such people, if they have a bad influence guiding them, they will go negative. But they have a good influence guiding them, they will do the positive thing. And they are the other class, the negative one. So we have to reach out to these people in the middle. And in the middle, there are always a lot more people there than in the two extremes. So we have to do a lot more reaching out. But like the caller who just called now, those are the kinds of messages that keep me going every day. Because sometimes you get some really terrible news and you start to wake up, but you get these people who call you from ground zero, and quite a few, I'm sure, Comrade Chris, you would know that. They call us from ground zero and they make you understand that they are counting on you. They are counting on you, carrying them on your shoulders. And then you realize that this thing is not even about you anymore. There are people who are looking up to you to be the ones to help them to freedom. And as we say these things, the support on ground zero is overwhelming because they are the ones that are living the evil of La République du Cameroon every day. They are the ones that are living the wickedness, the killings, the brutality, the corruption, the extortion of La République every day. So the support is there on ground zero, but the problem is that there is fear also of coming out. So as much as they are in support, they cannot come out openly to declare that they are in support. But if you were to give them the opening in a safe environment to declare where they belong, an overwhelming number of our people will be for this freedom because they know what it means. There is a perpetual state of stagnation. It's not even stagnation. Depreciation of everything in that society. Talk about light. Electric poles are getting rotten and falling down and killing people. Talk about water. You open a pipe on water and the water that comes out is mud, completely brown. There is corruption. You show the state of the roads is deplorable. And then you take a look at the people who are in charge of that society. You have murderers who are in charge of that society. You have occultists who are in charge of that society. You have homosexuals. You have the walking dead, people who are supposed to be in nursing homes. They are in charge of that society. And then you look at the future and you ask yourself, where is the hope for tomorrow's generation? Where's the hope for the children growing up today? Can they say that, okay, in 5 or 10 years, things will be better? How can they say that when the person who is in charge, being Paul Bear, and we don't know if he's dead or alive, so from time to time he is pumped with hormones, and then he gets up and is walking like a robot. The son, who is not known to have accomplished anything in life, is warming up to take over from the father. If the father, who even received some training, can put forth such an abysmal performance, then imagine what Frank Bia would do. That is another 40, 50 years of stagnation. Can our people take that? That is what I want our people to think about. Can we take another 40, 50 years of the same? Because that is what is coming. Nothing will change. The same thieves and scoundrels. Let me say something here, Comrade Chris. Let me say something very, and I hope that people listen. If you were to ask me, what should be done to change the society in La République du Cameroon? I will give you one prescription. What happened during the French Revolution, where the guillotine was used on the officials? That is what you need to do to La République du Cameroon today. You need to bring back the guillotine, and in order to, because that society is like a house whose foundation is completely bad. It's like a house that was built on quicksand. In order to fix it, you have to tear it down completely to the foundation and start afresh. So what I'm recommending is this, and I hope that La République du Cameroon citizens are listening. If you love your country, this is what it has nothing to do with AMBAZONIA, because we are out. But if you love your country, bring back the guillotine. Look for a large warehouse and select all of the officials in La République du Cameroon, from director and up. Pick all of them and put in that warehouse. Bring the guillotine and send them in there and chop them off one by one until you eliminate them. And start with a new, fresh crop of people who have not been infected with this virus of bad leadership, corruption, and wickedness that has plagued that society like a curse. If you do that and cleanse your society and start with a new crop of leaders, then maybe, just maybe, with the hope that the virus did not go below that age group or that class, maybe can save your society.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Let's get back to the phones. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Ground Zero, precisely Bamenda.
Okay. Thanks for the call. What is on your mind?
Well, I just want to encourage you guys and tell you guys thank you for the great job you guys are doing over there. We really appreciate you. Seriously, I just want you guys to know that Ground Zero is determined. We are all determined on Ground Zero till freedom comes. No matter what people are saying online, be rest assured, about 80% of the people on Ground Zero want a free Southern Cameroon, AMBAZONIA. You should not be fooled over there by the comments you get on social media from Black Legs or people who have family members in La République. But I want to make it clear to you and everyone that we give you our support, and Ground Zero is hot and ready at every moment in time to make sure there is a free Ambazonia.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We have no doubt that Ground Zero is ready and persevering to see us take this battle to its final destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right. Okay. Mike and Dr. Epa, I am going to do something here for the next. Stay put in there. I am going to go to this song of Masha the King. And then after that, we will come back and we will round up. Please stay put.
Land of promise, land of glory, thou of life and joy all restored. And beyond and the ocean, and the banyan forevermore.
All right. And that was it, ladies and gentlemen. Masha of Ambazonia. I think he accomplished what God meant for him to accomplish in this struggle. He finished his own job. Let's hope that we can finish ours. Dr. Epa, let me give you, please, 1 minute for the last word. Let's round it up for tonight. Dr. Epa,
thank you.
hold on in there. Let's get to this caller from Ground Zero first. Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
Meme County.
Meme County. All right. What is on your mind?
Yes. I just get worried when we lost our popularity because, yeah, La Republic is between psychologically, it is do propaganda war in the sense that when, like, at first we put ban
can you raise your voice? Can you raise your voice a little louder, please?
Okay, sorry. Yeah, which I try to talk. La Republic is between psychologically because we for Ground Zero we get the independent to our heart, but practically we not exercise them because from all strategy where La Republic use them, it don't strategize the ground to the level where you get from chief, you get quarter head, you get block head, you get from all those areas that security for the people. Where the moment you step an inch, they just pick you up. You see, we for Ground Zero, we not get power on our own.
Right.
And why you see presently did you go now everywhere Bazaris doing the program will go on smoothly because everywhere in a black leg. So what we do now, if we change the plans, we map, if we come, if we go back to drawing board, now make a draft on a plan of action. I know, like for me, I know find for some our fighters and they go after the military because we would already sell our secret for the system of our fighting. We already sell them. We don't sell them to the La Republic. If we go back to our drawing board, we strategize our system of fighting. With the little fighters we will get them. If we do greater things, yes, if we mark all the La Republic military, the houses, because they range, so they range. The police post them, the gendarme post them, the Brazaris, the Utah, everything we concept La Republic for our territory, put them down, and the few fighters will get them with their powers to the carry for their skin. We just surprise those people. They don't care because La Republic, everyone do it. He really care about the citizen. He prefer to wipe some area. He knows another citizen they will come take those places. For me, if we put those things in a map, then surprisingly, it be explosive. We don't need them to go after the military. Anything that the public for our territory, we put them down first. So that if any voice where they hear them, they could obey. I just think that if you say if we gain back our popularity, We not go after the military, because the military don't really fortify themselves. The land don't sell the land. Our chiefs, they don't sell the land to the Republic. We don't give no other strength again left. If we talk, say we dey behind you, we just talk that because we dey now for the voice behind you. Practically for down, it need to go. Yes, from blockhead to chiefs to quarterhead, everywhere na security. No matter for the military dey all over. Because we talk, so we are not safe. We are not safe. This other thing where they call and say WhatsApp group, they don't form where you mistakenly talk pick you. So we are not safe. I just try to change the game. Don't forget about the military. Go after everything.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Listen, I think all you people need to do on ground zero is do nothing. If you fit do something, sneak out, do something on your own, that is fine. If you can't do anything, just morally stand behind the wall, because this wall, we do not have the money that a lot of public has. We do not have the army, the trained army they have. We do not have the equipment they have. But one thing is sure, we can do exactly what we have done for the past 7 years, hold them again for another 7 years. Listen, there is no way they can hold it for another 7 years. We just need to be consistent and do what we are doing. If Ground Zero says, for example, we are not sending our children to any government school, we are not going to disobey ghost towns or lockdown, we are not going to have La Republic to come around administrators back in our local governments and counties. Ladies and gentlemen, there is nothing La Republic can do. All they can do is continue doing the killings. It doesn't bring back normalcy. They can have the president of the United Nations Security Council or General Assembly. It will not bring back order on the ground for as far as you, the population, say, you know what? You don't negotiate with us. You don't go for a referendum. We're going to continue in this process. They will have nothing to do. So you guys do not be worried. Their armies are everywhere. They will not succeed as we keep and maintain the resistance. All right, Dr. Epa, please, 1 minute and let's call it a night.
Yeah, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank the Ambazonians, the gentleman who have just called and explained the dilemma that they are having. We understand what you are going through. We feel for all of you who are there. We who are here are not sleeping, and we are trying to do everything to make sure that La Republic will not just go and they say that they have won. Their aim is to make sure that schools are reopened in September, but that is not going to happen. Those schools are not going to happen. They are not going to be opened as they think. So, that can only happen with your cooperation. But we say,
hello, Dr. Epa, please hold on there for a second. Hello. Yes, I can hear you, sir. Where are you calling from? Hello.
I'm calling from La Republic in Douala.
In Douala, okay. What is your contribution, sir?
I'm calling from La Republic in Douala.
All right. What is your contribution?
Yes, my contribution is My contribution is that Dr. Epa sitting there, our dad, our father, then Mr.
Mike Fusi. Well, unfortunately.
Hello?
Hello, go on, sir. You are having a bad connection. Go on. All right, Dr. Epa, go on, please. This man is having a bad connection. Go on.
Okay. I just want to thank our people for listening, and I hope what we have discussed here, they take it into their hearts, and those who need to change, the enablers, we know that they cannot easily change, but if you had in your heart, God is going to root you out sometime. So for those who are still in support of this struggle. Do not give up, because like one of those scholars said, if you are in the sea and then you have already gone halfway, you cannot decide to swim behind, going by, you turn, then you are swimming to go back. All what you can do is to continue to swim to go forward. So that is what we are here for. La Republic can do all those maneuvers by putting military all over and making sure that they put spies everywhere and try to kill people, but it will not work. Now, how many people are they going to kill? You know, if all of you there, I would say that 80% of all of you decide to maintain the ghost towns, and when we say there are lockdowns, you maintain them. You don't send your children to the Republic, those so-called government schools. The Republic will have nothing to do. They will not come to your house and they say, "Oh, you have to send your child to school right now." So, and I heard one of those enablers when from the peace was on the chat line Africa, saying that, our children here in the diaspora are going to school. We don't want children to in AMBAZONIA to go to school. Our children will come and be the Lord in Africa, in Southern Cameroon. They who are there now as professors and the rest, are they not Lord? Where are their children going to school? Some of their children are in abroad. They are not even there in La Republic or even in AMBAZONIA. Some of their children are out. And when I hear those type of things, I look at it that our people are actually not telling the truth. During war, a lot of things can happen. My mother did not go to school. My father did not go to school. My mother could not read even 1A. And my father said, "But I'm a doctor." That is it. Our children are going to learn when we have our independence. Everybody there, we are setting up the system that even if you did not go to school, you are going to learn and you are going to know how to write and read. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Epa. Comrade Mike, please, 1 minute. Let's round this up.
Thank you, Comrade Chris. Yes, I'll start by saying this. There's something in economics. It is called sunk cost. Sunk cost. That means it is what in a business, your decision to continue investing in your business does not depend on what you have already invested, because you will not have that back. It should be based on the probability of whether continuing to invest will yield you profits going forward. It is what lies ahead that is important, not what is behind you. So I want our people not to despair. Despite the fact that La Republic of Cameroon is bringing in their colonial soldiers and causing all the havoc that they are causing in our society, we are taking note of it. And let's understand that even when you look at the war between Russia and Ukraine, at one time you see Russia having an edge, and then at another point, Ukraine will recalculate and will start pushing back. It's the same thing between us and La Republic of Cameroon. There are ups and downs in the struggle. And if La Republic seems to be gaining some ground, it doesn't mean that we cannot re-strategize and regain everything and even more that we have had before. And that is exactly what we intend to do. So I want our people to be confident that La Republic, despite what they are doing now, they will soon be pushed right back into the hole that they belong to. Now, you will look at the issue of the issue of blacklegs and traitors in our community. One of those has been what we call cultural associations. These cultural associations have become an extension of the CPDM. Most of the cultural associations have been taken over by CPDM elements, and they are using it to clamp down and to completely prohibit anyone from talking about this.
And to infiltrate.
So that is one area that we have to pay attention to. And I'm saying to Ambazonians who are listening, do not give your money to all these places called cultural associations. You hear huge amounts that they raise, but at the end of the day, you don't see anything that is done with it. It is a complete scam that has been taken over by the CPDM, and they are the ones pushing for the resumption or for normality on ground zero. These cultural associations are what we have to focus on henceforth. As even with the demise of FMA was planned within the Cultural Association of Lebialem, that is where the thing was fomented and executed. So we have to shine a light on this. But what I'm leaving Ambazonians with is hope that they should not have any despair. We know exactly what's going on, and there are plans to reverse whatever we have lost and to bring back momentum to the struggle in the days ahead. So stay focused, stay strong, and believe in your freedom. No one else will free us but ourselves. Do not allow anyone to think that this cannot be done or that we have lost. We have not lost anything. It is just a trend in this struggle, ups and downs, but we are on the path to victory. So thank you, Comrade Chris. Thank you, Dr. Epa, Comrade Mark Writer, who left us earlier. The memory of FMA, those we have lost, we cannot allow that to go in vain. Those who are still in jails, we cannot allow them to stay there. We must get them out, and that is why we must win this war. Our people must get out of the dungeons of La Republique du Cameroon, and we must bring freedom to our people. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mike, thank you, Dr. Epa. Great to have you on the show. Good night, sir. Let me get to the last caller here. Hello, before I call it a night. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Comrade Chris.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from again?
I'm calling from Ground 1.
From Ground 1. Okay. And what is your contribution, sir?
Permit me first of all to pay my tribute to FMA, the king.
Thank you.
And to say that a king dies, but the spirit never dies. He is with us, and we are with him. We have him in heart forever. And he's a symbol, a cornerstone of the march of Ambazonia to freedom. I want to congratulate you all. Comrade, maybe I'll prefer maybe you just give 30 seconds to read the message I just forwarded to you.
Go on.
Since it appears you are in a haste, so maybe in 30 minutes you can just read the 30 seconds rather.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that I want to congratulate you all first of all for the Boyo draft. All of you, Dr. Epa, Comrade Mike, who are right there in the studio, and to assure you that Ground Zero is, if not 95%, Ground Zero is 95% with you all. No matter the propaganda warfare by La République, left and right, infiltrating the cultural associations and doing that, the struggle is in the hearts of the people. And you just need to talk to the people in their homes and around, and you will understand who is for the struggle and who is not for the struggle. So I want to assure you all in the diaspora, keep the flame burning, Courage to you all, and God bless you all.
All right.
Long live Ambazonia, short live the struggle. Thank you once more.
Thank you, sir. Remain safe out there, and God bless. I hope God bless and protect all of you, the refugees out there on Ground 1. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna call it a night. I look forward to being back here. I think on Monday. So I look forward to being back here on Monday. Thank you for tuning in, and you have a great weekend. God bless you all.
Good afternoon, fellow Ambazonians. Good afternoon, and welcome again to ABS TV. Welcome to the set of the War Zone. It's been a while that we haven't been here, but we are here today. We were called away for some unforeseen circumstances, and we are here again today after about 2 weeks absence. So it's good to have you here with me on the set of the War Zone. I'm Mike Fuzzy, your humble host. Fellow Ambazonians, I would like for you to, we have kind of rushed things today because we're just still trying to get things in order as we normally have them. But it's not been quite easy getting the program up to speed as usual. We're still trying to get things together. I hope my guests are here with me, and I have some really interesting topics that we'll have to discuss today. But before I do that, I'd like to welcome you again to this show and encourage you to do me a favor and share the link. I hope the link is out there on the various social media fora. I hope they're out there. So if you have the link, please just do well to share it out there. I didn't quite get a chance to do that before I logged in, signed on to be on the show. Now, there are quite a few things that I would like to go talk about first before we get into the show proper. One of which, of course, is I know many of you must have heard by now that during the week, the wife of Comrade Bo Herbert passed away in a ghastly accident traveling, I think, from Virginia to Washington, D.C. When she attended Frundi's wake keeping. And during that commute, she had an accident and did not survive it. So we are using this opportunity to extend our condolences to Comrade Bo Herbert. It is a difficult moment to lose your partner in life, someone you've spent so many years with, the mother of your children. And I know it must be a very difficult moment for Comrade Bo Herbert, and we just want him to know that we are praying for him, that he may have the fortitude to bear this loss. It is really tragic, very tragic for something like that, especially given the fact that she went out to pay her respects to John Frundi, and it's just so unfortunate that it happened to be to have cost her her own life. So we want the Bo Herbert family to understand that we are praying for them. That said, fellow Ambazonians, I was just, before I came on the show, I had some videos that came through, of some really brilliant performances or performance from none other than the Bull Warriors. The Bull Warriors have been consistent, they have been resilient, they have been unforgiving to the criminal soldiers of La Republic. They have stood the test of time, and the Bull Unity Warriors continue to perform and give us the kind of results that we expect from every other fighting group out there on the ground. And I just want for us to acknowledge their accomplishments and their resilience by just watching maybe a video or two of what they have done today, July the 11th, 2023. It's something that happened today, not yesterday. It's something that just happened today. And we have those videos. We have at least two videos, but we can at least view one to see exactly what the Bull Unity Warriors are doing, contrary to the narrative out there that a lot of people wants to push that, oh, everything is back to normal. But no, everything is not back to normal. I don't know if the studio has those videos. We can take a look at them, and then probably after that, I will have to bring in my guests so we can discuss the other topics of the day. But I'm supposed to be joined by Chairman Patrick, as my Gertrude. Unfortunately, Comrade Lehman won't be able to join us. He's been here before. I'm sure he'll be here again some other time, but he won't be able to join us today. So I have Chairman Patrick, as I've said, and as well as Margaret joining me today in the discussions that we'll be bringing forth to you. So, fellow Ambazonians, again, do me a favor and share the link. I'm not logged in myself on Facebook yet, but I'm sure you can see the link out there. Share it so that others can see that the show is on and join us. So, I don't know, probably we will not be able to see the videos right now, maybe later on in the program, but okay, that is the video. That is the video.
So
The videos right now, maybe later on.
yes, General, I want your life. I'm pushing this up. Life. And I see them. And I hear them. And I hear. Ambush on the top. And I want your life and the squad. And I see a second target. And I see second target. And I see second target. Yes, I don't funny him. Down on foot. Yes. Shake not day. General, alias Newsman. Alias Newsman. Ambush units up. Yes. Down the way to come out food. I don't finish up. Wonyo alias Newsman. Shake not day. General Wonyo alias the Newsman. Ambush units up. Yes. I made this. Lead by me. General Wonyo. Shake not day. They don't confirm. Shake no day. So
Yes. You see now Wonyo life. Wonyo, General Wonyo, Brigadier General Wonyo from Saba life. You don't need one more thing for a year. And I see him. Yes. Yes, Brigadier General Wonyo life. Yes. When I hear life, when I see shake no day. Shake no day. Shake no day. Now the Brigadier General Wonyo. So you don't hit him. Matu don't stand for this. So Matu don't stand for this. When I see him live video, we shake no day. Yes. Confident one. Yes. I see now Wonyo life. Wonyo, General Wonyo, Brigadier General Wonyo from Saba life. You don't need one more thing for a year. And I see him. Yes. Yes, Brigadier General Wonyo life.
Okay. So you saw those the performance of our brave Bui Unity Warriors. We can always count on them to deliver when they are called upon to. When the moment arises, they always deliver. They never fail us. So we want to use this moment to extend our congratulations to the Bui Unity Warriors for standing tall, for making us proud, and we will always be there for them. We will always be here for them. We will always do whatever it is necessary to support them, to encourage them, to motivate them. And we heard the General Wonyo himself recording, and that was a spectacular performance. You saw that there were two popcorns that dealt a blow with dealt some serious damage to La Republic of Cameroon, and they were just firing all over the place. Didn't know what they were doing. and they got some of them. Some of them got out of the car or out of their cars after the first car was hit. They got out of their cars, and when they were on foot, they hit them yet again. I'm sure there's a lot of damage that has been done there, and that's what they will continue to receive as long as they continue to violate the territorial integrity of Ambazonia. That's exactly what they will continue to receive. There is no backing down. There is no giving up. We are here for the long haul, despite all the nonsense that they are spreading out there saying, oh, Brazilian restoration fighters are giving up. Nobody is giving up. The only people who are giving up are the Atangi boys who are being caused now because they have no hiding place after they have exhausted all their thievery and criminality, and the population is going after them. They run and they go and stand there and say, oh, AMBA fighters are giving up. Nobody is giving up. Any AMBA fighter who gives himself up knows he's dead. You're dead. It's like pulling a trigger on your own head. So that's not happening. That's not happening. The war is very much on. It is still ongoing, and our people, our ARFs, are determined to fight it to the end because our very survival depends on it. So at this point, without any more waste of time, again, I would like to bring in my panel because we've wasted quite some time before the start of the show. So I would like to have my panel on. I don't know. Okay, I can see Chairman Patrick is on. I believe Esma Gertrude is on as well. She was on at some point. Yes, she's right there. That's good. Like I said, unfortunately, Comrade Lima will not be able to join us for today's show. He may be able to join us some other time, but for today's show, he will not be able to join us. So I would like to give a moment to Esma Gertrude to say welcome to our viewers, and followed by Chairman Patrick. Gertrude, over to you.
Thanks to everybody.
I don't know if okay, go ahead. I can hear you now.
Okay. Greetings to everybody. I'm just smiling because I'm looking at what the Bui boys have done. Those boys, I call them my boys. They are very dear to my heart. I like the way that they keep the fire on. We know that they are working very hard and we should support them. We continue to support them in every way possible so that we can get to the promised land. So I wish to thank all of you. My name is Gertrude, Mama G. Some people call Mama G. I say Maji. But I'm here. I'm happy to be with you here today to talk a little about what is happening, what has happened, what is happening now, and what we should be looking forward to. Thank you so much.
Thank you there, Maji. I would like Chairman Patrick to do the same. Chairman Patrick, please say hello to our viewers.
Thank you so much, Comrade Mike. Thank you to fellow Ambazonians. And as you see, the Ambazonian restoration fighters are fighting till this moment, and they are not giving up. So it's time for every Ambazonian to wake up. You cannot start a fight and end halfway, or you cannot stop, knowing that La Republique will eliminate every inch of our Ambazonian territory. We cannot do that. They are really giving us the hope that we need to fight and fight to the end. Again, thank you to fellow viewers. I know we're going to have a good show, and we're going to give out a lot of information about what is the way forward for the Ambazonian struggle. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Patrick. Thank you very much. We have quite a few topics to talk about, one of which is the fact that I'm sure many of you have watched a video of someone who is supposed to be a pastor or preacher, whatever he calls himself, who is in a church in La Republique du Cameroon, trying to stir up genocidal hatred against Ambazonians. You all watched that video. We are going to take a look at that video and then base our commentary on it. We are also going to take a look at the fact that when you look at the way Ambazonians are treated and compare it with the way La Republique du Cameroon citizens are treated by their military, you will realize that there's a marked difference. There's a marked difference in the way we are treated as compared to the way they are treated. We are going to look at a video of a young man who was fighting with a La Republique du Cameroon military on the streets in one of their towns, I think it's Boloa or somewhere down there. And this guy was able to even knock down the military officer, knock him down on his back, and nothing happened. The military man did not even as much as pull out a knife or a weapon. Compare that with the way our own citizens are treated. Then tell me if we are the same people. Now, and then the third topic, which is very important, is this much elusive unity or collaboration that we have been trying to have for quite some time now. People have made efforts. We've heard of conferences here, conferences there, negotiation here, negotiation there, but none of these efforts have materialized to be able to bring Ambazonians together to fight this war as one people. So we are going to take a look at that and ask ourselves, why? Why has this unity or collaboration been so elusive? Why is it so slippery that we can't get hold of? We are going to take a look at it. So, but first, like I said, the first topic I'd like for us to take a look at is this one of this La Republique du Cameroon so-called minister or pastor in a church. Before we comment on it, Margaret and Chairman Patrick, why don't we take a look at the video? Let's watch the video so that we have it in full context. What exactly is going on in that country and what we must be paying attention to? Because remember, why I decided to bring this is because this is exactly how Rwanda started. This is how Rwanda started. When you find people in the churches, when you find people in the media, ginning up genocidal tendencies in the hearts of the civilians, then people go out and do terrible things. It is already happening. So let's watch that video of that so-called pastor in a church in La Republique du Cameroon, stirring up the population and encouraging them to hate people from the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. Let's take a look. I don't know if the audio is on. I don't know if it's just me.
Comment? De l'esprit anglophone. L'esprit anglophone comprend à gauche. Ce n'est pas une injure, c'est la vérité, hein? Parce que c'est un esprit complexe comment? Comment là? Oui, ils sont complexés. Donc, ils estiment que on les marginalise. Voilà. Donc, c'est un mauvais esprit. Levez-vous. On met le feu sur l'esprit anglophone ici au Cameroun. Au nom de Jésus. L'esprit d'incompréhension. C'est l'esprit d'incompréhension. Ils ne comprennent pas comme il faut. Ils comprennent à l'envers. Au nom puissant de Jésus, esprit anglophone, je te coupe la tête. Au nom puissant de Jésus de Nazareth.
Wow.
Franchement, je ne sais pas pourquoi est-ce que cette église est toujours.
Okay, this is now a commentary after the video. But we have seen the video. We have seen the video, and this is one of their citizens.
Le plus tôt possible.
This now we have seen the video ourselves, and this is really outrageous. It is unbelievable that is supposed to be a church It is supposed to be a church. And for all the years of my life, I have never gone into a church and saw a flag hanging at center stage of that church. Like you saw the flag, La Republique Cameroon flag, right in front of the church, a big flag. Now, I begin to wonder if this is a church or it's more of a political rally. Before I make my own comments there, I would like for Mama G, you kind of laugh there, which is, we are laughing, but this could be something that will result in something really terrible. But I'd like for you to comment. What are your first impressions listening to? I don't know if you understand the colonial language, but I think the visual tell the story. Mama G.
Yeah, thank you. I do understand some of what he's saying. I don't know. He says that we claim that we are being marginalized.
Exactly.
And then his prayer is that they should cut our heads off. So if we are not marginalized, and that's what we are claiming, so for our punishment, our heads should be cut off. I just don't understand how, I mean, for those people who are relenting at this time, I'm wondering, what country do you want to go back to? And when people say things like that overtly, all to hear, that our heads should be cut off, and as you see how they are coming and burning villages and killing people, what do you think is going to happen if we go back? So if things like this do not move people to say, I have to have my own country, that I'm working hard, I am going to make every effort, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that we separate from these people. If you cannot do that, then there is really something wrong with you, because they've indicated if they had any remorse, if there was anything that they thought we could come back and work with them, you'll hear in their tone, they've never changed. They're even going and saying worse things. They're doing worse things to us, swearing on things that they'll do to us. And I don't know how anybody can even sleep after listening to a person like this.
Yeah, Margie, as you rightly said, for those who think that this thing is a joke, I want you to listen to this guy again. I want you to listen to him and understand that these are the seeds of genocide being planted right there.
Yes.
These are the seeds of genocide being planted in the hearts of those who are supposed to be Christians, for Christ's sake. And you can see that, and he is saying it in public. Well, if he can say this in public, imagine what they are saying in private. If he can say this in a church, imagine what they are saying in their janky houses, in their private homes, in their meeting houses. What are they saying there about us, about how we should be treated? This is supposed to be a church. I believe a Christian, a Christian church. Is this what Jesus will endorse? So, again, if they can say this, if it is not frightening to anybody listening to this man in a church saying this thing, if it doesn't send chills up your spine, then I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. Yes, I finished. You were trying to say something there, Margaret.
Yes, that man, he indicates, he shows his people like this, that they should chop off the head. And you see all the members of that church going like this.
They follow suit. They follow suit.
Yes,
they follow suit, so and they were imitating him.
This is exactly what you're saying. This is sowing the seeds of genocide. And he is showing people that this is how they should cut the necks, the heads, cut the heads of these Anglophone who think they're being marginalized. And he said, if that's what they think, they should cut their heads. And he does that, and all the people in the church, including children, innocent children, are being brainwashed. Cut their heads, cut.
That is the danger of religion, because you are not supposed to question. You are supposed just to listen and believe and accept. So when people go into that environment and the person who is supposed to be the religious leader tells them something, they are bound to follow it, rightly or wrongly. There are very few people in that environment who will question what the supposed leader or preacher is saying. Chairman Patrick, I want to hear your take on this thing here, because we have seen religion so abused in Africa in some really terrible ways. But I think it is getting to a really dangerous level. Chairman Patrick, your comments on this, please.
Yes, Chairman Mike, I will tell you, this is one of the most frustrating and irritating thing I've seen so far in this revolution, because they are now using the word of God. If you're a Christian, you see somebody who is holding the Bible, somebody who is supposed to be a moral educator of the people, is using hate speech and telling the people to kill others. That is exactly why you see La Republic is sending their young children to Ambazonia, and the mentality they are giving them is they're all animals. Go down there and eliminate all of them.
And eliminate them.
They are thinking, they don't even think they are killing Cameroonians. They are killing people that they used to call Cameroonians. They know they are eliminating invaders, people who are occupying a piece of land that is not their land. Can you compare that to what Abdul Karim is going through in prison today? What did he do for La Republic to pick him up? If this country is not, if the people are not drunk with what their mentality is, what did Abdul Karim do for somebody to go pick him up, lock him for the number of months that he's been in prison? And a pastor will sit there and no one parishioner or Christian in that church will get up and say, Pastor, you are interpreting the Bible the wrong way. The people are even clapping and saying, Amen. Are they really talking about the same Jesus that we have all grown up to be mold, to be stewards, to be good Christians, to be people who care about each other, to eliminate or to make sure there's no blood being spilled? But these people are saying...
And Chairman Patrick, what is very dangerous with this aspect is the fact that, you know, the mindset of our people, where the supposed religious people have been raised to a level of infallibility. That is, they can do no wrong. So whatever my man of God says is the truth. Whatever he says is right. Is right. That is why you could see in some areas where a pastor would tell the congregants to go out and eat grass, and they'll go out and start eating grass. Imagine.
We just saw that.
When this man tells them that it is okay to cut the heads of Ambazonians and they are imitating it in church, you think when they go out there and they have an opportunity to do it, they won't do it? They are going to do it.
Chairman Mike, what you are seeing there is just exactly how they are preparing the young military guys leaving La Republic to go down to Ambazonia to fight. They are telling them, when you get there, chop their head off. That is why they kill people at any time. They see people sitting in front of their homes. There was an incident in Gi. 2 women sitting there trying to share their rice for Christmas, and the military passed by and saw the ladies sitting there doing their normal stuff. They did not care. They just say hello and walk away. The military came back 2 minutes later and killed those 2 women. Women did not have anything to do with any fight. So if you think anybody is thinking one day we are going to sit and say these are our neighbors or friends or anything, You are mistaken. These people want to clean that land. They want to kill every soul, and they are preparing their children, the young ones, because they're telling them when you go there, you see anybody, even if it's an innocent grandmother, just kill them. So it's horrible. You saw an incident in Kenya recently where a pastor told the parishioner that we're getting to the end of the world. There were 190 something people that went on a hunger strike so that they can go ahead and die early and get in the best place next to God. Because the pastor said that. And they all died. People died in their hundreds. So you can understand what this mentality is being on these young people to go down to Ambazonia, telling them, and you will see it has happened in their streets. People who ran away from Ambazonia, went to Yaoundé and all those places, have been killed on the streets. It's just because they hide everything. And this is just about to get to that point. Even those who call themselves elites, they are ministers, they are this, they are going to be lynched on the streets of Yaoundé one day. Because when these people understand that,
and when we see these things, Chairman Party, when we see these things, we can begin to imagine what even those IDPs who are hiding in their territory, what they are going through. You can imagine what they are going through. And the point is when you see their soldiers come into Ambazonia and they go to a place like Ngabu and they see pregnant women, children, and they decide to slaughter them and bury them in a mass grave. You can now understand where that is coming from. They have been indoctrinated into seeing us as less of human beings. They don't see us as equals. They see us as things that should be gotten rid of. So when you see all these massacres in Big Babanki, in Bello, in Bali, in Santa, when you see all these things, when you see all these things happening, you can now understand where it's coming from. That is what they are being told. And then when you couple with the fact that nobody is ever held accountable, the government, their government has never prosecuted anybody for doing anything, for committing any of these genocidal acts on Ambazonians. So the rest see it as, oh, it's okay to do it because you will not be held accountable. So, Margaret, I want you just to take, make a statement on this, and then reference it to all these terrible acts of violence, extreme brutality that we see being meted on our people over and over and over. And then when you see a pastor saying this thing, I think it just adds up. It explains everything, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Let me, this gives me an opportunity to tell you what I heard today. There's a lady who is a teacher back home, and she sent this audio where she's explaining how the Germans used to pay teachers, and now these people have taken over the mission schools, and they are the ones paying, and then they refuse to pay and had the churches pay, and they give the churches some subvention, which was not enough. And then right now what they are saying is that they want the government wants to be paying or hiring. The government wants to hire teachers for mission schools. And that means that there's not going to be mission schools. There are going to be government schools. They'll be paying those people. They're going to relieve all the teachers of their duties, and then bring in their own teachers. So people will be retired when they've not gotten to retirement age. And one of the problems that we had, which started this revolt, was because of the educational system that they had. They brought in Francophones, French-speaking people, who were teaching our children subject matter, not teaching them French, but teaching like geography and history in French when the children did not have mastery of the language. So that's the new thing that they've done. And then they're saying by the end of this year, they would have scrapped everything that we do. They bring in their own people, they hire them, and there's not going to be religious studies, which is one of the things that we insist that we have in our schools, so that to give our children some moral upbringing, some moral knowledge. So this thing is happening. You see it in the church. When the churches start preaching like this, and the churches start letting the government take over schools, it is just the way that they continue to break down, to destroy everything that we have. And when this war started,
just because we have to transition to the next topic, I just want to add to what you are saying, that they are doing to our schools what they have done to our traditional institutions.
That's
Remember,
right.
they came in and they started by saying, oh, we want to make the traditional leaders auxiliaries of the administration. They started giving them some stipends. And before you know it, the traditional leaders were now loyal to them, doing their bidding, because you had to align in order to get the small paycheck. That is exactly what is happening. They are buying all our institutions, destroying everything, and preparing us for the eventual French Cameroon complete. Because I'm telling you, there will come a time when English will be outlawed. You will not be English will no longer be one of the official languages. You have to be able to speak French only. That is what is going to happen if we should fail with this effort to restore our independence. We will. There'll come a time. That's why you see predominantly all these bilingual schools were in our territory. How many bilingual schools did you see in French Cameroon? They were in our territory for a reason, to prepare us for the eventual transition to French language only. So, not to belabor the point, I think Ambazonians you have watched this video, you have heard what this pastor is saying. If that does not frighten you, then I don't know what you're thinking. But there's another video where a citizen of La République du Cameroon, a young man, was fighting with one of their soldiers on the street. And I looked at that video and I said to myself, wow, this is a citizen, an ordinary citizen, going face to face with a soldier of La République du Cameroon and even knocking him down. And the soldier did not dare to shoot at him. Why? Because he saw him like one of his. That was his own citizen, his own brother. Can you imagine that happening in the southern Cameroon? Can you imagine that? Where a queen mother in her palace will be killed and burnt to ashes for no good reason. But in La République du Cameroon, their citizens will fight with their soldiers face to face, and nothing will happen to them. And you tell me we're in the same country? No, we are not in the same country. But let us watch the video first before we go ahead with the analyzing it. Okay, so you saw it there, Chairman Patrick and Maji. That is in La Republic of Cameroon. That is a pleasure they have, that they have a pleasure that they can stand there and fight a military officer without being afraid that they will be shot to death. It happens there. Can you imagine that happening in Kumba? Can you imagine that happening in Manfe, or in Lebialem, in Kumbo? Can that happen in Bamenda? Can that happen in Womb? Can that happen? and you still walk away with your life? So, Baraji, what do you think about it?
Well, I mean, you see who the privileged class are. And this is in Yaoundé. You hear them speaking the language. These are the privileged ones. And you compare it to the pastor who is saying they should cut off the heads. And he's really demonstrating. Like I was saying, the reason that you saw them killing us and burning our villages was so that they can implant their people in there to take all our land and take us over. And this is how they treat us. So if there's anybody in our midst who thinks that there's still hope, that there's a way that we can work with the French-speaking Cameroon and be one again, you really have to be thinking. You really are in the wrong skin. You really have the wrong brain. If you think that we can come back with these people who look at us as if we are monkeys, they knock on people's doors, they get in, they kill the children, and the children are running, or they see children playing a football at the back of their house or playing draft in the front of the house, and they shoot them for no cause. And then one of them is having sports. It's like sports, fighting with an army and knocking him down, and people are cheering and looking and then coming and begging that they should stop. Would this happen in Bamenda? Would this happen in Kumba or Boya? Would this happen in Campbell, like you said? No, it could not. Because they would just...
That is exactly what we should understand. We are not in the same country. We are not the same people. You see, this young man knocked him down, and he did not even dare to take out any weapon, even a knife, not even a knife, to defend himself. He wanted to depend on his fist, which he did not have. He was not that good at. And this young man was beating the hell out of him. But this young man walked away with his life intact. I can just imagine all the brutality that our young men have been going through from these brutes from French Cameroon, for no reason, for even just daring to be alive. That is the problem. That's the difference, Chairman Patrick. I don't know what are we supposed to do to make our people understand this, especially the enablers who keeps believing that there is something to gain by us being with La Republic of Cameroon. And they themselves, you need to see how some of them are humiliated when they are walking the corridors or the streets of Yaoundé. But they hide it. They hide it because they're begging for crumbs. What do you have to say to our people to understand this, Chairman Patrick?
Well, Chairman Mike, I think some of this is really like a wake-up call to our people to understand exactly why we are staying away from these people. In southern Cameroon, if you dare tell a Republic military guy that you do not have your ID card with you, you are shot dead. There was an incident recently in Bamenda. This university student, Bamenda University student, they were sitting in a bar drinking. The military came in there, started asking everybody's ID card. This guy thought he was a university, he was a PhD student at the University of Bamenda. He got up and said, "Sir, you don't have to harass people sitting down, drinking, asking for the ID card." The only thing he did was pull out his gun and shot him. This guy was buried. Nothing happened. So you can just see the difference. I still do not understand how some Southern Cameroonians, and I would say very soon, I'm going to make it a point. If you are not for this revolution, if you are not supporting, if you are not seeing the injustice on your own brothers and sisters, your parents, your land, the place where you were born, if you do not see that, you don't come around me, because this is humiliating. I always say this. The last time I was, no, it was not even the last time I was in that country. I was leaving Bamenda going down to the southwest, and they stopped me. I was with my kids, and they said, "Oh, they wanted to see this." I showed them everything. The moment the guy saw my ID card, he said, "Oh, this." He thought I did not understand a single word in French. He said, "Oh, this one is from America. We're going to get 20,000 francs from him. That's about, let's say, $40. That guy kept me on the road for 3 hours. I said, "Look, it's getting dark. I have to take my children to go get some rest." They did not care. As long as I was speaking English, they did not care. Until they ended up taking 2,000 francs, which is about $4. And that's how they would let me go, because I told them I'm not giving them money. I don't see why you're keeping me on the road. The way they treat, even these people who call themselves senators, they call themselves directors and all this. You can see how they put their tails behind their legs when they seize La République military. How can you be honoring somebody who doesn't even respect your right?
That is funny. You know, our comrade Bridget right here, one guy was killed in Kumba a few weeks ago because he only asked for a warrant of arrest before arresting him. This guy, they came to arrest this guy, and he asked for a warrant of arrest, which is your civic right. It is your civic right. And what did they do? They shot him to death. Says, how dare you ask for a warrant of arrest from a God? How dare you ask for a warrant of arrest? And for that, they had to kill him. And was there any consequence for it? No. You're just, your life is disposable. And this is the plight the plight of our people. And when we are crying out here, and some people are just behaving as though we are just complaining or just whining for no reason. These are blatant examples of discrimination, subjugation, marginalization, just making some people feel like they don't exist, they don't matter, their lives don't mean anything. You can take it at any time you want and go free. After Ngabu, we were told that, oh, those who committed it had been arrested. Have we ever heard of any sentence or any consequence for them? None. So, John Patrick, you wanted to say something.
Let me just say one thing here. This war has been going on for 7 years. Have you ever heard that there was a mistake somewhere in the northern zone or southern zone of southern Cameroon where Francophone family was eliminated or killed by mistake? Have you ever heard that any single Francophone has been shot dead by mistake by the Cameroonian military? How do they know all their citizens? These people, when you speak French, you have the right to live in Cameroon.
Yes.
You have the right to live in any part
and mind you, a lot of their citizens are the informants themselves. They are auxiliaries of the military. A lot of their citizens are auxiliaries of the military. They are the ones telling the military where to go and attack and who to attack. So that is why they don't get killed themselves. Because I have asked over and over again, is it that the bullets have eyes? The bullets can hear? Why is it that they cannot, for over 7 years now, not even by mistake, have they killed one of theirs? It is always our own citizens. Even in the cities, it is only our own citizens. How is that happening?
So one thing I will say before, maybe I can still call you in the back. After this, that video from that pastor, we need to get somebody who can translate that, because I did not really understand what he was saying. Who can make a word-to-word translation, because we have to do that. To circulate that everywhere. When
we have to do that.
When the genocide was happening in Rwanda, you could hear, you could see people standing in churches and all this say, go and kill the cockroaches, go and kill this. That is the same language they have used on our people. But some people don't see that these people, their goal is not to fight to restore any peace. They just want to eliminate every single Ambazonian so that they can own that land. But the good thing is, they are mistaken. This is never going to go anywhere. If they had brains, if they had anybody that have studied a little bit of conflict resolution, they will understand no war. Even the US fought with Afghanistan, fought with Iraq. They ended up negotiating. Every war has ended up in a negotiation. But when you treat people, when you go burn people's homes, kill their relatives, kill their children, and destroy their land, even if this war ends tomorrow, I will tell you, we are going to raise money. We are going to use any weapon to make sure La Republic pays to the last core of what they have done to our people. We are going to fight them to the last core. Every part of La Republic is going to be in ruin. If we are rebuilding Ambazonia, they will be rebuilding in their own territory. That is not.
Thank you, John Patrick. And just to say one more thing about this pastor, this is the kind of person who is, the Bible will accuse him of guilty of blasphemy, calling God's name in vain. And the Bible, I think the Bible prescribes that for those who will cause one of mine, the little ones, to stumble, because that is what this man is doing. He is completely leading those in that church into the hellfire by indoctrinating them. And the Bible says, for those who will cause one of these little ones to stumble, it were better that a large stone be tied around his neck and that he's dropped in the deepest part of the ocean. I believe that's what the Bible says. So these are people who have no business being religious leaders. This is not a religious leader. This is a pure hypocrite. A hypocrite, guilty of blasphemy, calling God's name in vain when there's no God in his heart. There's no God in his heart. Or else he will not be saying the things he is saying there. Encouraging these people to go out and cut the heads of Ambazonians. That's what he is doing. And what is the so-called country doing? Political leaders, religious leaders, the enablers from Southern Cameroon. Are you going to hear any of them come out and say anything about it? No. The other hypocrites like Funky somewhere, who another blasphemer, who calls God's name in vain. I saw him sprinkling money the other day, but money that is taken from poor people, spends it on himself. None of them will come out and say anything. When someone says such outrageous things, you will not hear the Catholic Church come out and say anything. But let them see a restoration fighter make one small mistake. Everybody want to, they will be tripping over each other to condemn him. We are watching you. We are watching all of these people. We are watching them.
Chairman, one thing that you saw, Prince Afuakum, who tried to say something, but he could not speak the truth. He could not come out clearly to say, look at what these people are doing to our people. He was calling on the chiefs because he was touched. That is why every single Ambazonian who think this is Wuna war will one day get up and do, because when they touch you to the core, you are going to get up and start asking the same questions. I'm sure before Afuakum left that chair, he was already urinating in his pants because he was trying to speak the truth. but he could not come out because he was so scared of speaking the truth. And that is exactly some of these enablers in La Republique who think they are ministers, they are this. One day I have asked this question. Atanganji think he's a minister of territorial administration. We grew up in that part of the world. When was the last time he made an appointment of a GO or a governor as the minister of territorial administration? They take you and put you there just because they want to think they are trying to blindfold your people. I'm sorry they have made those mistakes so many years. They have promised us so many times, but we don't need anything from them. Give us our territory. Give us 5 years. Your citizens will be running to Southern Cameroon to go find ways to find jobs, even food to eat.
I'm talking about Afuakom. When I listened to Afuakom, I almost felt sorry for him. I felt sorry for him. He knows what the truth is. He knows what the truth is, but he's afraid to say it because he knows what it means. It's like committing a suicide if we should utter the wrong word in that outing. Even what he said was dangerous enough. And he said, I was given a what medal? What medal was that? And it reminded me of the old man and the medal, because they take these things and they put on your chest and they give you the false impression of importance. And you go away and you are still the same person. You have not changed just because of a piece of metal that was put on your chest. It makes you feel that you are somebody. You are nothing. Your people are dying. Your people are being slaughtered. Queen Mother burnt in her palace. And then you sit there and talk about, you're calling on the elites to speak up. You want the elites to speak up. And that's just a vainful exercise, because whatever he said there wouldn't change a damn thing. Because just as much as he was afraid for his life, the same people he is calling on them to speak up, the funds and the chiefs, they too are afraid for their lives. Nobody's going to speak up, and he knows it. So it was just a self-aggrandizing exercise that Afuakom engaged in. It's not going to yield any benefit. And you know it because of the structure of whatever government you have there cannot allow for any justice to be applied. No justice is going to come. So those were just a waste of time. Whatever Afuakom said there, I feel sorry for him. He ought to do the right thing, because no fund, no chief, no elite is going to stand up to say anything. None. Because they know that if you say the wrong thing, you are going to Kondengi, or worse, you are going 6 feet under. And that is why we are saying we are sick and tired of staying under this system. We are sick and tired of staying under this system. And we are determined to make sure things change. Nonsense. So let's go to something else that concerns us and our ability to do the right thing to make sure that we achieve our freedom. For quite some time now, we have seen so many initiatives at bringing Ambazonians together so that together we can push this war effort to a logical. So we have seen these initiatives, but none of them has come to fruition yet. So I want us to take a look at what we have done this far. Why has this effort at unity or even just collaboration, why has it been so elusive? Why have we not been able to succeed in this effort to bring Ambazonians together so that we hold hands together? They say a bundle of brooms, you take one out, you can easily break it. But if you put the bundle of broom together and you are told to break it, you cannot break it, because unity is strength. We have been told this over and over and over, that if you want to succeed, come together, put your resources together, put your ideas together, and you will succeed. That is how others did it. But for some reason, we have not been able to do it. So my question to you, I don't know if Mama G is there. Mama G,
Yes.
what is our problem? Why has it been so difficult for Ambazonians to come together? What is the problem? Don't we love ourselves? Don't we value the country that is ours? Don't we see these injustices against our people? Is the killing of our people not painful enough? Is the suffering of our people not painful enough? Don't we feel for those who are languishing in the dungeons of La Republique du Cameroon? Doesn't that touch us? Why are we so hard-hearted that we cannot come together for this singular reason, which is to liberate our homeland? What is the problem?
Yeah, Comrade Mike, the problems are so many. Like you said before, you see our parliamentarians are in the La Republic government. They have worked so hard, they've bought, and I'll call them indulgences, to be in the position where they are. And they are so afraid that if we embrace this new thing coming, I'm not going to be in this position again. They are going to bring more competent people to take over. So I'm lucky to be a minister or a parliamentarian when I don't have the qualifications, when I don't even know what I'm doing there. I just
Marjorie, when I'm even talking about us coming together, I'm not even thinking about those people. I'm
just using that. No, I'm using that as an example.
Okay.
Just
all right.
So the problem now is that with us, Ambazonians, we have many of us have been able to rally people around us, and we are the head of our own little organization. And so people are so afraid that if we come together, they might minimize them. They will. I don't have many people. If there were to be a vote, maybe somebody who has more people will become the president, and I will not. Maybe this person will have some authority over me, and I'm looking out for myself. I feel that people are looking out for themselves instead of looking out for the people. This is the people's fight. The people who are on the ground are the ones suffering. It is not for us. How many people here are going to be willing to go home and work with the people back home? It is a selfish thing that I think that is bothering us, that people want to be seen. Everybody's voice, everybody wants their voice to be heard. We used to have a governing council, and I think that was the best thing that happened, because we had every leader as an entity, and they came together and discussed. If we can please my people, please forget of our own personal egos and think of what we had, and let's come back with that model where it is not like anybody is taking away your power or for you to lead your people. We are coming for a purpose. We know what we want to have, and let everybody bring in what they have to offer. Let us sit together at a round table, not a long table where there's a head and a tail. Let's sit at a round table so that even those people who have 5,000 people on their team, and the people who have 10,000, and the people who have 1,000 or 100, as long as you're a leader, as long as you are a leader, you will be given a voice. Please let us come and sit at a round table. And as I said, the importance of a round table is that there's not going to be a head. There's not going to be a person who is going to lead. We will come and put our resources, our knowledge. There's no one person who knows more than everybody. But when we come together, we bring all our ideas, we work little by little, then we can beat La Republique, because La Republique keeps saying that, oh, you're asking us to negotiate. Who am I going to negotiate with? These people are not united. No, we can come together. But what I'm saying, we are not asking people to take off their cloak. You are a leader in your own organization. But as an Ambazonian, let's have a body. Something, whatever name they call it. But I always go back to the governing council, because that is something that people can understand. It's something that we did before. If we have everybody on the table, and then people bring the ideas, we are working with ideas, not with individuals. Regardless of how many people you have, let's talk like brothers and sisters. Let's come up with ideas how we want to build our own country. We'll have a united front. Then we can sit now with La Republique on the table and that's what we want.
Yeah, like you rightly said there, Mamaji, I think the main issue here is when people are not willing to be selfless in their sacrifice for this struggle. When people put their self-interest ahead of the interest of the people or the country or the nation, that is when your own priorities are not aligned with the priorities of the nation of Ambazonia. That is what happens. That is exactly the problem. Because when somebody says, that is how our people are being treated. But when somebody looks at that and says, no, it must be me to Boya. I am the only one. It has to be me. And you see our people being molested like this, treated like this every day. And these people are not willing to say, okay, maybe I should allow my own self-interest to go below the interest of the nation, making sure that we are fighting for Ambazonia, not for some personal or some leader, some say, oh, God-ordained leader. That's what some people call themselves, God-ordained leader. And you see our people going through such torments every day, and it doesn't mean a damn thing to these people. It doesn't mean a damn thing to them. When you tell them, come and let's sit down and see how we can put our heads together, put our resources together, they say, okay, if we have to come and sit down and talk, you have to align, you have to stand behind me. I must be at the head. Then you stand under me. That is the main problem there. So I don't know, Chairman Patrick, is the diagnosis here wrong? Is the problem not that of us not being true patriots, or at least those who have, most of those who have risen to the level of leadership are not true patriots? You see what they are doing here? They go into a community, they are harassing people, they are eating whatever they're eating there, and making fun of us. And then you find people even in that very community betraying their own brothers and sisters to these invading criminals. Most of these guys are prisoners that have been taken from the prisons and sent to our homeland. But let's not get off of the topic. Chairman Patrick, what is
I think Chairman Mike, you are
the fact that we have not been able to come together? What is at the base of this problem?
Chairman Mike, I think you are exactly on point, based on the fact that people are not selfless in this revolution. I think we've gotten to that point where every single Ambazonia who was determined and who is still determined to see that we prosecute this revolution to the end, to reflect on what they have all done and ask themselves, what can I give up in order for us to go to the finish line of this struggle? People should not think that if you are not a leader, you are not a non-Ambazonia. At the end of the day, if we stay divided, we add more time to the final destination. But the moment we come together, we are going to get to Boya at the fastest possible time. Look at what is going on. We've heard from somebody like Thibault Nash so many times talking about Ambazonians must unite. And I would tell you, I've seen 2 or 3 important get together organized by international community, calling all the leaders to come. These are people who are not being paid. We don't even have the money to pay for a lobbyist. But these guys are doing things that La Republic is paying billions to lobbyists in this country to do for them. They are telling us, you guys come together, let's talk as one person so that we can be able to move this at a faster pace to get to the final destination, but nobody is coming. So at this point, we have to start looking. The Ambazonian people should be asking questions as to who is really a revolutionary, what are they trying to accomplish, what do they want to do. If you see the way La Republic is doing to our people on the ground, and you do not want to be selfless, say, I want to move this revolution to the final stop, then you are not for this revolution. I don't want any position. That's the mentality everybody should have. I want to see us get there faster than we have ever thought. We can do this. We can really do this. If everybody is willing to come back and reconcile, forgive each other. We know there have been so many wounds that have been created. We know there are people who have been insulted, but understand that if you do not forget and forgive sometime, you are not going anywhere, because you are going to be carrying a big load on your head, which is going to weigh you down, create anger in you, that you will not even look at your brother or sister and say, we are fighting this together. And talking about this, I would say, if anybody sitting out here get up energy and call a fighter on the ground and say, go and take over this camp or go and take over these other fighters, you are not for this revolution, because every single fighter in this revolution who is fighting for Ambazonia is very, very important. It doesn't matter who they are fighting for and who they are fighting with. They are very important because they are doing their own little part to move the steps forward to the final destination of this.
John Patrick, we have seen several initiatives that were attempts at bringing Ambazonians together. Of course, it started with the Swiss initiative, where some members bought into the idea, and they were sitting there and trying to negotiate, waiting for La Republic Cameroon to show up for the supposed negotiation, or at least they were being prepared for the negotiation. And not everybody was in there. Some people decided to back out of it, and then came to Canada, and some people rushed to Canada without the necessary preparations, and again, the effort did not quite materialize into anything, because again, the problem was some members thought that they had to lead the initiative, and they were choosing those who had to be there, and so on. And then that initiative failed. Then since then, we have had these attempts at holding conferences. We've had AAC, we have had Unity Conference, we have had the other conferences planned, but none of them has really materialized. And when you look at the problem that has plagued these attempts at coming together, it is the fact that some people feel that if there is a coming together, it has to be, they have to be at the helm of the organization. It has to be something that they are spearheading, or the idea has to come from them. So when some other person proposes the idea, they tend to reject it and they don't want to be part of it. But there have also been the call for all these ideas, all these conferences that were supposed to be held, to come together and hold one conference so that everybody comes together and the planning is done together so that nobody will have any reason to feel left out. But some people who still have this tendency that if there's a coming together, they should be the ones deciding or dictating how things are done. They don't feel comfortable about this idea, despite the fact that this seems to be the most democratic way of bringing Ambazonians together. So, Mama G, you know a little bit about these efforts, these initiatives. You have been part of some of them, and they have not quite materialized just because Ambazonians have a tendency of coming into meetings with personal agendas and projects which they want to push through. So how do we break this vicious cycle to get to a point where Ambazonians are willing to simply come into a room and meet their fellow comrades with an open mind, ready to present their ideas for how Ambazonians can truly collaborate for the sole purpose of liberating Ambazonia, not exalting any single individual, which is the problem we have had all this while, because people come into an initiative with the sole purpose of exalting themselves to the helm of that initiative. They are not there to contribute their ideas to the liberation of their homeland, but to see if they can be exalted to the helm of that initiative. How do we overcome this vicious cycle that is causing us to lose many more people on the ground?
Chairman Mike, this is a difficult thing, but it's something that is doable. All these things that we are saying today, we started by explaining, showing the people who are being killed, or showing the boys fighting so hard. We talked about the preachers. These are the things that go to appeal to people's conscience. Let your conscience be your judge. You see people suffering on the ground. You see what is happening. You have your eyes on the prize. We all know what we want. So let me take this opportunity to appeal to all the groups. Nobody wants you to lose your group. How important you are to your group is for you and the members of your group. We just need to sit, like I have said, at a round table, like we had the governing council, where every individual is important. Can we please accept to do that? I will be calling on some leaders and begging them that we should have a conference, a unity conference, where we are going to have everybody sit around and bring their ideas. If it means 2 people from opposite side meeting before, then we bring in more people. Immediately we can put a small group together. We will start meeting so that others can see that it is not something to take away your status. It is to bring everybody together. The more people we can bring together, the more it's going to be better for us, because we can go now to La Republique or to any international organization that is willing to assist us and say, yes, here we are. We have a group we have members of all the Ambazonian groups ready to sit and talk with you. We can at least decide what we want before we go to La Republique. We cannot just go to La Republique. You are going with your own agenda. This group is going with their own agenda. We need to have a unity conference. We need to come together and decide what it is that is going to be suitable for all of us. It is not for your group, because if your group, like I keep telling people, if anybody wins, if somebody decides that it's my own group and nobody else which is going to win, when you get when we get that independence, there is no way, there's no mechanism you're going to have to keep away the others. Everybody will come. Why do you want to suffer yourself for something that everybody will eventually benefit? There's no way you can do it that is going to be exclusively you and your own group who are going to benefit. So please, I'm begging on our people, the leaders of all the groups, please let us come together and see what is a common, to the commonality that we have, the benefit that is going to have everybody. When we have come together, then we can start having politics, whether it's we become different political groups, and then we go out and campaign and people vote for us. It's not going to be, I don't think that after all this enlightenment that we have here, we are going to think that we will rush in and become president and rule over people. No, you're going to
that is the challenge right there, Margaret. We are wishing that everybody can be as simplistic and as patriotic. But there are people who have put it in their minds that if Ambazonia has to be free, it has to be free with them as president. You know them. We are not here to call names, but there are people who have it in their minds that if Ambazonia has to be free, it has to be free with them as the leaders. If they are not a leader, then the people must suffer. Then how different are you from the refugee Cameroon? How different are you? Because we have seen all these initiatives, and there are people right now who are saying, "Oh, we have this collaborative platform. Just come and let's just come and join us." But you ask them, "But what are the modalities for coming together? What rules have you put in place for this coming together? We are coming together towards what purpose?" And you cannot understand. And you say, "Okay, let's open the door and allow people to come in, and we sit down and decide on the modalities of the conference, how the conference will be run." Because, fellow ambassadors, when we talk of modalities, those are the rules that will guide the conference. If you have the wrong rules for the conference, the outcome will not be right. So in order for people to participate in the conference, they need to be part of drawing up the rules of the conference, how the conference will be run, what outcomes are anticipated at the end of the conference. The people taking part should be part of drawing up those modalities. You can't just sit there and draw up your modalities and they just say, come and join us. You have already decided on what direction you are going on your journey and telling somebody to come and join you when that person does not know. And these people give the false impression that others are not willing to join them, but that is not the truth. So the thing is, first of all, for people to humble themselves. No one should start seeing themselves as the Ambazonian leader. We don't have any leader for Ambazonia yet. We just have revolutionary leaders who are fighting to make sure that we free our homeland. Then the Ambazonian people will choose who their leader is. That is the way it ought to be. We should not get to Boya with a pre-made leader, with a ready-made leader. That is not the way it's supposed to be. When we get to Boya, the people will choose who their leader is. Chairman Patrick, am I saying it wrong? Isn't that the way it's supposed to be? I don't know if Chairman Patrick is there. If not, maybe Chairman Patrick may be a bit distracted. Okay, he's back now. I think your audio is off.
Can you hear me?
Yes, good. The 5 on 5.
All right. So that is exactly what all the leaders of Ambazonia should have had in their minds from the onset when they started this revolution, because at the end of the day, we are those who are living out of the country, living abroad, should already have something to do with their lives. They are all professional. They should all be professionals. They should all have a livelihood that is maybe 10 or 15 or 20% better than those who are living in that country. So the reason for this revolution is for all the Ambazonians out here to help, who call themselves leaders, to help those who are back there regain this independence. And we are just advisors to say, this is how we are supposed to move on. The people on the ground, how many people are out of the country? We are maybe like 2% or 3%. The population is down there. They will decide who they think can lead Ambazonia, and if the leader thinks some of the diaspora leaders or those who are in their diaspora can come out and bring some of their knowledge into Ambazonia, that is how it's supposed to work. But those who think they want to fight the revolution to the end and become ministers and become president in Ambazonia, that is the reason that they are destroying what we are fighting for, because they are now trying to stand on the way of any unity, anything that is going to make them reduce the power or the influence that they have over some of their surrogates. But I would say at the end of the day, every Ambazonia is going to come together one way or the other. When people now speak to Ambazonia, the only thing every Ambazonia should be listening to is, that guy have said so many times, I'm just a messenger. If you are knowledgeable enough, you should be asking yourself, but who is this guy being a messenger for? This guy is being sent. He is more of like a consultant. He's not asking for a dime from the Amazonian people. But you hear him every day coming to help us, educate us. He goes to all the Ambazonian platforms to talk to Ambazonians. Everybody should be picking up the language of diplomats, which is telling us that the international community wants to help you, but they do not want to help you to go start another Somalia-style government where we'll get down there and everybody want to be a leader. Look at what is going on in Sudan today. These are the people who kicked out a dictator. They put a small transitional government that was led by a civilian. They still kick him out. But they were the two top generals, which were something like the B and the regular military in Sudan. But when they got there, they've taken power. They agreed that they were going to have a shared government until they do the transition. Now, because of the ego, they are all fighting. Who is losing? The population is all running away. People are leaving Sudan in droves. So let La Republique learn from what is going on in Sudan, because I even read an article maybe last week from a foreign institute article about what is going on in Sudan will repeat itself in La Republique, because when Ambazonia is gone, 2 or 3 generals within the Ambazonian structure will want to share that piece of garbage that they call a country. And that is how they're going to be fighting. South Sudan is now a country, even though they are struggling to keep their acts together, but they are a little bit peaceful. They have all come together, realize that our country will be better off if we are not fighting. But look at South Sudan, the other part of Sudan, they are fighting, killing every other. The country is going to be in ruin. Even if tomorrow...
I think General Party, what you're saying there, one other thing that I want us to take a look at is that the reason why we seem to find it so difficult to do what is right for our country is our lack of understanding of what leadership is all about. There's a fundamental difference in our understanding of who a leader is on the African continent as compared to the Western world. Because you look at the Western world, every leader who comes in is trying to do something to leave a legacy for himself when he leaves power. He's trying to do something that to say when he leaves, the people should say, this is what this president did. But it is not the same with us. It is not the same with us. It's not the same with us. Because you look at the way Paul Biya is there, he doesn't care about the legacy he's going to leave behind. He doesn't care. Look at the other dictators, Sassou Nguesso or the other dictators around. They don't care about the legacy. They just want to be there. You have people are cursing you every day. You don't care. You don't care about the suffering of your people. But look at in the West, even the world leader wants to show that I did this. I did this. This is what I was able to accomplish. I was able to give healthcare to my people. I was able to make the economy. The economy was this good when I left office. That is what other leaders strive to do. Our leaders don't do that, and that is the problem we have. And until we start having a better understanding, people like the Sankaras and the Patrice Lumumbas and Nelson Mandelas and Martin Luther Kings and others, they are very rare, far apart, and you don't come. The John Magufulis, you don't find them too many these days. But there are a few still out there. But most, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, do not understand what it means to be a leader. Many people think that in order to be a leader, it means you have to be there and people worship you and adore you and praise you for every little thing that you do, and that nobody can challenge you. That is what they think. So I don't know how we start by educating. How do we educate our people to get out of this market? How do we educate our people? We are coming to the end of the program, but how do we educate our people to understand that? And our civilians are not different anyway. They think that when somebody is a leader, you have to bow down and worship them. That is not what it is supposed to be. A leader is not someone you just have to worship and accept everything they do. So how do we enlighten our people to understand this?
Well, everybody is talking. I'm happy that there are a few African leaders who are speaking out and talking about what Africa should be, how we should stand on our own, telling the West that they cannot continue to control us. If we can learn from that, if we can continue to listen, if these people are talking and we are listening, it should make an impression on us. We are also going to appeal to our own people. We are going to ask our people that let us come together. Unity is strength. There's a saying that unity is strength. If we agree to that, we have to explain to our people that we want to be collaborating. We are not going to take the power and give it to one person. It is a collaborative platform. It's a collaborative work. It is what we have experienced. We tried it before, and that's my anger, because we had the kind of government in this Ambazonia that we had all the groups standing on their own feet, identifying themselves and working, and everybody was able to express what it is that they could do. People took responsibilities based on their ability. So when there was a governing council, there was not this problem. I don't know how that system was switched to this government that we are in today that is causing all these problems. If we can appeal to our people and say the governing council works, people are really talking about it. That was a collaborative platform, that everybody came with their own strength, with their own ideas, and those ideas were placed on the table, and then people did work based on that. Please, if we can just work on that, if we can listen, there are so many examples of things that are working. that we see how African leaders now are saying, I may be good for my own country, but me alone, I cannot do anything. Let the Africans join. Let's have an African unity. If African leaders are asking for African unity, why can Ambazonian leaders not ask for unity? The kind of unity that means we are collaborating with each other, but we are not giving away our powers. When the time comes for power, whether we decide to share power, whether we decide to do an election, whatever we do at that time, we will never get to that point where you will show your ability if we sit here and continue to fight, to be individualistic, to say that my own opinions, my own ideas are they are superior to everyone else's, and therefore I cannot listen to anybody. That's a mistake that we are doing, that our forefathers have done, and our forefathers have realized that. Our leaders today have realized that, and they are coming together. Why can we Ambazonians not learn from what is happening in the African continent today? So please, I'm appealing to all the leaders that you need to work with us. We need to work together for unity. And this unity is a unity of purpose, that we know what it is that we want to do. And therefore, we have to start collaborating. We have to have a conference. We can have little conferences and people come up with ideas that when we have a big conference, this is what we are going to discuss. So we bring all these things and bring these things so then we can have an agenda. We can have an agenda where when we go to the final meeting, we put it and everybody will feel comfortable that their voices count, that their voices were heard. We need every voice. It doesn't matter whether you have 2 people behind you or you have 1 million people behind you. The important thing are ideas. We cannot go against La Republique without putting our ideas on the table, without putting them together. We need to collaborate with each other. Please, let us work towards that.
Oh, thank you. G. I hope that those that matter are listening. If we could just put aside our egos, our pet projects, and just project Ambazonia first, put Ambazonia up on a platform, and so everyone would be looking at Ambazonia instead of looking at their pet project. If we can do that, I think coming together and working together, making sure that we achieve this freedom is very, very doable. It is very doable. The only thing that is keeping us or slowing us down is the fact that we are not working together. So again, I would like to pass to get Chairman Patrick's own last word there, and then we'll see. That should be it for the day. Chairman Patrick, your own last word, please.
Well, thank you so much, Comrade Mike. I know I was a little distracted. I'm still at work. I should be getting out here in a few minutes. But
it's understood. It's understood.
I would tell you, this is the moment for every so-called stakeholder in Ambazonia to pick up their phone. It's not an expectation for any single individual to do it. If you have that open mind, let's call each other. Let's reflect on what we want to accomplish. Tell your brother, tell the other leader, this is the moment for us to sit in the same room and set the foundation for this country that we want to build. We cannot have this level of ego and expect to build a country that is not going to be corrupt, or build a country and bring people around us that will want to use us as the scapegoat and become like what we're seeing in La Republique. The so-called president of La Republique doesn't have any clue what is going on in that country today. But the people around him are getting what they want. The people are making sure the war continues so that the budget that they are using for the war is going to finance whatever project they have for themselves, but they are not thinking about the average people. That is why they are using these ignorant people, ignorant young people from the southeast and every part of La Republique, telling them, go and kill those rats, go and kill those animals in the southern part of Cameroon. This is the moment every Ambazonian should call, pick up the phone and call your brother and say it's time for us to get together. We need to collaborate. We need to forget about some of the mistakes that we've done. Because sometimes when you make a mistake and you realize that was a mistake and you do not make any changes, then you are going to do the same thing. So it's the moment, it's now. Every Ambazonia, look at what is going on the ground, look at your brother, look at your relatives, look at the killing going on in our land, and ask yourself, what can I do personally to make sure we all get together and move this revolution forward? We can do it. When you say sorry to somebody, it makes you stronger, not weaker. When you say, I'm not going to be the leader, but I will support you to be the best leader ever, you are stronger, you are not making yourself weak. So let's learn to be selfless individuals in this revolution going forward. Thank you so much, Comrade Mike, and thank you, Mama G. We have a fight ahead of us, and we can do it. Let's all put our heads together and take care of this.
Oh, thank you again, Chairman Patrick, and thank you, Mama G, for coming on. I hope that Ambazonians have been able to benefit from the information we have put forth today, and we will continue to do so in the days ahead. We cannot relent. But first, let me say this with regards to collaboration. As we have already explained here, the only thing that is standing in the way of true collaboration is when people put their self-interest ahead of the interest of the nation. If you truly love Ambazonia, I don't see why you would insist that in order for us to come together, that you must be the leader. We have even said that we are not asking anybody to do away with their organization. Keep your organization. But let us come together and meet in a room and decide how each organization will contribute to this collaborative effort so that we can all succeed. But we must also understand that if there's anybody out there who thinks that he or she single-handedly will emerge as a champion to lead Ambazonia to freedom, it's not going to happen. There's nobody out there that can see. We have to work together. We have to collaborate if we have to succeed. It is not about an individual. It is about Ambazonia. If we do what is right, this journey can be very much shortened. There is an impending doom in La Republique of Cameroon, and that's a golden opportunity for us to achieve our freedom. But we must be ready when the moment arises. We must be prepared. And by being prepared means we have to start planning now or yesterday. We don't have to wait for it to happen. Then we start scratching our heads and wondering what to do. We have to be ready for the moment. So when it arrives, when it comes, we should be ready to take advantage of it. And we have heard La Republique send some very false information out there that we are not interested in educating our children, which is of course a lie. We have simply said that we are not interested in having our children indoctrinated anymore. We are not willing to have our children confused, given information that has no benefit to them. So we want a country where students actually go to school to learn and not to be indoctrinated, because that's what we're seeing all over the place. Where children go to school to actually learn, not to be indoctrinated or confused with some false material. where students actually learn our own history instead of the history of some foreign countries when they don't even have a clue about their own history. Where teachers are proud to be teachers because they will be treated with dignity and properly compensated for their services. Where the school curriculum will be drawn by Ambazonians and not some foreigners who have no interest in seeing our children succeed. And where the curriculum reflects our current trends, needs, and challenges, where schools are built to be conducive environments for learning. That is what we want for our children, not the quagmire, the chaos that we see out there. We saw recently in one school up in the northern zone where military men went into a school and were beating up children. Beating up children. I think one died or had a fractured spinal cord or something. This is not what we want. So we want the best for our children. And what La Republic is giving us is not the best. It is not the best. So fellow Ambazonians, I'm happy that you were able to join us today. And for those who were not able to join, I'm sure they will have time to watch the show later. So just continue sharing the link, and those who so others can have access to watch it as well. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot stop without again thanking the Bull Unity Warriors for a job well done, great job, General Bonyo. We appreciate the efforts you people are making, and we will continue to reach out to assist you and providing the resources that you need to continue giving such spectacular results. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say, take good care of yourselves and each other, and I will see you again next week. The War Zone is out.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, good night for those of you tuning in from the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, from the diaspora, and from the continent USA, including Canada, and of course, South America. Thank you for tuning in tonight. I bring to you very, very exciting developments coming to you from the struggle that La Republique du Cameroon brought upon us. As usual, I will be taking your phone calls tonight, and we'll also shall be discussing the heightened level of killings that La Republique du Cameroon has unleashed on the ground on our people, particularly the people of Boyo and Big Babanki. We will also be taking a look at revelations coming from the Cameroon Senate in Yaoundé about or against yours truly. I will bring that narrative to you, and of course many other things to bring to you tonight. As usual, I would like you to please go ahead, hit your share button rapidly as you join. Please hit your share button rapidly before I bring to you these headlines. Please do so. Don't touch your remote. I will be right back. Once more, good evening and welcome to the broadcast tonight. News talk tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I like you as you join to again, as usual. Hit your share button. Hit your share button. Let us quickly populate the platform. Let everybody out there join the broadcast. Let me bring to you updates of what is happening in the Ambazonian struggle for self-actualization, for independence. So please go ahead and hit your share button. I can tell that the numbers are definitely jumping, not yet to my liking anyways, but please go ahead and hit your share button. I would like to start this broadcast by thanking all of you who showed up yesterday to participate in the Boyo Drive. Many of you came out yesterday, put in your widow's mite, and I want to appreciate you because This war is not going to take the majority of us, majority of Ambazonians, for it to be actual, for independence to be actualized. It will take the minority, the few of you out there who still believe in freedom and a free country of your own. And so those of you who came out yesterday fall within that category, and you did your best. You did your best. Just before the draft of yesterday, we were able to send out from the interim government some funds to assist the Boyo ARF, who have been battling with the colonial forces in their county from La République du Cameroon. But again, when we called for the draft of yesterday, you came out in your numbers. You came out in your numbers to support the people of Boyo County, but most especially the restoration fighters in Boyo County. Of noteworthiness was the fact that the general in Boyo, in spite of the pressure on him and the fighters over there, was able to show up at the draft yesterday to say thank you to Ambazonians for supporting them and for standing with them. He was able to be part of the draft yesterday. Here at the interim government, ladies and gentlemen, we don't believe in propaganda. We don't believe in inflating figures. We do not come out to tell you that we raise $120,000 when we raise $12,000. We are not in that habit. We'll never be in that habit, because if we are in the habit of doing that, as some people are doing out there, the next thing you will start asking us is, what are you doing with all the money? Show us what the money is doing. So we will not be in the habit of coming to you to say, we raised 120,000, 150,000, whereas we raised 15,000. But I want to appreciate everyone who came out yesterday to chip in to Boyo's draft. We came up with a little over $12,000 for Boyo County alone. Now, this draft started a few months ago. We drafted Mezam, we drafted Momo, we drafted Lebialem, we drafted Manu, we drafted Boyo yesterday, and the rest of the counties will be coming up soon. But you showed up yesterday to stand with the people of Boyo, and I must say, on behalf of the interim government, thank you so very much for showing up for Boyo yesterday. We hope that as the world rages on, we will see the need, in spite of the pressure upon all of us, to come out, to continue to come out to support these drafts. We will be moving to Fako, to Meme, to Indian, to Menchum, to Donga Mantum, to Bue in the days, weeks, and months ahead. And we really trust that you will continue to stand with the fighters. We urge the Boyo County executive yesterday to make sure that every dime that enters their hands gets onto the hands of those in the front lines, sacrificing with their lives. And we believe that they are going to do so. I promise, taking over this interim government, we are going to do everything that we can to make sure that boys in the front lines get what they need to prosecute the war. And I think everyone believes that Boyo is a place of necessity and urgency of funds now, considering what is going on there, which we shall be talking about later in the course of this broadcast. Once more, I say thank you for that. Now to another very touching subject here, ladies and gentlemen. I am talking about the death by accident of Comrade Intumfoin's, Bo Herbert's wife, Saturday morning. Comrade Bo, we here at the interim government are deeply saddened to have heard about the tragic loss of your beloved wife in the ghastly accident last Saturday morning. Our hearts aches for you And I can only imagine the immense grief and pain you are going through during this incredible, difficult time. Losing someone you love is an experience that words cannot adequately express. Your wife's untimely departure from this world is a profound loss, and the void left behind is undoubtedly overwhelming. Please know that you are not alone in your sorrows. You have the support and the love of your family, your friends, and all in this independence crusade for Ambazonia. Your wife was a remarkable person who touched the lives of many. Her kindness, warmth, and beautiful spirit will always be remembered by those who had the privilege of knowing her. She brought joy and love to your life and your children's, and her absence will be deeply felt by everyone. While it may be challenging to find solace in this moment, I hope you can find some comfort in the cherished memories you shared with your wife. Hold on to those precious moments as a reminder of the love and happiness you both experienced together. Know that your wife's memories will always be with you, guiding you through the darkest of days. Please, Comrade Bo, Tumfoin Bo, please accept our deepest condolences. We are here before you. We are here for you. And if there is anything Ambazonians can do to lighten the burden of your grief, please do not hesitate. Do not hesitate to reach out. May you find strength, courage, and peace during this painful time. God bless you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I will now take you to another subject before I bring you my panel tonight. I will be joined tonight by the one and only Mark Barretta, the Vice President, Comrade Ingeni, and Comrade SOS Fidelis Atienjo. But before I get there, I'd like to quickly take care of a subject which has been very controversial and misleading out there, especially to the Ambazonian refugee community. I want to put this issue at rest. We have learned that Ambazonians from ground zero are trooping to refugee camps in Nigeria, in Ghana, West and Central Africa as a whole, are registering for refugee status in order to gain settlement to the USA. The refugees have been told that the American government has instructed families in the USA to come together, form alliances, and use them in sponsoring their families who are refugees into the USA. Why I come to you explaining to you that that information is not very accurate. My main goal of bringing this information to you is so that you do not fall into a scam. You do not fall into a scam, as we have learned that thousands of people are leaving Ambazonia and French Cameroon into refugee camps in West and Central Africa, registering for refugee status so that eventually they can gain refugee settlement or resettlement into the USA. Is the US government resettling refugees? The question the answer is yes. America has always resettled refugees to America. I benefited from that program in 19 I think 1994, to be here in the USA. I benefited from the U.S. refugee program to be here in the USA in 1994 as a refugee in Nigeria. So this is not a new program that is going on. It's a program that has always existed for political refugees who fear returning to their homeland, who fear persecution and torture or death returning to their homeland. So get this right. The U.S. refugee resettlement program has always been there. Many countries going through war have benefited from it. You have the Congolese, Liberians, Sierra Leoneans, so many others. They benefited from that program to come to the USA. But the next question is the U.S. government asking families in the USA to come together, sponsor their families in refugee camps to the USA? The answer is no. The U.S. government is not doing that. Is there a program like that? The answer is yes. There is a program like that. However, that program hasn't taken off yet, and there is no date and time in which that program will take off. There is no time, no date that has been stipulated for the program to take off. I sent out an audio message earlier, I think about a week ago, trying to explain this to you. If you want to get details, you need details into that program. What you need to do is go to their website. There is an organization, Welcome Corps. Again, that organization is called Welcome Corps. Welcome is spelled WELCOMECORPS. And their website is welcomecorps.com. No, it's .org. welcomecorps.org. You go to this website, you will read all the details concerning this program. What the program states is this: the American Welcome Corps is an organization that the American government subcontracts refugee resettlement to. So once the American government has interviewed and qualified anybody as a refugee to be resettled to the USA, the American government now hands over that resettlement process to this organization called Welcome Corps. Again, their website is welcomecorps.org. So the American government hands over the resettlement process into the hands of this organization. It is this organization that would then have to resettle the refugees with funds provided them by the American government. So recently, the American government came up with this program through American Welcome Corps, that families who are in the USA can come together, organize themselves into a team, a group, and sponsor the resettlement of refugees into the USA. Now, that sponsoring of refugees into the USA does not mean that these groups of families can then pick their brothers or their sisters who are in refugee camps, sponsor them, and bring to the USA. No, that is not what it is, at least not for now. What it is for now is Welcome Corps is working with families who are humanitarian enough to want to support anybody. The refugees that these groups or families may want to support may come from Iran, may come from Afghanistan, may come from Iraq, may come from any part of the world. And the rule that these groups of families has to perform is to make sure that they assist the refugees on their arrival in the USA. by helping their children get to school, by helping them get jobs, by maybe providing food for them and other social things other social amenities that the researcher families would need while arriving in the USA. That is their rule, at least for now. At the moment, that is what they are doing. Again, go to welcomecorps.org and you will read all the details about this. Now, the statement on the website states that there is a second part to this program. Now, when that second part is here, is active or activated, families will be allowed to come together and look for particular individuals they want and get them, sponsor them, resettle in the USA. I believe this is the part that many people are misinformed about. That is what that section states. Now, that part of the program hasn't started yet. If you read on the website, it tells you, yes, that part of the program is there, but they don't know when it is going to be officiated. So there is nothing at the moment linking families in the USA, resettling other families from refugee settlements anywhere in the world. I am saying this so that, because we have learned of people spending millions in the hands of some opportunists who are telling the people, if you just pay this amount of money, or we are going to get your family into the USA, we're going to get your family resettled into the USA. And so people are trooping from AMBAZONIA and French Cameroon into these refugee camps, paying fabulous sums of money, hoping that they gain resettlement into the USA. Please do not let your family waste any money trying to get resettlement to the USA. And by the way, if you are a refugee, resettlement to the USA doesn't have to cost you a dime. Again, listen to me. If you are a refugee, resettlement to the USA or any other country in that matter shouldn't cost you a dime. Is a free program. All you need to qualify for resettlement to the USA is, number one, refugee status. You must have a refugee status in any country, either Nigeria, Ghana, anywhere in the world except Europe. I think Eastern Europe is not part of that. But if you are in Central, Western Europe, you are not qualified. Eastern Europe, yes. The Middle East, yes. I'm talking about Iraq, Iran, and all those war-torn countries. Now, if you are in any of these places, you are qualified to apply for refugee status. Now, you don't have to be in Indonesia or Iran or China and apply for refugee status and go to Nigeria or West Africa to apply for refugee status. If you want to do so, nothing wrong with that, but you can apply for refugee status wherever that you can, if you can prove that status. So number one, you need your refugee status and you need your refugee card. Now, the moment you have gained your refugee status, the next thing you will have to do is apply. Go to UNHCR in the country where you live, apply for resettlement status or resettlement to the USA. You will then need to go to the protection officer in that UNHCR office. Ask for the application form. You don't have to pay for that application form. It's a free form, and every protection officer's office will give you that form. And don't give them any dime, because they have no control whether you are accepted for resettlement or not. All they have to do is secure the form. You go and you fill the form. Now, do not forget, just to become a refugee can take you 1 year to be recognized as a refugee. It just depends what country you are in or seeking refugee status in. But it may take up to a year, may take 6 months, some may take 2 or 3 months. Again, it just depends which country or what country you are in. So after you secure your refugee status, the next thing for you to do is to apply for resettlement. You now go to the UNHCR Protection Officer's Office, ask for application. And what you may want to tell the protection officers to get that application is that you have your family in the USA that is ready and willing to assist you resettle to the USA. That's all you need to say. You have your family in the USA that is ready and willing to resettle you to the USA. In the moment, and when you tell them that and ask for the application form, they will give you that application form. You will fill. Now, when you fill the application form, again, there is still no guarantee. There is no guarantee at all that you will gain resettlement to the USA. When your application form is filled and submitted to UNHCR, UNHCR forwards your application to the Department of Homeland Security and Immigration in the USA. They will study your application. When they study your application, they will either accept your application or reject the application. If they reject it, they will write to you and inform you that your application has been rejected. But if they accept you, they will send you a letter through UNHCR that they are scheduling an interview for you. If they say they are scheduling an interview for you, all of you who have applied during that period will be summoned for that interview. You are not interviewed as a group, as a team. You are interviewed on family by family or individual basis. That is the process. Now, before they can grant you, before they can grant your application, 3 things would have to be done. The United States Immigration Office or the Department of Homeland Security would have been able to investigate your background. They would have been able to investigate your background. They will also do a medical checkup. They ask you to go for a medical checkup. They will also know the reason why you cannot return to your country. So they will do this background. And if you pass this background, they grant you resettlement status to the USA. Now, even at that moment, you still have nothing, zero to do. There is nothing they expect you to do. You do not need a passport for this process. The U.S. resettlement does not need your, resettlement process does not need your passport. If you are a refugee, whether you have a passport or you don't have a passport, if you pass the interview, the U.S. government or resettlement program does not require that you have any passport at all. I came to this country, I have never held a Cameroon passport, ladies and gentlemen. I have never held a Cameroon passport. I came to this country without a Cameroon passport, without a U.S. passport. But because I came here through that program. So that is how it works. If you pass their interview and their background checks and the medical exams, they sponsor your coming to the USA. At that moment, they hand your case to this organization, Welcome Corps. It is Welcome Corps that arrange for your travel to the USA. And if you have a family in the USA, Welcome Corps will work with your family so that by the time you arrive here in the USA, your family, through Welcome Corps, is ready to welcome you and help you to settle down. Again, in all of this process, ladies and gentlemen, there is no dime. There is no dime that you will have to pay. Again, there is no dime that you will have to pay. Do not fall a victim. Do not become a victim, fall a victim, 419 victim, where they ask you to pay 2 million, 3 million, 1 million, 500,000 for you to be resettled through this program. No, all that you need to do is get your refugee status. Get your refugee status. Go and apply for resettlement. Once you apply for resettlement, the American government, Homeland Security, they will send their security team to come and interview you. If you pass it, they will take you to the USA. You will not have to pay a dime. In fact, you will not pay your own ticket. The US, that program under US government does everything, pays your ticket. Even if you have 10 children in your family, they will take all of you and you will not have to pay a dime. I hope you take it really, really seriously. And one more important thing. If you have to go for an interview, make sure you have documents to prove that why you cannot return to Cameroon. You must have documents to prove why you cannot return to Cameroon. And this is one of the reasons why we are working on IDs, Ambazonian IDs here at the interim government. You have to be able to prove to the American government the reasons you cannot return to Cameroon. But also very important, when you fill your resettlement form, make sure that you keep copies, photocopy them, keep copies for yourself, because if your application is granted and you go out for an interview with the American government, the questions they will ask you will be the same questions in the application form that you filled. So if you go sit in front of them, they look at the application form, ask you the same question, you give them a different answer, they fail you. So if you are applying for a settlement, make sure that you fill the form, the application form, photocopy it, keep a copy, submit the original copy. Because it may take them 6 months or 1 year to come for that interview, and you may have forgotten whatever you put in that application form. It is important you fill the form and keep copies so that when you hear that they are coming for interview, you can go back to the application form, refresh your memories of what you put in there. I hope this makes a lot of sense to every Ambazonian out there. Do not fall victim, because this program does not require that you pay a dime out of your pocket. It doesn't require you to pay anything at all, not at all. And again, your families in the USA, there is no program now that requires them to get you resettled into the USA. There is no program. But even if that program existed, let me still explain this to you. Even if a program as such existed, you will still have to go through this process. No family in the USA will walk to the American government and say, I have refugees in Ghana or in Nigeria, and I have money to bring them to the USA. No, the US government will not accept it. Everybody will still have to go through the scrutiny of an application process, interview process, background check process. It is when you have passed through all these processes that the American government can then say, okay, you qualify to be resettled to the USA, and they will hand your names to welcome corps, and welcome corps can work with anybody to bring you to the USA. I'm hoping that it makes it is inspiring and enlightening here. I just wanted to make this case very clear so that everybody out there understands what this program is all about and not be duped by scammers. All right, when I come back in 50 seconds, I bring to you the monologue for the day and bring my guest for tonight. Stay tuned. All right, thanks for staying put, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, I bring to you my monologue for the day, and this monologue has to do with something, a development in La République du Cameroon that many of us have not been aware of. We recently got a leaked statement coming from the Ministry of coming from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee of La République du Cameroon, of a meeting they held there on July 1st and targeting yours truly. A meeting between La République du Cameroon Senate Foreign Relations Committee and the minister's delegate in charge of defense and the Commonwealth at their presidency has brought to light astonishing revelations, which I bring to you. It has unveiled the true extent of La République du Cameroon's formidable military alliance in Africa, which has remained largely unknown until now. However, what truly captivates the imagination are the explicit deliberations during the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee's meeting with the staff from their presidency, specifically targeting my person. The discussions leave no room for doubt as they urge the Defense Ministry to employ every means possible to neutralize me. Their sinister plan aims to strategically encircle the BLM and subsequently the entire AMBAZONIA with a network of military encampments. This scheme is purportedly designed to clear the path for what they audaciously term as an effective resumption of schooling in September. Summoned by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the meeting was convened with a specific focus on Bill number 210/R/S/3L, which delves into Cameroon's military collaboration with the Arab Republic of Egypt. The Senate Foreign Affairs Committee recognized the imperative and urgency of addressing the prevailing security situation and its profound impact on ongoing conflict. In the meeting, the committee deliberated on the measures that need to be taken by their defense ministry to regain control of the situation in AMBAZONIA. On July 1st, the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee issued a statement coming out of that meeting regarding the bill. And the statement contains a wealth of noteworthy information. A leaked version of the bill has provided us with valuable insights into the perspectives of Cameroonian technocrats regarding the progress they believe they have made in the war, as well as the challenges they continue to face in their encounters with AMBAZONIA fighters and AMBAZONIA's leadership. However, what is particularly striking, ladies and gentlemen, is the revelation that the leading proponents advocating for an offensive against AMBAZONIA within the Cameroonian Senate or Senate Foreign Committee is actually an AMBAZONIan himself. This individual, whom I will address as Senator Leko Akamfo Philip, is a resident of Boya and a member of the UPC party. Astonishingly, he hails from the very same county as myself, the BLM County. The leaked statement from the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee sheds light on a complex dynamic within the AMBAZONIan struggle as seen by La République du Cameroon, where individuals from within the affected region in that government are involved in advocating for actions that run counter to the aspirations of their own people. This revelation underscores the multifaceted nature of the conflict and the intricate web of interests at play in that country and in that government. While the leaked statement offers valuable insights, it also presents an opportunity to critically analyze the motives and actions of those involved. It is crucial to delve deeper into the underlying factors that drive individuals like in Senator, or they call him Senator Leko Akemfo Philip, as they navigate the complicated landscape of political affiliations and personal agendas or personal gains in that foreign country. As the details continue to emerge, it is imperative to remain vigilant in our pursuit of justice and the realization of the legitimate aspirations of the Ambazonian people. The leaked statement serves as a reminder of the complexities and challenges that lie ahead, as well as the need for a comprehensive understanding of the various actors involved in the conflict, especially in La République du Cameroon. If there is a crucial takeaway from this statement, it emphasizes the significance of one particular aspect in our approach to prosecuting this war, which necessitates its intensification. That aspect is economic sabotage. Ladies and gentlemen, economic sabotage is proving effective, and moving forward, it is imperative that every individual involved in this endeavor commit themselves wholeheartedly to take it even to greater heights. That is economic sabotage. Economic sabotage will create discord between La République du Cameroun and its creditors. It will compel them to spend beyond their means. It will force them to allocate more resources to the military rather than addressing the essential needs of their civilian population, such as infrastructure, healthcare, education, and the public sector salaries. For those within the Ambazonia population who are unable to bear arms or join the guerrilla warfare in the forest, it is important to realize that you are not without options here. You have options. La République du Cameroon's interests are pervasive, manifested through their business establishments, their business interests in our territory, their colonial installations, and the like. Just imagine the impact you could make by rendering those installations inoperable. During a discussion on the sluggish pace of development initiatives in the country due to the ongoing war in Ambazonia, Akemfo Philip, the senator representing UPC from Libialem, raised concerns. He raised concerns about insecurity and the resumption of schools, particularly in Libialem. As the leader of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, Akemfo requested the minister delegate at their presidency in charge of defense to strengthen military presence in Menji, specifically in the Fontem subdivision, to counter threats, he said, are posed by Mr. Chris Anu, a native of that village, in quote. Furthermore, Senator Akemfo emphasized that this strategy would ensure the smooth operation of the academic year in Fontem and follow up in all of Ambazonia. The Foreign Affairs Committee representative also expressed gratitude towards the Cameroon Ministry of External Relations for supporting Barrister Emmanuel in Salai, who they believe is effectively representing Cameroon's interests in the American court against separatists in quote like Chris Anu, the brother of Masha, a dangerous terrorist who was neutralized by the defense and security forces, end of quote. Again, that is coming from the Senate of La République du Cameroon. I'm quoting them there. We do not identify as separatists or terrorists. We consider ourselves liberators. History has shown that individuals who were once labeled as terrorists have gone on to become esteemed liberators and patriots. Therefore, we are not surprised by such labels. And if they believe that threats like these can dampen our hunger and pursuit for freedom, they are mistaken. Again, they are mistaken. I have expressed this sentiment before, and I will reiterate it here again. Cameroon is not my country. I would rather be in prison than be referred to as a Cameroonian citizen, particularly in its current shape. The Cameroonian campaign to militarize all of Ambazonia by establishing numerous military camps can only ignite feelings of anger, determination, and defiance within us, the independent movement. It will not compel us to surrender. It will not. We urge our people, therefore, to take heed. We have not prohibited your children from attending any school. Please, continue sending them to the same schools they have been attending for the past 2 years. Our message is clear. Our message is clear. No school in Ambazonia that is considered an establishment school or schools operated by La République du Cameroon colonial regime will operate in Ambazonia. That is not going to happen. To the Libyan in Senator called Leko Akem Philip, I say to you, sir, do not think for a second that you speak for Libyan people. You do not represent them and cannot speak for them. If you want us to believe you care for Libyan people, how about asking La République du Cameroon to withdraw their soldiers so that Libyan people, your people and their children can return home and to school? How about that, sir? How about getting some motorable trucks into Libya so that your people and their children whom you care for may get back home? How about that? How about restoring electricity in Libya so that your people, sir, do not return to darkness? How about all those hundreds of teachers your damn government in La République du Cameroon pulled out in your face in Libya? Are they back yet? Of course not. Or which reopening of schools are you referring to, sir? You remain an enabler, a blackleg, and we hope you will remain a citizen of La République du Cameroon after an independent Ambazonia. Because those who stand in the way of this independent crusade shall be made to pay. If they don't pay today, they will pay tomorrow. Again, they don't pay today, they will pay tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I am being joined by Comrade Mark Barretta. I hope he is still here. He seems frozen on the screen there. I am also being joined anyways by Comrade Atienjo, the Secretary of State for Home Social Affairs here, and the Vice President will also be joining the broadcast here. I hope that Comrade Mark Barretta hears me and get back on the set. Comrade Atienjo, sir. It's great to have you here. I'm sure you just listened to my monologue and you realize what is going on there. What do you have to say there?
Was delighted. Your monologue was a very enlightening one. It's very educative, and it stresses the need for Ambazonians to be aware of their immediate environment and what is happening around us that is kind of standing in the way of our revolution. You see, when we talk about education of our people, there is a lot of misinformation that is going out there, because I've had arguments in many places with people who are misinformed about education, and they say that this IG does not want the education of Ambazonians. This IG is against educating our brothers and sisters. We are in air-conditioned countries, living in air-conditioned homes. Our children are going to school, but we are stopping Ambazonians from going to school, which is not true. Because when people listen to the TV, they get excerpts of whatever presentation is presented here, and then they take it along and then concoct it and change it, doctor it and make it to suit their own aspirations. The IG has never said that no schools. What we are saying as IG is that schools should continue, our children should go to school, but in schools that have been existing under the community sponsorship, not schools run by La Republic, not school run by a system that has failed us. So, like the scheme that was prepared for Libialem, and I think that they wanted to conduct a pilot study in Libialem, which was intended to be expanded to other regions of the Ambazonia. I think that it's going to be a failure, because we do not want to see any La Republic agent sponsoring or going to open the doors of a school, a government school, the so-called government schools, the so-called subsidized schools, that they are doing it through other political blacklegs, because they are using these developmental associations to actually sponsor programs like this, and then they pass through them to actually gain access to our people. So these are things that we are trying to stop, and it is not a good idea for Ambazonians to sit quiet and see people like the incinerator, like the way you have actually put it out there, Leke Akemfor Philip, what he's trying to do in Libialem, and the bill that he's sponsoring in the Senate. First of all, the Senate is a dead Senate. It's the first time I'm hearing about a bill that somebody is sponsoring in Cameroon, in the Cameroonian Senate. There are people there, those are hand clappers who go there, sit there, and they deliberate on things that have been prepared by the president of the country, or who are the leading elites or the ruling elites sent to them to deliberate. It's not even deliberation, they just want their endorsement. And that's what we call window dressing. So it's not a functional Senate. Even the parliament, they are not functional, because these are people who do not have any kneecap to sponsor a bill that might challenge the ambitions of the government. So, yes, what I have to say here is that we Ambazonians, the IG is out for our children to be educated, but they have to. This has to take place through community-based schools. No opening of government schools to Ambazonians, because they have failed us. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, our message remains very strong to every Ambazonian parent. Again, the message is that the interim government isn't asking your children to stay home, not at all. We are asking them to stay in those schools they have been attending for the past 2 years. Wherever those schools may be, let them continue in those schools. But in rural Ambazonia, what we call the LGAs, every La Republic school, establishment school, not functioning, will remain shut down. They will remain shut down. And the restoration forces, they hear me, they will enforce it. Now, it is interesting that the Cameroon Foreign Affairs Minister of Foreign Relations, responding to the appeal of the incinerator from the BLM and his team, he responded by saying that, oh, you know, he tried to wave it aside. This is what the minister says. The minister delegate in response quickly appeased the fears of Akemfor and his committee of the havoc the separatists can cause. The minister said that, I quote, the figurehead of these separatists called Chris Ano, living in the USA, after having recently made violent threats against the populations of the Northwest and Southwest regions during a live broadcast, cannot carry out his threats because he no longer has soldiers nor devoted allies to his cause on the Cameroonian territory. End of quote. End of quote. That is coming from the Minister of Foreign Relations. What do they call it? The minister delegate in charge of foreign relations at the presidency in La République du Cameroon. Chris Ano can no longer carry out his threats because he is a figure. Now, Comrade Atienjo, let me get back to you. We hear this again and again and again and again. Yet I will come to one point that they have mentioned here, that if these separatists led by Chris Ano in the diaspora are not neutralized, schools, nothing will function. In fact, they went ahead to explain that they are shocked that the level of development infrastructure that's supposed to have happened in that country hasn't happened because of the war in Ambazonia, which is why I am praising the economic sabotage we have carried out in the past years. Now, my question is, I don't know whether you can attempt an answer here. My question is, are they really serious? If they believe we can't carry out anything, we can't do anything, why are they so worried? Why are the two cubes still standing undeserved? Try the answer, sir.
Well, what I would like to say here is that when you see people who come around and behave as if they are hypocrites, in the Bible, you know, you are a biblical scholar, you know about what the Pharisees used to do. They will select public places to pray. They will select only places where they are identified, people notice their activities to actually do things. Here, the Cameroonian government has played this game for a very long time. These are people who move around, they know that they are failing, but they do not want to take that responsibility. They don't want to take account of that responsibility that they have failed. Yes, nothing has happened. When they came up with a development plan that they were going to reconstruct Northwest and Southwest, what happened to the plan? It failed. They came with a disarmament. It failed. Now they are accusing. The reason why they are mentioning your name that you have failed is because they are afraid of that man, Chris Ano. Especially you being at the helm of this IG, they know what you are capable of doing. But the thing is that in order to push their base or soften their base, they believe that they can, when they use your name in a derogatory way and assign failure to whatever you are doing, it makes them have that fulfillment, and maybe they want to pick some few points from the population. But this thing is very clear. These people already know that they have failed or they are failing, and they know that it just takes a matter of time for things to come to fruition in Ambazonia. So to me, I say that yes, they are scared of you, they are scared of this revolution, they are scared of our boys. How come they say you don't have boys? There are boys on the ground. And why is there resistance? Since 2016, there has been resistance even up to today. Why do they move around from one place and another, killing our boys? They went to Big Babanki, killed the civilians. They went to they were in other places. They've gone to look at other places like the Gambu massacre, the Pinyin massacre. These are innocent people who were killed by this ruthless military and who ill-trained military who do not have the ability to differentiate between the innocent population or the civilian population and those that are fighting. So this is something that I would say in a nutshell that it is an act of frustration on the part of La Republique to make such silly statements like what the minister delegate made. That shows how afraid they are. That shows the fear in them. That shows how they're all shaken to the core by what Ambazonia and this IG is doing. Thank you.
Yes, actually, I will read one of the quotes coming from the Senate that laments the slow pace of development in that country, and it goes back to I think 2018. That is when the war started. They are lamenting the slow pace of development, which is why we say, hey, listen, economic sabotage is working. Now listen to what they say. Listen to what they say. They say in the leaked statement from the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee in Yaoundé, their minister delegate in charge of defense and the presidency is presented lamenting how the war in Ambazonia is seriously slowing down or has seriously slowed down development efforts in the country. And I quote, "The security crisis in the northwest and southwest regions," they say, despite the ongoing stabilization in their minds, they are having stabilization now. Despite the ongoing stabilization, is having a considerable impact on national development efforts. End of quote. Can you believe that? Who says that economic sabotage is not working, Dr. Atienjo?
It is working, and that is the reason why we have to use this tool and make sure that it works. Because when this tool works, it's going to put La Republique on their knees. So yeah, economic sabotage. We need to expand it to a level where most of these people are going to feel the pinch. First of all, we have to make sure that we ban the sale of La Republique products, especially French products in our territory. We need to make sure that timber is not exported. Those few roads that they are using right now, they need to put them or shut them down. And then they also have to make sure that, because food, just the amount of food that leaves Ambazonia to the French region is just so much that if that is stopped, and markets are encouraged within the Ambazonian population, that is going to help. So economic sabotage is something that we really need to pounce on. We need to work harder on that and make sure that there's complete obliteration of any trade deals or any economic products leaving Ambazonia to La Republique or leaving from La Republique to Ambazonia, especially when it comes to the sale of things, consumable products like beer. Those are things that we do not need their beer. We don't need their beer in Ambazonia. And this is something that has really intoxicated our population, has really put our population under that dependence that makes them to feel like if they do not take this from La Republique, then things are. So the La Republique influence within the Ambazonian territory is kind of been impacted by some of these products that live from there for the consumption of for our people to consume. So the best thing to do is economic sabotage, and we can see them lamenting because they are feeling the pinch of it. They are seeing what is happening within the Ambazonian struggle, and they see what the economic impact or sabotage has done to the economy of La Republique. La Republique has been knocking doors, international donors, doors, begging for loans. There are nowhere to be. There are no loans to them. They know that very well, that this revolution has brought them to their knees, and they should accept it and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me get to the VP, Comrade Ingini. I believe you have been following this conversation from the monologue that I presented out there, what senators in La Republic of Cameroon are trying to do and are lamenting about. Comrade Njini, can you hear me? All right.
Yes,
I'd like to get your take on this.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chris, for the monologue. I think it was a very, really deep message sent out to our people, very, very educative, and not only sensitizing the people, but awakening the minds of those who have still been thinking in the box of captivity. You know, when from the few examples and this Like man that you mentioned was standing out in his demonic zeal for La Republique and at the expense of the well-being of our people. We have quite a number of them now standing out everywhere in the different, sending out messages, videos in the southern Cameroons. And when you see the zeal upon their faces, you see it's a counterfeit mask, you know, against their own very joy, walking like slaves bound in the hands of the master or condemned for slaughter if they don't deliver the goods they have been sent for to deliver. And when I listen to a monologue, I call it a reawakening. You know, it's a message to the seated AMBAZONIANs who have stood up and who are determined for their cause, and to the ones who have been on the fence, wondering whether to stand in or come down and join the masses of their people and to say no to this carnage, wickedness of La Republique everywhere in Ambazonia. And I think the message has gone through. I really want to applaud your committed efforts for that. You know, I just, greetings to Dr. Atienjo. Thank you for the wonderful contribution so far. When we are talking about economic sabotage here, one of the things that laments the heart of La Republique is not just the food that has been leaving the southern Cameroons to the La Republique and feeding their citizens. You know, we have countries like Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, that I know, you know, the amount of food I have seen, not that I heard, that I've seen, leaving Ambazonia to go to these countries. They are helpless without the southern Cameroons. I have seen trucks upon trucks leaving southern Cameroon daily, you know, and transiting through La Republique to these countries. And they are crying in desperation. They are crying in helplessness. And I know La Republique have been harvesting so much from them economically through this foodstuff, you know, from the benefits of the southern Cameroons. And in their desperation, they can't have anything because these guys not being able to receive will not give them anything in exchange. So besides the fact that their populations are helpless in what they had benefited in the past, they're not getting now, and the coffers of La Republique getting dry and drier every day because they cannot be able to stand the cost of what they thought was the worst for Ambazonia, but which has proven otherwise for the last 7 years. They are wondering what to do. That's why they have this kind of campaigns, messengers sent out, and some of them in their, you know, zeal are trying to paint the message. Unfortunately, they have failed woefully. They are yet to see the economic sabotage. They are yet to see. That is the truth. Whoever they are. And we want to advise those who know them and those who feel that they are part of them to let them stand out, to, you know, stand out from them or stand out from them, because the wickedness they have planned, you hear, they feel it is about Comrade Chris now, who is doing whatever he's doing. Comrade Chris just communicates simple messages here, and whatever is communicated is a feedback to the resistance that has proven true for the last years from the Ambazonian restoration fighters who have stood up and who are determined. When you see the lobby of all the fake videos of people say, oh, those who have surrendered their ammunitions to the government of La Republique are standing out. How? Let them come to their senses and tell us, since when did they start this thing? How long have they been trying to paint that picture? And if it was true, Ambazonian restoration fighters doing the way they do, surrendering the way they say, and trying to paint the picture, which is a false message to the international community, could it have been that there will still be any resistance anywhere now? This is fake helpless effort of or kicks of a dying horse. Let them wait and see. This is what I could say as regards to that.
Thank you for that exclusive analysis there. One thing that we observe in about 2 weeks ago, I'm posting this to both of you there. One thing we observed in the past 2 weeks was a demonstration in AMBAZONIA, precisely in Manfe, when La République du Cameroon banned the sales of our coffee and cocoa in Nigeria. And farmers in Manu took to the streets protesting. They said in Douala, a kilogram of cocoa or coffee sells for 800 francs. But over in Nigeria, they can sell it for 1,200 francs per kilogram. I mean, look at this situation. And yet they continue to think that they are stopping the people from making more money for themselves. They prefer the people stay in there, say it, and what country does that? It's supposed to be a free market, a West African market, isn't it? How do you stop me from selling my cocoa to Mr. B if he can pay us a better price than to Mr. A? You know why? They do so because in Douala, the marketers, the buyers are francophones. Let me not put words in your mouth. Let me go to Dr. Atienjo first. Take it from there, please.
Okay, let me give an example. We heard it's not about when they were trying to build a second bridge on Wuri River, the Wuri Bridge in Douala. A French company went for the bid. A Chinese company went for the bid. The price that the Chinese company gave to the Cameroonian government was half of what the French did. But they gave the contract to the French because they could not stand the heat from the French government and the French companies. So in the same way, it applies to the fact that we have a government or a system that has always celebrated the misery of their own citizens. It is not news to me to see that they are stopping farmers from selling to who bids for highest, like the 1,200 compared to 800 francs CFA. That is completely unacceptable, and I know that should only come from a government that does not have the interest of the common man. So it's the way the government has been functioning, and it's that kind of government that seeks to appease those that are in position of influence against the common man who puts them there. First of all, there's no democracy in Cameroon where people will respect those institutions, democratic institutions, where they feel like power has been given to the people. We are in parliament, we are in the Senate because of the people. No, these are people who sit and choose who should be there and who should not be there. So there's no reason for them to have any regard for the common man who is in the base or who is at the base there. So yes, it's a very poor economic system. It's a poor economic where they take very poor economic decisions. Their judgment is flawed, and there's no reason for them to have stopped Ambazonians from selling their cocoa to Nigeria, where they will fetch more money for themselves, especially in a situation where our people have been battered by La République. They are suffering. The markets have been burned down. Hospitals have been burned down. These people need some money in order to make life possible for them to live, even though in deplorable conditions. But look at the government. Look at what they are doing, putting our people in a position where they are there begging them to sell to people that they are not comfortable to do that with, to trade with. So it's a very bad system which has really put us in a very difficult position. But guess what? Ambazonians will continue to do what is right for this revolution to get to a logical end.
Thank you, Comrade Engineer. Give us your thoughts on that last point before we go to the developments. We'll get you to give us developments from Boyo. Please go on.
I like that the information you gave out concerning the leaders of or the parents of Manu, those who stood up to be able to protest. This should be a message that should ring through the minds of Ambazonians everywhere to know that the wickedness of this La République, their regime, is a manifestation of the wickedness in their heart. Like you said, when you carry your business stuff to the market, you want to do the bidding so you can sell at the best of the price that will help you be able to secure better production and the future. Now, but you see, they try to, at all costs, want to stop the open doors of connection with those who are trying to help the little efforts of our produce. And at the end of the day, they want to corner you to the direction where they want to squeeze out and not even give you up to the amount that is being paid by other competitors. This is wickedness in its highest order. And I'm happy that the few people that stood out for that demonstration to show they are not happy and they are not ready for that kind of thing, the message should be one and should be clear that enough is enough. Never again. Never again in this deception. Never again in this manipulation. Never again in this wickedness. Never again in all that we have suffered in the ignorance of the past. There comes a time when people come to the knowledge of who they are and all they have suffered in as a frustration in the past and say enough is enough. They start up. They are going to shake off all that had been a bondage upon their life. I mean, the yokes will be broken and they have to march out freely. When you made mention of that, I remember many years, some of my friends told me something which I verified and found it was true. When this American lottery started, they didn't know La République at a certain point when they discovered the amount of people that were, getting involved, in the American lottery, finding their way out of the country. They started cheering before it became an online kind of a way forward. It was done by post, and they started discarding every post that was sent out for that. And when I'm just trying to paint this picture to say what they are doing is not something just because of the crisis now against the Southern Cameroon. It's something within their nature. They're just manifesting the reality of who they are. All that we have seen this far is a clear picture, a revelation. The wind has blown, and when it blows, you can see what has been hidden. And the international community should know, and Ambazonians who are suffering this should really come to their senses and not want to stay back behind. And something you mentioned somewhere in your communication yesterday, you call upon the Amazonians to know that this war has gone beyond the effort of it is more than just the committed effort of a few, the Ambazonian restoration fighters. Every Ambazonian should come to that maturity, to that conviction that it is time for me at one point or the other, in one way or the other, to be a part of this thing, not just watching to see or praying for it to come to pass, but being a part of it, the drive and the force and the resistance, so that we find our way through as soon as possible. Thank you. Yeah, you are muted, Comrade Chris.
All right, let's get to the subject of the heightened killings by French Cameroon soldiers in our territory. We have seen these killings both in the northern and the southern zone, but most particularly in the Boyo and Big Babanki. That has prompted some of their elite, those you would not otherwise have heard from, to go out to try to stealthily make statements about the killings. And they want something done. Or just unfortunately, they are not courageous and brave enough to go out, say it, call the names, and call the people responsible. We are talking about the killings and the burning of the palace in Big Babanki and the burning alive of the Queen Mother. And here we have this guy, Tamanjong, is it Afuakom or something like that? I like us to listen to him. Please listen to this.
Fellow countrymen, good day. I got up this morning. Who am I? Bobe Yerima Afuakom, a notable in the Com Palace. I got up this morning. I could not get out of my house. Why? Because of the recent happenings in general. Many of you have been asking since 2016 that I, as an elite in the region, why am I not talking? Why have I not come up with a song on what is going on? I want to say we used to take time. I used to take time to bring out a song, and I always bring out a song on what is going to happen if we are not careful. And all of you are aware that some of my messages which I passed 30 years ago, the things are happening today. Many of you have given me several names, prophet and all this, or what you can call me. But today I have decided to talk. Today I will be addressing the elites in our region. Today I will be addressing our fathers who are the funds of the region. Yes, I will start. You know, in our tradition, we don't ask a question to the phone. We don't ask a question to the phone. The phone talks and we answer. But this time around, I've decided to ask a question. 30 years behind, we were told that the funds are the auxiliaries of the administration. Yes, and today I must ask this question. Is it not the high time for the funds union that we have been hearing of in the Northwest region to stand up now as the auxiliary of the administration, to appeal to the administration that this cry for salvation, enough is enough. The administration should do something. Is it not the highest time? Not the highest time for we, I repeat again, for the funds union. It is true that many of you have maybe disappeared from the region and taken refuge somewhere else and abandoning even your subjects, which you're supposed to die for them. I am a notable, and I must talk today as an elite. I have been decorated by the state Knight of the National Order of Value, Knight of the Cameroon National Order of Value on my chest here. So I also have my saying to this problem today. Please, the auxiliaries of the administration, the silence have been too much. The silence is too much. Can you not break the silence now, please? Because today we don't know which palace is another target of disaster. Since I was born, I have never heard that even during the conventional war, a palace has been attacked. Since I was born. So whether it was accidentally, please, we don't know the next palace now. We don't know the next palace. It's an appeal. It's an appeal for me to what is happening. That you should break the silence. The funds union. You come up now as one and appeal as the auxiliary of the administration. Please, you cannot be an auxiliary of the administration and then you are not talking to the administration on what is going on. I'm the promoter of the culture of the region in so many ways that you people know. I talk in music and I've been talking in music. Please, the administration is waiting for you to come up to break the silence. My fear is that we don't know the next palace. We don't know the next queen mother that is going to be a victim. Yes, we don't know. So that is my appeal to you. I've decided to say it out today, that even if you people were sleeping, you should get up now. You cannot be an auxiliary of the administration and then something is happening that you don't talk to the administration. Yes, you don't talk to the administration. And nonsense people are dying, innocent people are dying, innocent men of a uniform are dying, but only the families of this one, be it at the side of the soldier or be it the innocent ones at the side of the civilian, who are not even aware of what is happening, will continue to die every day, continue to die. And we're sitting there, we're clapping our hands. We're sitting and clapping our hands. Please, I have said it. Take it serious today, because I may not talk again.
Take it serious, because I may not talk again. Prince Afua, come now. You all know that this is a guy who is known to be a lackey for the regime in Yaoundé and apologist of the regime in Yaoundé, and he comes out saying, where are the funds? Where are the chiefs? One of yours palace is burnt down, and the mother burnt down in the fire. None of you saying anything. Where are you? He is essentially indicting that institution. And it is shameful, ladies and gentlemen, that a whole palace is burnt down with a queen mother burnt in it. Not a single so-called Northern Zone fund, or they call it Northwest Fund, dares open them out. What kind of people, what kind of a country is this? VP, let me give it to you, because that guy, you know him better than I do. He is doing something that very many people did not expect to come from him.
Exactly. Thank you. And when he said, I have said it and I may not talk again, it was like saying, I don't know what they're going to do with me for risking to put up my head now. And that is the of who these guys are, the regime. You know, they are able to do anything. And he claims he has been ordained as the national word of valor and he should be able to speak out. Well, that is just to bring the point, Comrade Chris, you've been mentioned, Mejang is not in Babanki, it is in Bello local government area. It's one of the villages at the extreme ends, Belom Bingo, within the Bello local government area. That's Mejang. So it's part of the local government area where these guys invaded last Thursday by 3 a.m., the dawn of that new day. We don't know where they got their information here, and that Ambazonian restoration fighters, the warriors of Boyos, were hiding there. Unfortunately, they went there, they were not there. And the few of them, our few warriors who were out on the mission surveying the land, because what they do is they survey the land. They're really in control, and we really want to thank God for that grace and the wisdom upon their lives. So they had this confrontation with them, and they were killed. They were killed. 4 of them were shot down, and shot dead, and several of them wounded. Now, the news I got was the fact that these 4 that were shot, they didn't carry them out of that place. It's like they went and threw them somewhere around the bush, and then carried the wounded ones. When they came out of the road, they had no way, because they had walked down to that place on foot. They had to made one of the vehicles from Bingo Baptist Hospital that was transporting some patients, and they had to stop the vehicle, remove the patient, put aside, carry their wounded soldiers, away. And when they were done, they came back and done the vehicle there. Now, that is when reinforcement came. They had cried out, and La Republique regime sent in reinforcement. And now they invaded that Mejang land and the palace, trying to hunt, and they were not able to find any of our boys who had retreated. So now they raised down the palace. And unfortunately, this queen mother and another elderly woman over her 80s were in two of these houses within the palace that could not escape. And the fire raised down everything. And I just sent you the pictures. Unfortunately, it was late. You couldn't have seen them, because if you were seen, maybe you would have showed them up here. You will see the picture of this queen mother and the remains that have been roasted like a small goat somewhere. These are things that have happened everywhere in the different ends of the southern Cameroons. And we're wondering that people will still be able to stand up and talk. Like we see this guy here, his name is Tubo, Martin Tubo, and his artistic name that has painted through this year has been Prince Afocom. And they speak the way they do. He's speaking from the burden that something has been touched, because he's linked as a prince from the county of Boyo. Yeah. And those are his roots. So connected. That is what prompts him to come and talk the way he's talking. And he's crying out that I don't have the guts to talk the way I'm talking. But people who should have been talking are quiet. Where are they? Why are they not speaking? And he ends by confessing he may not talk again. That is the truth. So this is what happened there in Mejang Palace. And the situation has really been very, very terrible, because people, the rest of the neighborhood had fled away. And till now, I have not seen, not even a headline, like sometimes we used to see the agents of the Republic trying to communicate headlines in the news about it. Nothing. It is so sad. You bear witness that none of them has been able to write anything about that or say anything about that, not even the media. It is so sad, because in the world like us, we should have some media men and women who are able to stand out and speak the truth without mixing up things, without, jungling with their tongues. Speak the truth the way it is, in the transparency of effective communication. But it is lacking. So when nobody speaks, the media that is supposed to be the voice of the voiceless and the voice of the helpless, where are they? That is the truth. But on the other side, before you see, if they were to do anything, you see a caption of a news on one of the newspapers will be, the AMBA boys have raised down one of the palaces there in Boyo. Oh God, it's terrible. Let me hold it up.
Yeah, thank you. We don't have a media. We don't have a courageous media in that matter in that country. None exists. The so-called Guardian Post is not a newspaper. Most of them are not courageous enough. Dr. Atienjo, I don't know whether you know this guy, Martin, with the artist name Afuakom, because since this struggle started, we were using some of his music on our shows, and we were told that this is a very pro-La République du Cameroon activist. And for him to come out at this moment and be speaking this way, what does that really send any message to any of the elite in that part of the country?
Yes and no. I would say yes, for the fact that this touched him, just like the VP explained here. When fire might be burning in somebody's house, you know that it's somebody's house. But when the fire touches your own house, that's when you wake from sleep and then you start thinking about, oh, something bad is happening. But that is something that you could not identify with another person who is not related to you. Now that it has hit you, you come out to talk. Well, he is saying that because he's been touched. That's why I say no. Then yes, for the fact that even though he has spoken, I know that everybody who has listened to him, some of those ears are going to be ears that are going to respond positively. Some are going to respond negatively. So we don't know what information is going to be how the information is going to be processed. But I believe that at least some people will start wearing their thinking caps at this moment. One thing I would like to say here, when I was back in Cameroon many years ago, the institution of chiefs and funds has been already, polluted. Starting from the time that Bia took over, maybe that was when I was still a baby, Bia took over, when the funds themselves handed him that title of funds. That is when we lost our integrity. Our funds lost their integrity, lost their power. Because you cannot put your traditional rights, your traditional, your secrets of the tradition in the public square and just rubbish them the way they did it. Then there's something I witnessed that can explain why our funds are quiet. You know, they used to term them as auxiliary to the administration. That is what these so-called the DOs, the SDOs, the subdivisional officers used to do. That when they go to villages, they are campaigning, they are looking for food, goats, and so forth. They attribute those powers to them. That these are auxiliaries of the administration. But there's something that went underground to destroy this institution. The idea of classification of funds killed the integrity of our fundoms. Every fund was scrambling to be classified so that they could receive some kind of token at the end of every month. I saw the fund of my village cry in front of a politician who turned around and put his own fund of his own village, a small village which was not up to my village 3 times, was like 1/3 of my village. Put him on the payroll of the government and he was classified. The fund of my village cried. Saw the tears of a fawn, cried. So that is what happened. They used local politicians and put the funds in a position where they have been reduced to beggars. Most of the funds are beggars. They are poor, they are beggars, and there's nothing they can do. So they will come and pounce on them the way they want to pounce on them because they know that they are depending on the administration for classification. So that is something that's an element that has really killed that institution. And we all know that. Politicians from AMBAZONIA who are serving in La Republic, they know this. They know what is happening, what has happened to the institution of the funds. The Southwest funds, they have been corrupted. The Southwest funds have been diluted, and the Northwest funds, everything has been diluted because of this issue of classification of funds. There was no natural process for classification of funds. What happened was that they have to follow the local politicians to take their files to Yaoundé, and then they are classified, and they'll be receiving 50,000, 100,000 at the end of every month. And this was some kind of a jubilation to those that were doing that, were receiving that money. That is exactly what has killed this institution and made our funds to be beggars. Thank you.
I think there's something.
It's quite unfortunate what is going on with our traditional institutions, but that is what dictatorship does. Dictatorship brings every authority under its control, and that's what happened to our traditional institutions. Comrade Ingenie, we have here on screen the Queen Mother. We see her in her image, in her picture, and we see next to her the remains of what was left of her after she was burnt alive in her palace. What can you say, please?
Thank you, Comrade Chris, for being able to sort out that picture to let Ambazonians be able to see the reality of what has been said. Because when the messages gone out the way they are, there are some people still believe, say, no, we are not really sure, it could have just been trying to blackmail. But when you will be shocked. You'll be shocked. The first person I got, one of the so-called elite of La Republique there in Boyo County, was speaking, and then, speaking, say, the La Republique army had just gone into the palace of Mejang and done this and done that, and then burned the Queen Mother. When I got that information, I said, oh, I hope he is able to tell his master that is what the illiterate soldiers have done, because they turn around and paint another picture. That is it. I was speaking so in their forum, giving information. He said, when you hear this, I just want you to know that this is what happened, breaking this Friday morning, so that you are not distracted by whatever. This is the truth version. And I listened to that. So somebody just got it from that forum, sent it to me. And this is really sad. This is really sad. We have these pictures of this kind in many, many cases, only in Bello local government area. Not even talk about Boyo entirely, because we have seen burnings in their numbers, burning with people. Cases where, you know, the La Republique army catches two young men before their mother plus their father. They kill them and then push them into the house and burn the house over them. And it has happened like that in Bali. It has happened everywhere in the southern Cameroon. Talk about the Munyenge, talk about Kwakwa, talk about what do I not mention here? So this is the reality of what has happened. I have not been able to follow through to get information about the nature of the phone at the moment and what he has to say. But I'm trying to follow up that. As soon as I get to his words, you know, I will be able to bring it up for the people to know. But this should be a message. I really want to cry out to the phone of Boyo County, of come to be able to speak out. Yerima speaks, and at the end of the day, he said they cry for salvation. And this is a cry he had when he stood up in the early beginnings against Paul Biya, standing in for the opposition. And a few years he was co-opted. And like you hear him testify, he was already crowned, initiated and crowned to be one of the knights of whatever it is. And he cannot be able to stand through the cost now. So the right people should speak out. The phones who are supposed to be the voices of the people. In the early days, we could hear the phone come tell the colonial Dio who came and stood on the way and was lobbying. I said, he wants to meet with him. He said, how dare you come into my land and stand on the junction and calling on me to come and meet you? Unknown who we are and where you are, you know, and put him to order. But along the line, they have been manipulated by this so-called elite in their zeal of wickedness and deception. Yeah, so this is so sad.
Well, so sad indeed. If I may ask, before I get to Dr. Atienjo, what is the situation now in Boyo? We understand that the French Cameroon has increased the number of our soldiers presence on the ground. What is going on in Boyo today?
At the moment, since after this incident, our boys retreated. Have been monitoring the station, and the additional army that came in for reinforcement in this case of Mejang were added to those who are. So we have thousands of them littered everywhere in the county of Boyo, and particularly in Bello local government area, you know, which is highly affected than any of the areas of the entire county. You know, so I made mention to you a week ago when I came up for the first report that what they did when they came in, the first groups that came in, they were harassing people that they couldn't find around, women and whoever was passing around the Bello three corners, and to sweep the place, to try to clean it up, and then took them to the market that had already collapsed many years back, and trying to clean it up. And after that, they enter into the different quarters, and where anyway they met somebody with either a small stand, you know, or kiosk of little business by his house. They say you need to relocate your business to the three corners and to the market, and commanding them, telling them that if you don't do, we are going to come back here and I'm going to burn you down and everything in the name of little business. unfortunately for them, nobody could yield to their messages. So at the moment, they are still there, and they are on their own, moving up and down. But they have not been able to lay hands on any of our Ambazonian restoration fighters, the warriors of Boyo. And they will not succeed till tomorrow. So our people know already about that. And most of them who could not stand for their lives had fled. So that is the situation. We just want Ambazonians to know their focus now is in Boyo, and their mission says they want to clean and to bring back life to normal. And like you mentioned in your monologue, they are trying to gear up things towards seeing whether in September there can be schools reactivated for La Republique in the Boyo County, but that is not going to be possible. You know, before now, like you mentioned already, we have had community schools that were in some particular ends of the quarters in the land, where children would just gather among themselves, share what they are able to share, and then volunteers came up and also teach them. But now they are trying to fight against that initiative, where they know that they have no power because those were not in charge. They were being controlled by the Boyo warriors, and they follow the instructions. So they want to, as they say, they want to bring back Bello and life to normality, so that by September they should be able to announce that effective resumption of schools have been back because they have cleaned the land. It's a far-fetched effort and message which we want them to know.
Yeah, and Dr. Atienjo, this happens to be the trend that we are seeing everywhere on the ground. I mean, the trend of mass killings, we saw them in Ekona the other day. We are seeing it in the Babanki. We are seeing it in Boyo. And it appears that the message centers around, hey, we are going to get you back to school, whether you like it or not. We will get you back to school, and they are using every force they can. Could this be that message they are trying to send?
Well, yes. In the days of Makiza, when they were fighting the Makizas, the way the soldiers were instructed to kill whoever, or the population, whoever they met, was in a heinous way. It was not intended for, it was intended to actually send a message out there to the population that this is what is going to happen to you if you dare resist our instructions. That is the same policy that the French Cameroon is using, because their master has given them the authority, has given them the powers, the ways to intimidate us. That is the only way. And yes, I would say that the message is sent across to various communities so that they can hear that you know what happened in Boyo, you know what happened in Gabo, you know what happened in Kona, you know what happened in Meme. This is exactly what is going to come. The mayhem, this mayhem is going to be brought upon your population. Are you ready for the mayhem? Are you ready for this devastation that is going to come? Yes, that is the message. But one thing that I would like our Ambazonians people to understand, learn from what has happened in Boyo. They have gone there, they have done all this massacre, but they are registering a lot of casualties. And the boys, our boys are on the ground, they have stood their ground, they have never been caught, and they are doing what they are supposed to do in a very surgical way. So if you can imagine that an army that is trained is fighting against an army that has not been trained, and they are losing, what do you expect? So this should be a lesson to other areas of Ambazonia. If the La Republique dare send their own soldiers there, the people should stand up and fight, because what is happening in Boyo is an example of success, showing that the resilience that our boys have been able to show. So in a nutshell, yes, I agree, it's a message that they are trying to send out there, but it is not an old message. I mean, it's not a new message, it is an old message. So we already know the plan. So I don't think that our people should be worried about it. All they need is to be careful and see how they can actually repel this very bad and heinous idea, dangerous idea that is being propagated by the government, the ruthless government of La Republique.
Well, Dr. Atienjo, still back on that same subject. What is going on in Momo? I understand the same threats are coming up in Momo, where the colonial officials are telling the population, come September, you all must get back to school. Tell us what is going on there.
Well, Momo is one of those places that is very, very, I would say, fragmented at this moment, given that there is no collective effort in the terms of the entire county working as one. Because the Moamo LGA is a very big chunk of Momo County. They are operating. I don't even know if something is existing in Moamo at this moment. Leadership as a complete failure. Nothing is going on there, and you see, and that area is an open window for La Republic to thrive and do whatever they can do there. And we've heard about several arrests that have taken place, how they have killed people over there. You've heard about that. And then if you go to the area of Njikwa, Njikwa is somehow controlled because of the resilience that is being shown by the fighters that we have there, and nothing is going to happen in Njikwa when it comes to school. And then you go to Ngi, the LGA is intact, even though the colonial administration there is kind of trying to push things to happen, and they go out there and paint an image of things returning to normal in Ngi, but that is not true. Nothing is happening, and nothing is going to happen. And you heard about the recent incident that happened, how ADF did their work, and they captured some of those politicians in Ngi. They should be they are aware of the fact that the danger that faces them if they dare go to push the Ngi people to do whatever they don't want to do. Then Widikum, which is very close, Widikum is kind of a little bit covered by some spots of, a huge presence of boys there who are working hard to make sure that things don't happen. So there's that. I'm also a Momo is kind of a mixed, but on the larger scale, nothing is going to happen in Momo when it comes to schools. You can only see daughter schools in the places like Mbengwi, where you have a very huge presence. In Mbengwi, when I talk about Mbengwi, I mean the Mbengwi town itself, where you have a very huge presence of the military, where you have the army, the company, the gendarmerie company is there, that they can enforce a few schools to go on it within the central town of Mbengwi. But when you go to the outskirts of Mbengwi, nothing is going to happen. So yes, I know that they might be spreading, the Republic might be sending some soldiers to Momo, but it's a very, very difficult terrain for them to tread when it comes to enforcing people to go back to school. So it's not going to work. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We're going to take a brief break out, and when I come back, I will open the phone lines for those who are watching and would want to contribute to the show. So please stay put, do not go away. All right, thanks for staying put there, ladies and gentlemen. At this moment, I am going to open the phone lines for those of you watching and listening from whatever part of the world that you may be and may want to contribute. Please go ahead and you call the number on your screen. Call the number on your screen if you have to contribute to the show. Remember to turn off or turn down the volume of your set before you call, because we do not want an echo. We do not want an echo when you call. So go ahead and make your phone call. You can ask a question that relates to any part of the broadcast or presentation of today. Again, the phone line is open and we want to hear from you. But while you do so, I'd like to get back to Comrade Ingenie. What is the situation of the civilian population in Boyo now? Are most of them still in the forest?
Yeah, exactly, yes. Most of them are still on the run. The situation is quite critical because Like I told you the last, I think a week ago, it was that on Wednesday last week when I came up, I was letting you know that when, the incident that happened before the last case of Mejang was they attacked our boys through on La Republic Army that ended up with 4 of them knocked down and knocked out of life, and some were rushed to the theater in Bingo. Now, they resulted to arresting any man and any person, youth that they found along the way within Bingo. And fortunately, we are grateful that through some interventions, those children were released. But one of the sad things, like the cases of Babanki, I got a picture a few minutes before joining the show of a young man somewhere just after the outskirts of Boyo, there in Babanki, in a place they call it, particularly in a small place they call Bobina 1. These corpses are lying there in the already advanced decomposed. And nobody, they just found it there. And then they got the picture, we're trying to send out to people to find out, do you know this guy? And this is what the people have been doing. So they've been hunting for, especially the youth. So in Boyo, like in Babanki, they are flee into the bushes, they are flee into the hills, flew into the forest around. And nobody can dare to come back. I was talking with a friend whose brother had been in Babanki, and there was no way, because some of them were able to travel through Babango, to travel to the hills of Dawara, if you know the runs of Dawara, then get through to Babango where they find their way out, and Tundop, Plain or Kotunja. So this is the nature of life back there. The few people they could find around the land were old women, some old men that they are helpless. There's nowhere to run. They say, well, if it has to happen to me, it has happened to the young who were supposed to bury us. Why should it be me? So this is the critical nature of insecurity everywhere in Boyo. And we are grateful to that. The fact that the warriors took that upon themselves, the challenge to lock down everything. It has been quite painful on the people. And I'd like to pass this message because some people have been asking, could it not be relaxed in the way where on weekends, on Saturdays and Sunday, vehicles can move in and out? The warriors said, La Republic Army have been taking advantage of those cases where they don't want to give them any chance. Where they enter into transport cars and they're coming like, passengers and doing havoc. So it has been for the well-being of the people, and it has helped to serve the people this far. We really want to believe that they should be patient and cooperative, so nobody should risk their lives. The last time you could receive phone calls from people who were in the bushes, who could call to give you the updates of what was happening. That is the reality of what it is. But some of them cannot even do so because their phones are, drained down, and no possibility to charge anywhere because they have left their homes. So that's the nature of life in Boyo now.
Where are the chiefs and the funds in the Boyo? Any idea? Are they out of the county like you have in many other counties in Ambazonia, or they too are facing the brunt of this invasion?
To the best of our knowledge, the fund lives there in the palace, and then the chiefs, all the first class, second class, different levels of chiefs, they are there. They have not moved out anywhere. All right. They live with the people.
Okay, awesome. That is wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the phone line is open. Go ahead, call, and make your contribution. Before you call, make sure that the volume of your TV set is turned down. Turn it right down so that there is no interruption when you call. The phone number is right there on the screen. The phone number is there on the screen. So go ahead and call. We'd like to hear from you what you are thinking about all of these developments. Dr. Etienjo, it's many people out there feel like, we are losing this war. La Republic is intensifying these attacks and people on the ground will soon give up. They are picking up many restoration fighters and many are surrendering to the DDRO. Whereas some of these things are setups, propaganda. We learned that last week they said they picked up some fighters in Menchum County surrendered to the DDR. It turned out that it was all propaganda. So teenagers, young people were picked up and they set them up, took videos and pictures and put them out and said, this were the restoration fighters, AMBA boys as they call it, surrendering to the DDR. It turned out not to be true, and they have done this again and again and again, just trying to convince, to lure other ARFs to surrender. It is not working, isn't it?
Yes, actually, as a matter of fact, these are all schemes of the many schemes that La Republic has in store to deceive the population of the Ambazonians to believe that things are not working. And guess what? Their message is going everywhere, and some of these people are kind of trying to believe what they are doing. But I know that Ambazonians are very smart people. We do not have any fighters that have surrendered to DDR, and everything that is done is staged in order to derail Ambazonians. And it's also done by people who think that they can deceive our people, or they have influence over our people. So it is very clear that these are all lies, and it's not working, and it's a plan that has failed, and they are trying to use it. They have been doing over and over, and it is not working. So look at what happened during the national dialogue. They went and brought some hoodlums who went there and represented themselves, or they presented themselves as fighters, former fighters. What has become of all those boys? What has become of all those boys who were bought over? There were some people who went and negotiated with these boys, paid them some money to come and stand there as former fighters who are with the DDR. So what has happened with all this rehabilitation that they promised all these boys? Nothing has been done. So that is the same thing. I'm passing this message to Ambazonians, because if somebody approaches you to come and stand there in the public and declare that you are a fighter and you are joining the DDR and that they are going to give you this and that, they are all lies, because they are going to use you. After that message is passed, they are going to dump you. So the situation is something that our people should know this. They are better than this. They should know that this is a scheme that is brought by this government, by local politicians, to derail our people, to deceive our people, and put them that doubt in their mind about the success that this revolution is actually bringing on the table. We are making enormous progress. In 5 years, 7 years, we are up to this level. We have held La Republic down. Nothing is happening. La Republic is on their knees. They are begging for survival. This is huge improvement. This is something that has happened. Follow other revolutions. They have taken place for years, decades. But ours is not up to a decade. But look at the gains we have made in this revolution. Who knew when Bia declared that the war was going to begin, and that in 2 weeks the Ambazonia was going to be crushed? Look at it today, 7 years down the line. We are there, and they're using all these games. So whatever they're staging, I'm just appealing to Ambazonians. We should know this. We know that they're all coming with all the tricks. The local politicians will come and use you, take that as a political message, and go to Yaoundé to buy their positions, to buy their appointments. Please, we should not be used for that. Thank you.
Comrade Ginny, what is your take on that? The idea of picking up young people in quarters and lining them up and taking photos and telling the people that these are AMBA boys surrounding. You don't see them with a single gun, but they tell you these are AMBA boys. It happened in Menchum, and the boys in Menchum came out and said, no, they haven't lost anybody among themselves. Nobody surrendered to the DDR.
Yeah, and I saw another one. I didn't know that. I don't know whether you saw it too. Saying it happened in Ekono Titi. I think it's supposed to be last week.
Indian is another place where they said boys surrender, whereas nobody surrendered. They went and picked farmers, young farmers, lined them up, took photographs, put it out there. Oh, AMBA boys are surrendering to the DDR. You go to the DDR, they are not there.
Exactly. And like Dr. Atian just said, this is a game they've been playing all along the way. You know, in the early days, they had gathered some farm tools with some local den guns and some matches, some pickaxe, and every time they will gather a few people trying to paint the picture to the international community. They gathered a few people, they will lay the same things before them and say these are the arms they took, ammunition they took from them. But now the question is, you know, one of the first colonel that was in the southern zone that was sacked away and replaced, when he testified, when I don't know whether it was which group that interviewed him, and then he made mention, he said, they asked him, why is it that you are leading a well-trained, civilized army like Cheroma the talker was saying, and they are not able to overcome these Ambazonian fighters who have had no training anywhere? He said, yeah, you know, we are in their zone and they know the in and out of the land, and unfortunately our people don't even know the left and right, and before they discover they are overtaken. That is why they have advantage of, and it was a blow to La Republique. And like the case we're talking now in Tien and the case we're talking now back there in Momo and in Womb, they are not able to bring out those pictures because they have used the pictures until they become kind of obsolete and they cannot use them anymore. So that's why you see them stand out. They will not trace, they will not be able to qualify where they were arrested and how they were arrested, but you just see a picture of some few people who come and understand. Now, there is no true Ambazonian fighter who would still be so dull or so stupid to have not have learned from people like Nambele who live now in regret. And they are sending out, you know, because one of the messages that Nambele preaches today is a warning to anyone who dares to. That's true. We see it's somebody like who has stood up and was highly manipulated because those are people we will know, and we have seen them do what they were doing. And now I don't know how he succeeded even to live. Like you say here, all these people, they fake and use them. At the end of the day, they will have no sense of belonging to any refugee protection in La Republique of Cameroon, and they can never come back to Southern Cameroon if at all they were. Because we have some of them who are really actors. You know, La Republique has this dirty game where during the what they call the National Imposed Days, the 20th May, the fake 11th February, they will load people in the West region of La Republique, Bavusam, in their buses, and they bring them to the northern zone where they want to come and stage like they are doing. And the struggle that in the past is no more working now. You will see them try to do march past 2 days, 3 days before an event. They just gather people where nobody knows, and then come and then fake pictures and then film them so that in that day they want to broadcast and have people say, oh, everything was functional here. You can see the number of schools, see the number of children. Unfortunately, they are been falling out headlong in the international shame before the international community. That is the reality. So Ambazonians should know we are grateful because our fighters, the true Ambazonian restoration fighters, have been able to escape this manipulation and dirty games they are playing, and nobody can fall victim to it anymore. Thank you.
All right, I guess the caller dropped the call there. But let me read this message. Comrade Chris, good evening, and I followed your interviews. Okay, with Divine Chamakon, truly appreciate your answers. My concern is schools boycott. Is it wise that from 2016 to 2023, our children are out of schools? Even in Ukraine and other places where wars were fought, schools were going on. Are we going to have illiterate children to lead Ambazonia, or only the children of those who are in the diaspora shall come to rule the children who are refugees, IDPs, not going to school, etc.? We should look at this properly and advise well. The divisions among the Ambazonian leaders, embezzlement, lies telling, turning against the people of Ambazonia is a cause for concern. How is it that ADF, SOCADEF, SACO, ECOME are arranging deals for themselves while the people for whom independence is being fought are targets to suffering, loss of education, poverty, etc.? It's a little long piece there, but I would let you guys to take on this first. I don't think this writer is Oh no, I know this guy. Let me attempt an answer here before I give it to you guys to try. This is the kind of narrative and divisive argument that you hear all from those who back La République du Cameroon. It is a kind of narrative you hear from people like Professor Victor Julius Ngo, who calls a show to say, hey, you in the diaspora allow your children to go to school, and here on Ground Zero, our own children are not allowed to go to school, and yet Professor Victor Julius Ngo is out there teaching in the university. I don't guess whether those are not schools. He is teaching art. But again, this is a divisive language that people who are towing the side of La République du Cameroon would love to propagate. We've made it very clear. We've made it very clear. Community schools are going on in Kumba, Boya, Bamenda, Manu, Manfe, even in Wharton, Bowie. Community schools are going on there. Even the university is going on in Boya and in Bambili. So what are they talking about? This policy is settled and done. What is left in the LGAs, the rural areas, will remain exactly the way it is, because we are not giving victory to La République du Cameroon as they prepare to get to the United Nations in September to submit a report that says, well, everything has returned back to normal. You heard their frustration in that narrative from the Senate, their own Senate, saying in spite of all they have tried, they feel like development is not happening enough because of the war. That is exactly what we want, and if we can do more, we will do it. Send your child to wherever you feel that child can go to school. Nobody will stop that child. That is not our policy. It is not our policy to stop any child from going to school anywhere as far as schools exist. But it is our policy to keep any French Cameroon operated school shut down in its entirety in all of Ambazonia. Dr. Chenjo, I'll give you the microphone there.
Yes, Comrade Chris, you've just said something that is very important here, and I would like to reiterate here again to Ambazonians, because there are people who are out there making all sort of noise and baseless noise about this issue of schools, and they are painting this IG as an IG that has stood against the education of the Ambazonian children. Why would this IG do that when the future, they say the future belongs to the youth, the future belongs to the children? And then why would this IG stand against that? This IG is out for our children to go to school. Go to schools that are already operational. No government school or La République operated school is allowed to open in Ambazonia. But schools are open, community-based schools are opening their doors to all indigenous, all children who want to go to school. Parents, send your children to school. The only thing is, before you send your child to school, you need to have that security guaranteed. You know that these children are going to school, they are secured, and nothing is going, because we cannot provide that security given what has happened in the past. La République has invaded schools. La République has assaulted our children. They have killed our children, like the incident in Kumba, the incident that happened in Bamenda. All those schools were raided by La République. So we do not want that to happen. So parents, if you see that the security is there, send your children to schools that are already operational under community leadership or community management, not La République control schools. Now, when people sit and make closet criticisms like what
Doc, I will like you to hold on there for a second. Let's get to this caller from Ground Zero who is using data. I'll get back to you. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Hello.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Ground Zero in La République.
In La République, okay. And what is on your mind, sir?
Yes, I want to first of all appreciate you and I thank God for the wisdom that you are using to talk to these people. Now, like the person that has sent that message, is an agent. From the way somebody is talking or writing, you can get to know who is the person.
Right.
Because he's reporting what is inside them. And this kind of people are people that are wicked. Let me tell you. They don't speak and bring out the public things that they are doing. They bring out only the things that our people are trying to manage to go up.
Right.
Now, they are being used to come and say all those things. Now, and I wish when you are talking about school, you invite some of us that we are teachers. We should tell them what we are passing through
You are a
in
teacher?
life. So that, yes, so that they should know that there is no school in Cameroon as a whole. We are dying, we are suffering. That is why we are fighting in the teaching field for the education. And just like you are talking about those who are going to whether DD World Center, those are staff illiterate because they will not learn anything there. There is nothing there that they can teach them. Cameroon doesn't have any specialist. They don't have anything to do as far as teaching. Tell me, is this academic? That in 2023, they are still teaching children about Natiga. They are still teaching children about who discovered this. When will we discover? When will we bring things into existence? So all those things, I believe so many people are listening to my voice this evening. All those who are crying of school, they are not crying of school. They are hypocrites. They are hypocrites. We have been ahead. What have we achieved? They will tell us because we have already gone ahead. That is why we are feeling like that.
We know for sure the whole agenda is to re-establish La Republic's authority in our LGAs and our counties. That is what it is all about.
Yes, and that is what they are trying. Now look at the case of the man you call Apuakom. He's coming in now. Those are the kind of people. Those are the people. At this age, you cannot fool people. How can that man be crying now? It's because something has burned him. That is not the kind of people that we want in our country. That is not the kind of people. We want people when something happens to start with, he's crying. We want people when something happens to Urukum, he's crying. When something happens to Kom, he's crying. Not when something happens in your house. Then you now come with pretending Christ and you are telling people how you will not stay silent. They have touched him. That is why he doesn't want to stay silent. And those are the things. And to the funds, hear me, to the funds. If you people don't know this. These people are being paid. And whosoever is being paid will not talk anything against his master. So don't think and don't expect that they will come and condemn what is happening. Tell me one thing. In Cameroon, like they are showing their media, our boys have dropped gun. They should tell you where they have shown where military have died. They should tell you what is happening, the situation and in the ground that they have shown it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the call. Remain safe. So you are a teacher, you said, right?
Yes.
Are you
teacher.
Are you currently teaching anywhere?
That?
Are you currently teaching anywhere?
Yes, I'm teaching in the Republic. I've been teaching for more than almost 15 years.
All right. Thank you. Remain safe. Let me get to other callers who are trying to call. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, Secretary Chris, good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. Where are you calling from, please?
I'm calling precisely in Dubai.
From Dubai. Okay, please raise your voice a little bit. It's quite low.
Okay, let me be audible.
Okay, I can hear you now. So, what is on your mind?
Yes, sir, I really just want to appreciate you for your great job. As long as the revolution is concerned, I'm really grateful. I've been watching you ever since 2016 till now. I just wanted to ask the question: if what is the progress of this revolution ever since from 2016 till present day today? Because we get a lot of we get so much confused because of the various fractions that are going on. And you listen to every day we have killings in Ambazonia by the military, and you will get on another comment circle. We say it is because when we are almost defeating the La Republic, that is why they keep killing the civilian. There's the same song they keep singing from 2016 till today. And you get the other side is the same thing. So I don't know what is absolutely the progress that we have done from 2016 till now that we can be proud that we have achieved or we haven't achieved, because we keep losing people every day and night. If I just want to know the progress that we have done. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for the call. However, it doesn't appear to me like you don't sound to me like somebody who is part of it. You speak as somebody who stands on the peripheries, and I mean, like one of those critics. Listen, this is war, and if you tell you people are not going to die, they fool you, they lie to you. People are being killed on our side, and yes, there is no doubt, more of our people are being killed more than their people, but we are also decimating their soldiers, untrained boys who pick up arms to defend their people and their territory, facing a trained army with the world's money for 7 years, and you are asking for a report card. The war is still on, my brother. That's what I will tell you. We are not capitulating. The war is on. If you love it, if you support a free and independent Ambazonia, please stay in, stand in, and support those boys on the ground. All right, let me get to the next caller here. Hello.
Hello, Comrade Chris.
This must be the Honorable Mike Fusi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would like to contribute. I think it's been a very exciting program. I'd like to say a few things. First of all, I'd like to greet Dr. Tenjo and VP Njini.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, they hear you.
All right. Yes, I would like to start with the revelations that you made about a certain meeting that was held by some top-ranking members of La Republique Cameroon's government, especially a certain someone, so-called senator, who happens to hail from Le Bialem.
Yeah,
I have a message for you.
Hold on a second. Precisely, the meeting was summoned by La Republique du Cameroon Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and they had brought in the minister delegate at the presidency in charge of defense and in charge of the Commonwealth and in charge of external relations for a bill that is supposed to be sending to the head of state, the god of the land.
Wow.
And it was all about, I forgot to mention in that presentation that, comrades, Ambazonians, listen to me, don't go to Egypt. You go to Egypt, you will be picked up and either returned to La Republique du Cameroon or put in jail in Egypt. Egypt is the #1 military partner of La Republique du Cameroon in Africa. Egypt is training Cameroon soldiers. The only other country is Algeria to a lesser extent, but then it is Egypt #1, France, and Algeria. So if you are Ambazonian, I know many of you would like to go to Europe, to North Africa, please be careful, don't go there. Egyptian authorities will pick you up and either put you in jail. Cameroon has a military attaché there. The Egyptian army is training the Cameroon army, and they are also doing exchanges. And in fact, I think it is in October, the Cameroon military will be having a joint training with the American and the Egyptian army. That will be in October, according to that report. Egypt is the #1. That thing is long. I don't have time to read all of it. But Egypt is the #1 military partner of La Republique du Cameroon in Africa. Go on, sir.
Thank you. That's interesting. Yeah, first of all, with regards to that meeting and the so-called bill that is supposed to be sent to Paul Biya, I hope they will do their incantations right to make sure that he wakes up from slumber to sign that bill. That said, I'll have a message for the so-called minister delegate at the presidency. He hails from Lebialem, as I understand.
No, it is the guy from the BLM is a sponsor of the bill, and he is a senator.
Okay.
That is seen on the screen.
All right. So I have a message for Mr. Senator. Why don't you come home to Lebialem and work, and so that your people can welcome you? Come and hold a rally.
Yeah.
You know, in the United States where we are, we call such people. I hope you excuse my language. Call such a person a punk ass. Punk ass. That's what you call them. It's just like calling him a coward, or what do you call ngong dog.
Yeah.
Someone who puts his tail between his legs.
You also call a king.
Yeah. That's another name. So that is what I have for him. If he's courageous enough, let him come home to Lebialem and see what happens to him. We'll have a small package ready for him to work on him.
Well, I hope he does. 2 by 2 will be waiting for him. Waiting to welcome him in the most cordial manner.
In fact. So let us remember that in 2020, way back in 2020, Atanji said the war was already over.
Correct.
We are now in 2023. Go figure. The war is still going on. So they keep saying this and hoping that it will come to pass, but it never comes to pass. It will not come to pass until they are willing to sit down and address or negotiate with Ambazonia. That is when it will end. So that's what I have to say there. Now, they're like acting like little kids who like to play juju. You know, little kids who go around pretending to be a juju. But everyone can see that kid is not a juju. That's what La Republic is pretending to do. They keep trying to pretend as if they are in control, but they are not in control. And everybody knows it. I don't know if they know it themselves, but they are not fooling anyone. And then when it comes to there are soldiers who are being decimated every day. VP Gini just said 4 were killed in Bello, and they had to abandon the corpses in the bush because they could not take them. And they keep dying every day.
I am hearing another version of that story, though, that one of the soldiers, La Republic soldiers, turned around, shot his colleague because they were fighting over a loot that they got from one of the houses they broke into.
I think that must be a separate incident because that one involves a single soldier. That must be a separate incident. Now, so as I'm saying here, La Republic's locomotive is stuck in mud, and that mud is the war with Ambazonia. Their locomotive is stuck in mud, and it's not going. That mud is not drying out anytime soon. If they want their locomotive to keep moving, they need to sit down and resolve this issue, or else that locomotive will stay right there where it belongs. Now, with regards to these schools, fellow Ambazonians, we are not against our schools opening. What we are against is this continuous indoctrination that La Republic has been giving to our children over the years. Until the start of this war, I didn't even know my history. I learned a lot of it after this war. So we have to stop this spread.
Because in school you were taught Cameroon history. You never learned.
Yes.
You never learned Ambazonia or Southern Cameroon's history. You learn of the Mbidas, the Atanganans, and so on.
So Ambazonians should understand that we are not against our children going to school. We are against our children acquiring the wrong kind of education that trains you to come out and be dependent on the government, education that trains you to be a job seeker instead of a job creator. That is what we don't want. We want to change the curriculum to train our children to come out and be job creators, innovators, critical thinkers, people who go out and make things happen, not people who go out and start writing applications. That is what we are trying to change. So when we go out and talk about these things, let us explain exactly what we are trying to do. We are not stopping our children from going to school. We are trying to change the curriculum so that the education the children acquire actually yields benefits to them and the community as a whole. So I just wanted to add my voice to the brilliant discussion that's already going on. So thank you all for what you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That is well articulated. All right, the phone number is still open. I saw many people trying to call across, but unfortunately the line was busy. Let's get to this other caller and see. Hello. Hello.
Yes, hello, Secretary Chris.
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Calling from Abakwa.
Oh, right. What is going on in Abakwa?
I'm calling from Northern Zone Abakwa, sir. Hello?
Hello, what is going on in Abakwa? I'm not getting calls from there. No light?
Yes, sir. I said I'm from Northern Zone Abakwa.
All right, go on.
Yes, sir.
Go on.
All right, sir. Yes, sir. There's one thing. Yes. One thing I want us to know is that when we talk of the funds and the chiefs so far in the Southern Cameroon, it has been a very long period of time. Even before the wars was declared on us, we didn't have funds again. They were all dead. What do we mean by them dead? Because they were no longer in the movement of the people. They were selling their souls, even without knowing that they were selling their souls. Because when we talk of the funds of funds, it was the man called fund called Angwafo. And I remember when this useless man from Yaoundé visited him and he removed the crown given to him by the whole Northwest and putting on his head to carry it to Yaoundé, that was the downfall of mankind. That's why you see people like Joe Ayaba running mad today. They are not running mad because they wanted to be mad. Their father, Wood, was the foundation of their existence, so they're taking the first out. So there are some things we would like to know. Whereby is this. You see, when God created man and give man the life to live, man came on earth because of the things of the world. Man exchanged the life and collect the things of the world, which has become the problem of man. But one thing I want us to know is that you people out there, we really appreciate you people, and we don't know how to thank you people, but the truth here is there is no retreat, no surrender in the war. Because whether like the foolish man that was asking that where is the progress of the war? Do they have progress in war? There's no war with progress until the end of the war, because war is a football match between the two opponents. And until the final whistle will be blown, that's progress. Himself asking that question, what has he been contributing in this war? Because we are here, people are dying. And people are sleeping outside, like what you are explaining about. Does he have any pains in his body? Have you ever passed through anybody in his family has gone through the things we are going through?
All right.
And when we are talking about our yes, sir. When we are talking about our Ambazonian restoration forces, there's one I like people over there to know. We have about 5 forces on the ground, and which 4 are not of us, but the main Ambazonian forces, it's difficult to pick them, it's difficult to catch them, because they don't walk by what they see, they walk by what they know. And when you have thieves that walk around with guns,
all right, listen, thank you.
They call them Ambazonian forces.
Yes, thank you for the contribution. I wish you had a better network. It is breaking up a lot and we can barely get everything you are trying to say. But thank you for the call and stay safe out there, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call it a night here, hoping that I will be back on Wednesday. But before I do that, Dr. Atienjo, 1 minute with the last word, please.
Well, fellow Ambazonians, it was a very interesting program. We had a lot of very important topics that we discussed about, issues of schools, and I hope that all Ambazonians already know now this the position of this government, the IG, when it comes to schools. The IG is not against people going to school, our children going to school, but these children must go to schools that are operated by the community efforts, not La Republic-run schools. Then another thing is that our people should not be deceived with all these games that come on and off every day. People talking about boys surrendering to DDR and so forth and so on. Those are all lies. It's not working for them. They are all lying. We need to intensify our economic sabotage. That is an important tool. We have to keep on pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. And then the last but not the least, the scheme that is going around. The La Republic wants to rain mayhem on our people, and in order to intimidate them, the attempt is to intimidate our people. Please do not be intimidated by all these silly acts or schemes that are brought on our people by La Republic. They are not. They are toothless bulldogs. The one caller said here, let them show you the way they are posting on the internet, how boys are surrendering. Let them show you the soldiers that are being killed. Have they ever showed any soldier killed? Never. They have never shown that. But they are registering casualties on daily basis. So it was a nice conversation, and I believe that we have learned a lesson from here. We have learned the way to do things and the position of the IG when it comes to school resumption. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It was great to have you. VP Engineer, your last word, please.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chris. I just want to, my last word should be in response to the man who was asking questions, what have been the successes reached this far? The fact that we're here, where we are, is a great success. It's a great success. That's a message you carry home. If it's doubting whatever has been the registration or whatever has been of advantage to us, the fact that where we are at the moment means we have gotten success this far. La Republic gave us 2 weeks. And this is 7 years. This is something that they could never dream of, and any of their supporters. You know, one of the person mentioned about the crisis here and there, people doing, we are in the revolution, we are in the struggle, and the crisis of a struggle are within a struggle, they are manifested within a struggle. If they were to check out for other struggles that ever came through, they will know that the people went through worse things than what we're going through. We are not like endorsing whatever may be happening wrong. The last caller was mentioning about all kinds of fake Ambazonian fighters, and we have about 5 different groups, but within those 5 groups, only one that is true, the true Ambazonian restoration fighters. And some of them highly sponsored by La Republic, we have known, and they bear witness, the Atangaji boys, and all kinds of infiltrated thieves who have just taken advantage of the issue to do whatever they are doing. And many people are not able to stand the truth of the atrocities. So we went through all these things, but then we have seen God sustaining us this far. So we want to cheer up and motivate all who have been standing up for the cause. Let nobody faint, let nobody shut down, let nobody give up. We are marching on, and in victory, and sooner than later, we're going to celebrate victory. We cannot afford to make the greatest error that a fool will ever do, like quitting behind. We are not quitting, and we are winning, and we will go through.
All right, thank you, Mr. VP. It was a pleasure having you on the show tonight. You have a great night, sir, both of you, with Dr. Atienjo. Okay, that's ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it a night there, and I hope I can be back on Wednesday. Remain safe and strong out there, and see you on Wednesday.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is your boy, a.k.a. Mac. Countryman come to town. I'm here with Hester Baker, and we are in Monrovia, Liberia. You want to guess where we are? We are at Ducal Palace. It's a very historical site here in Liberia, and I'll be talking to Miss Hester Baker. and we are going to be having a really interesting conversation. So Hester, before we get into the meat and potatoes of our conversation, if you can just give us a little background about who you are and what you are currently doing here in Liberia.
Okay, so my name is Hester Baker, and I am, of course, from Liberia, but I love to say, if you look at geographically where my family originated, Maryland County, but then the other side of me, those American Liberians that came back, so I'm a mixture of both. Live in Liberia, came back here in 2006, trying to give back. My background is communications, also tourism. So wanting to sort of get into that space and see, what I could do to also help in the transformation of Liberia, post-war Liberia.
Okay.
And so I'm here doing my thing. I love it. I'm currently working with the International Trade Center, which is implementing a tourism development project in Liberia. And our partners are the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, as well as the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. So along with the ITC, I'm the national branding and marketing consultant for them, and having a good time. I'm actually enjoying what I'm doing because it gives me a chance to do what I'm doing right now and to really enjoy, Liberia. I get to see everything.
Tourism.
Yes.
How is tourism in Liberia?
Infancy stage.
Early stage.
It's in the early stage. And what's interesting though is when we say tourism is in an infancy stage, it's a bit interesting because there was a time in Liberia when Liberia was at the forefront of tourism. All right, but we all know what happened in Liberia, and so we sort of have lost some time in getting started. However, the reason that people came in the first place, they're still here. The beautiful beaches, if you look behind us, so Liberia is still that tourism opportunity that's now getting into I guess positioning itself to get restarted and to sort of begin positioning itself back in the Africa landscape and to the world.
Okay, so if I'm looking at Ghana, Nigeria, and Liberia, why would I come visit Liberia? What does Liberia have to offer? Let's just get to the point. Why Liberia?
Why Liberia?
Why? Like why?
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll just give you one little reason why.
Okay.
First of all, Liberia is the only country on this continent of Africa that has the story that it has. Liberia is the only country on the African continent where the first 10 presidents were all African Americans.
Really?
Yes, you're looking at one of them. That's Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
Okay.
Joseph Jenkins Roberts.
You said first African American president. So you're trying to say Barack Obama was not the first?
No, he wasn't.
Okay.
Barack Obama was the 11th. Because Joseph Jenkins Roberts, when he became president in 1847, prior to him, there were no other African Americans that had held that position. Joseph Jenkins Roberts was not born in Liberia, or he was not born on the continent of Africa.
Okay.
He was born in America and repatriated back to Africa in the early 1800s. Likewise, Stephen Allen Benson, Daniel B. Warner, James Briggs Bain, all the way up to G.W. Gibson. So they were all African Americans. So that history alone is one history that Liberia has that nowhere else in the world, if you look anywhere else in the world, you will not find that history. So just that alone, I mean, standing here, we're sort of standing on a ground that I almost want to say should be sacred, because this is Africa's first, this is the world's first African American president. I wish Barack Obama could come to this spot and stand here as well.
Okay, so he was the first African American president of Liberia.
Yes.
And like you said, of the world.
Right.
Okay, so let's dive into the meat and potato of tourism in Liberia. Okay, so I heard what you said, and I learned a very interesting history today about, just Joseph Jenkins Roberts being the first African American president. That's something, I did not know. Wow, very, very interesting fact. So tourism in Liberia, so is the government doing anything to position Liberia, to be, at the forefront of tourism in the next couple of years? What are some of the programs you guys are working on? Because I heard you say you work for different government entities and private entities that are trying to develop the tourism sector.
Okay, so what we're doing right now, year before last November, we began working on a branding and marketing strategy for Liberia. For tourism. So once again, like I said, that is being implemented by the International Trade Center. The funder of that is an organization called the Enhanced Integrated Framework. However, we are working in partnership with the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism, and the whole purpose of that is to really begin to lay the foundation for tourism in Liberia. You cannot have tourism, first of all, if you don't have a brand. So the first thing we did was we went through a series of engagements that were held in 2020 November all the way up until January 2021. We were able to develop a new brand for Liberia. The brand is called Amazing Discoveries.
Amazing Discoveries.
Amazing Discoveries.
Okay.
Along with that, we were able to travel the length and breadth of Liberia. We were able to get an image library for Liberia, which is a second component because you do need marketing collaterals in order to be able to market a destination.
Okay.
Liberia as a country has many, many destinations. Liberia as a country has a lot of natural resources, for lack of a better word. The natural resources include the rainforest, for example. When you look at Liberia has the largest remaining portion of what is known as the Upper Guinea rainforest. Now, the Upper Guinea rainforest is one of the last remaining virgin rainforests in the world.
In the world.
Liberia has 40%.
You mean the whole wide world?
In the whole world.
Okay.
Yes, it's a very
40%.
Endemic forest because you have a lot of species in that forest that are rare and endemic to Liberia. So you have, for example, we all have heard about species such as the pygmy hippo.
Yes.
That is endemic to Liberia. But then you also have other species that might not be as big as the pygmy hippo, but there are, like, for example, you have in Nimba, the Nimba otter shrew. You also have the pygmy elephants. You have the giant white, what they call the African giant swallowtail, which is a butterfly.
The butterfly, yeah.
The largest in Africa. So Liberia's rainforest is one. Then you also have many beautiful waterfalls. If you go to Bapulu, you have about 3 or 4 waterfalls in Bapulu. If you go to Bong County, you have 2 amazing waterfalls, Patawis, Seyuga waterfalls. You go into Nimba, you have waterfalls in Nimba. You go into Saindo, you have waterfalls. So Liberia is a country with a lot of beautiful waterfalls. You also have mountains. Liberia has the Gola National Forest, which is a mountain that we share with Sierra Leone. In Nimba, we also have the East Nimba Nature Reserve, which has become a dedicated nature reserve spot. On the other side of that mountain, Guinea has been able to have their portion of the Nimba Mountain become a UNESCO heritage site. So you of course, let's not forget about our beaches. We have 360 miles of unbroken coastline.
Untapped?
Untapped, unbroken.
Wow. That's impressive. Straight
along the coast. You don't have anywhere in between where it breaks. So we have a lot of beautiful natural sites that can already be used for adventure tourism. So if you have travelers that are saying, look, I don't care about the electricity, I don't care about the water, give me my tent, I want to go into the forest, I want to go into the mountains, I want to go into the, some of these waterfall sites, it's ready. It's ready. And then we also have culture and we have history. Our culture is very unique in that it's a confluence of both the African American and the indigenous culture. That's unique in itself. And this is the only country in Africa where you find that confluence. Then we also have our own culture, as our indigenous culture, which is also beautiful, and it varies from county to county. Then our history, the only place in Africa we're the oldest country on the continent. And then the history of how we became and what the role we played in Africa's Renaissance, is another story. So Liberia is a tiny little country, but it's a wealthy country when it comes to tourism. And rich in history. Yes.
Okay, so that's a wealth of information, y'all. That's a lot of information. So I hope you're taking this all in. So follow-up question. So what would you recommend for a backpacker that wants to come to Liberia? First destination, first place.
East Nimba Nature Reserve.
Why is that?
Oh my God, I was there about 2 or 3 weeks ago. It is a beautiful mountain. And it's a place where you have, in the morning, it's misty. It's that mist that comes up from the mountain.
Oh, wow.
You have this staircase mountain, so it looks like steps coming down. You have the Blue Lake that's in the middle of the mountain. You have
awesome.
Yes, so you can camp out by the Blue Lake. And what's interesting about the Blue Lake, if you take like a rock or something and you throw it, it boomerangs.
Wow.
So it's quite interesting, the Blue Lake. Then you also have in that mountain, we have the Bat Cave, so you can actually go through and into a cave and nothing but bats.
If you like bats.
if you're not afraid of bats. And I did walk in there, and it's interesting because they don't bother you.
Okay.
And then you also have the rangers that are already there. Protecting it, but they also are very knowledgeable about the biodiversity. So they can tell you about every plant and animal that's in that mountain. And then beautiful hiking mountain as well.
Wow. And how long would that take you to, from Monrovia to that park? How many hours you would say drive?
So from Monrovia to Ganta, it'll take about 3 hours.
3 hours.
From Ganta into Yekipa, where the mountain is, 2 hours. So
and,
about 5 hours.
And they have hotels around that you can stop, spend the night.
In Yekipa, there's one hotel.
Okay.
That's right. It's called Alvino. And it's in Yekipa. It's at the foothill of the mountain.
Okay.
And then you also have in Ganta, which is the capital city of Nemba, there are quite a few beautiful hotels. I mean, Ganta is a competition, it's in competition right now. It's like every hotel is trying to outdo the other. So you find, if you're looking for luxury with pools and all that, it's in Ganta. So you can always stay in Ganta, and in the morning, if you want to get up and then go into the mountains, you can do that.
Okay, that's awesome. But so I had a program here in Liberia. I think it was successful. I think we could have had a bigger turnout. But one of the things I encountered, bringing a lot of folks from the States was the visa. What's the visa issue? So I had an aviation program where, I brought, a few pilots, flight attendant, mechanics, and we actually planned for 30 to come. But once we did a Q&A with all the requirements, it was a turn off. I would say a turn off, but yeah, it was a deterrent, more of a deterrent to get visa, to do your COVID, just all the requirements, and they came and say, hey, AMAC, I would really like to come to Liberia, but the visa fees, I can go to another country, and there's no visa requirement. I can go to Jamaica, I can go to Caribbean, and there's no visa requirement. Or they have visa on arrival, for much cheaper if you come to do something like a community service to give back in the community. So what are some of the barriers that you see to entry for tourism, like a backpacker? And who is the government, I should say, rather, the Liberian businesses are trying to attract? What segment of, are they trying to attract younger folks, or are they trying to attract, retirement, retirees? So what's the goal, and what is that demographics?
Okay, so in terms of the visa, that is something that really has to be worked on, because to be a competitive destination, you have to understand that other destinations are competing for the same visitor. So therefore, every destination is trying to make it as easy as possible so that people can enter, for little or nothing, or also very easily. So you find the countries around us, Ghana and Senegal and Gambia, they've really worked on those processes. And so now getting into those destinations you find it much easier. And Liberia right now has gone through that process of the visa on delivery, which has been passed, I believe, at both the lower and upper houses. And so now it's at the executive branch for signing. And then once it's signed, then you can do visa on delivery, which is then that barrier is gone. In terms of the kinds of visitors that Liberia is trying to attract, I would say that millennials are wonderful. You already have the baby boomers that come, let's say, every year. We call them Decemberies. And they come along with their millennial kids. And now you also have the generation behind the millennials, that are a little bit more difficult to read, but they're coming along as well. So right now, what I saw this past December, I saw all levels, and it was quite interesting because I was sitting at Royal, probably like 21, 22-year-olds, and they were actually discussing the bicentennial and having a heated debate, and everybody had that series in their mouth. I said, oh Lord, here comes the Generation Z.
What is the bicentennial? I keep hearing, that buzzword everywhere I go. What is that exactly? Do you want to, expand on that a little bit? Bicentennial, what is that, and what does that mean?
Okay.
Is there anything significant about the bicentennial?
Okay, so Anthony, to give you the best concept of the bicentennial, I think we're at the right spot. So what I want us to do is just take a walk. You see this piece of beautiful art? I think this tells the story of what the bicentennial is.
Okay.
So we'll start on this side where I think the story actually begins. So if you look at this story is depicting his, slavery.
Yeah.
Obviously you see the man probably in the field. You see another man in the field. You see someone who's probably begging for mercy. You see the agony of slavery here.
Yeah.
So these people experiencing slavery decided in 1820 to board a ship and leave America as a few 86 people that formed part of that first group of freed blacks to say, you know what, we want to go back to the motherland. We've had our time in the US. They were going through hell, as you can see this is showing.
Yes.
And so now they leave and of course go through Chevreau Island, which is in Sierra Leone. Then you have Jehudi Ashman and those people coming into Liberia, coming up Cape Mesurata, which is right up here. All right, coming through the whole Cape Mesurata area, discovering the island, which is behind us, Providence Island, landing there, and it takes us to the next point. So here, you see that it wasn't so easy. They arrived, right? And obviously you're seeing what is apparently one of those freed African Americans. You see the cannon. You see that there were some struggles. There were struggles, you know, at this point. So they now arrived in 1822 on the shores of Liberia. Okay, when you talk about the bicentennial, we are in 2022. So the 2022 that we're looking at marks 200 years of the arrival of the first 88 freed blacks.
Say what?
Yes, yes.
200 years old.
200 years since they first arrived back on the African soil.
Wow.
So these are descendants of slaves that came back in 1822. And so it begins the story. Then in 1822, well, actually 1821, December, I believe it was December 15th, 1821.
Yes.
The negotiation takes place. This I'm assuming is King Salboso. This I'm assuming might be Jehudi Ashman or Captain Robert Stockton. Actually, I think this is Captain Stockton. I think this is Jehudi Ashman. They were not African Americans. There were two. One, Captain Stockton, was of course the ship captain, and Jehudi Ashman was the first governor of this new colony on the African continent. So you see the chiefs. You had King Peter and I believe another Peter that all formed part, along with King Salboso, who was from the Bapaloo area, Lufa area, and they had the first negotiation toward land acquisition on this new soil. Then of course, from here you go into the history of 1847, where now you have the hoisting of a flag. So now you have the first president, Joseph Jenkins Roberts, being installed into office. And you see now the people that are coming together. So of course he's representing the indigenous culture. You know, you have also representing the indigenous culture, then you have the African American culture. So this is now 1847, where you have the formation of a country. So when we talk about 1822, it's also important to understand when we talk about celebrating 2022 of the bicentennial, it's also important to note that Liberia became the only country on the continent of Africa in 1822 that said no to slavery.
Is not white supremacy. It's black inferiority and the abiding appetite amongst the black elite to function on the basis of white embrace. Number one. If we ourselves, even our thieves, are not patriotic, when they steal from Africa, they invest in Europe. They don't believe. The minister said, fix our own governance system. The people in charge of governance system steal and invest elsewhere as an indictment or an affirmation of their own incompetence and incapacity. But the second bit is that I think both His Excellency Musa Faki, Professor Lumumba, and the minister indicated, when you grow a disconnect between the people who give you legitimacy, who are the ultimate resource for the transformation of any nation, when you grow a disconnect between your culture, Amilcar Cabral said, every revolution is first a cultural revolution. A people must believe in themselves. That way they are able to produce both citizens and leaders who are not only patriotic and competent, but that are future focused and that are regenerative. Unfortunately for us, we have constantly killed three forms of assets. First asset, we kill our babies and our young people by never exposing them. And Rwanda is an exception to this, to what it means to govern and what it means to negotiate, what it means to compete. Number two, in all our countries, anybody, the age group of the people sitting at this table, when you are out of government, you are finished. The state has absolutely no use of the experience, the expertise, and the resources. We are constantly going elsewhere to look for experts that we either have in the diaspora or we have in our countries. The inability to build, retain, use our own local expertise and experience. The third is that we have created everything to be so leader-centric that most of our citizens either wait for God or wait for the leader or wait for foreigners. And the day must come in Africa where Pan-Africanism is Pan-Africanism of the people. No matter how brilliant institutions are, continental or regional, as long as they are not nourished by the ideas of African intellectuals, African artists and activists. But there is hope. Many of you may not see it as hope. The dominance of Afrobeat and Afropop in the world today, sending a message, if that can be used as a vehicle of cultural regeneration, if what the young people have been able to do with tech can be used as a way of reimagining, then what we're talking about as a phenomenon will end. The third is that we can't keep sending all our people. I know that is maybe brain gain for some people. We can't keep sending all our young people to Europe, to America, and elsewhere without creating pathways back. Why? Frantz Fanon said they realized that the empire or the center came and took the best from amongst us and took them to their best institutions, and they emptied them of their own culture and their own sense of being, and they filled them with ideas of how to be good Europeans and Americans. And when they returned, their kith and kin realized that their children had not come back. What had come back were echoes of the empire. You and I, having had the opportunities to serve outside our continent, when we return, we're not trying to establish little Europes, little France, little America. There must be an authentic way. That's why Rwanda's revolution is not only leadership. It is homegrown solutions, not for Rwanda only, but for the whole world, not just for Africa. We cannot assert ourselves culturally, intellectually, spiritually, as long as we are leprous and dependent. We do not and we have not controlled our mining sector. We do not and we have not controlled our data and statistics. We do not and have not controlled our education. We do not and have not controlled our security, whether it's digital security or its generic continental security, whether the threats are exogenous or indigenous. We do not and have not controlled our communication channels. This is something that's been realized since the inception of the African Union. And if you think about this, as we talk about unconstitutional changes of governments and other things, there are several things that are important as we reflect on foreign interference. State and nation building, how we transitioned to independence, and the Cold War and how it played out, the use of mercenaries, military coups, and capture and retention of power, and etc. In statistical terms, Chairperson, there were 200 coups in Africa between 1965 and 2012. In the 1960s, there was at least one coup every 60 days. In the 1970s, barely 18 years after Ghana's independence, at least 85% of African states had some coup experience or the other. And West Africa accounted for almost 44% of those. I mean the coups between 1958 and 2008. There was a temporary reprieve in the period post-1990. Some academics have suggested this because Africa had become more democratic. I want to disabuse you of that notion because it's lazy intellectualism. What had changed was that Western interest in a unipolar world, in changing regimes, had dissipated. The West no longer needed to use force. There was no competitor, either ideological or otherwise. What had essentially happened, there was dominance of one set of interests. So as we reflect on unconstitutional change of government, it's not just mere tinkering at the local level, but it's also what explains the ouster of Nkrumah, the assassination of Lumumba, the assassination of Sankara, the assassination of Amilcar Cabral, the assassination of Samora Machel, the ouster of Sékou Touré. What is the fact? That in a unipolar world, the appetite to change had dissipated. As we see greater polarization between the West, the East, and the Middle, we're going to see once again an intensification of interference. Less than 15% of that interference, Chair, will be justified as follows: protecting and promoting human rights or preventing genocide, protecting lives and property of citizens, fighting terrorism, violent extremism, or stopping some form of unproductive ideology. However, what we know, no intervention happens except it is in the interest and the propagation of the political, economic, social, cultural, racial, and other strategic interests of those who have power. But there are direct consequences, and have been for Africa, which are chaos and instability, retarded development, internationalization of conflicts, regional instability, destruction of cultural and other heritage, as we saw in Timbuktu, destruction of state institutions and public services, warlordism and violent extremism, as we've seen in the Horn and in the Sahel, collapse of the formal economy, and debt, poverty and inequality, sexual and gender-based violence, and the pillage of our economies. Now, if we imagine in this framing that these are what we're dealing with, what are those channels of transmission? I want to suggest to you, Chair, that the first transmission of interference is an incompetent, corrupt, and ideologically unclear leadership. The second is a structure in the bureaucracy of government and administration that is beholden to the white gaze or to external gaze. Within the public administration, you harvest intelligence and you harvest division. The third is religion, as you rightly said. Religion, and it's not just Christianity. We have seen the competition for different sects of Islam in the Horn, in the Mediterranean. And it's not just religion, it's NGOs, international and national. Not just those, but churches as well. And I'm talking about these as institutions. But ultimately, Steve Biko described the vector of interference. He says the most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. If you do not control what you educate, if you do not control what you communicate, if you do not control your narrative, you develop what we've seen, a disconnect between the leadership and the citizenry, a disconnect between the old and the young, a disconnect between the analog generation that has power and the virtual generation that is unemployed. A disconnect that is easy to exploit. The future of this intervention, Chair, data and the digital platforms will define the most potent weapon in interference. You do not need to do it physically, it will be done remotely. And lastly, Chair, I want to suggest to you, the second most potent is economic fragility. A people that cannot feed themselves, that depend on foreigners to feed them, will become slaves, either willingly or by force, until this continent assures its stomach infrastructure by its ability to feed itself, until this continent assures its mental infrastructure by the ability to think for itself and ideate. then this continent will be thought for by others, fed by others. There's no liberty without these liberated intellectual zones and the ability to feed yourself. So interference happens because of our own inferiority and because of the supremacist views of others. My father told me a story of a man who was given a job as a janitor at the school. His job was to lock the gate every day at 6 p.m. And then some people in the neighborhood came and informally redistributed the fence. Some of you would say stole the fence of the school. This man faithfully locked the gate, but the fence had been stolen. And the purpose of locking the gate was to ensure safety. If the fence is stolen, put back the fence. So let me explain what this. A young Zimbabwean businessman called Busisa Moyo characterized the problem of Africa. He said, "We're not broke, we are broken." Right? And there is a difference. It's a very wealthy continent in terms of its human resource. When the United States decided to appoint a head for PEPFAR, they took away from my senior here, the chairperson of the African Union, his head of Africa CDC. There are Africans strategically, or black persons strategically heading very strategic institutions in the global north. Why am I saying this? My elder Ashraf asked me about narrative. There are 5 modes of narrative. First mode is action. That's what I think the chairperson of the African Union is saying, that people will not believe what we say until they see us act according to our beliefs. Pan-Africanism is not a theory. It's the lived solidarity that made the Ethiopians give Nelson Mandela a passport, that made Senegalese civil servants contribute $1 each every month for the liberation of South Africa, that made Zambia take care of us as Zimbabweans and South Africans as we fought for our liberation, that made Uganda take care of the comrades that now run this country. If Pan-Africanism has no active solidarity action, no active affirmative action, the words are meaningless, because even the devil can quote scripture. The second is dialogic. We have for too long used authority to govern our people and not dialogue. And in this respect, I must commend my colleagues and comrades here in Rwanda, because they are able to hold leadership meetings where citizens talk to leaders. I am hoping the African Union chairperson and the African Union Commission chairperson can actually convene with ECOSOC a conference each year of the citizens, not just NGO, a conference of the citizens drawn from the continent, and talk. Because often we only get to talk to our leaders in conferences in the United States and in Europe, and thought. There is no Pan-Africanism without doing what Mishera Mugo said. Create liberated zones of Pan-Africanist thought. When we think, it's our European theorists who are thinking. When we speak, it's our American teachers who are speaking. It is okay to have gone to America to learn. It is okay to have gone to Asia to learn. But what is the influence of African intellectuals and thought on what the African Union does, on what our governments do, on what our civil society does? Number 3, we need to describe oppression. I'm sorry, I hear this a lot when I come to Rwanda. You have to hear me, I'm Rwandese, so you cannot do anything about me. I have immunity here. You people like to say, let's forget, let's not blame anyone. Please, stop that nonsense. When the Holocaust happened against the Jews, it was 1940s, 45. Not a single African country other than Ethiopia and those who had not been colonized was free. The first African country got independent 1957. There is not a single Jewish person who will allow you to forget the Holocaust. And in fact, there are crimes, not just in Israel, across the world against denial of the Holocaust. US foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy is very key. It's a central issue. Africans, for some reason, must forget something that happened 50 years ago, if you are Zimbabwe 80 years ago. Listen, we must always remind our friends from Europe and elsewhere that slavery was a crime against humanity, as is colonialism and neo-colonialism. That killing Sankara in 1984 because you are opposed to communism and plunging his country into chaos that you are now trying to solve as a problem of poor governance is a shared responsibility. So we will take responsibility for our nakedness. But for goodness sake, a naked emperor cannot lecture us about how to be clothed. And I'll tell you the contradictions. When Europeans first came here, if you come to the south of the continent, ladies did not wear long skirts and they did not cover their top. Then they said, no, that's indecent. So we covered everything, including the head. And then the Europeans have decided to go nude now. Now the dress code in Europe is pre-colonial Africa. And then when our kids try and dress up that way, we say it's an African. We are confused around ownership. So lastly, Chairperson, the taboos. You see, Chairperson, we need to talk about global anti-black racism, the treatment of African migrant laborers in the Middle East, in the Arab world, and in the Asian world, and in Europe, is a matter for the African Union to constantly pronounce itself on. And I'm glad, Chairperson, you issued a statement on George Floyd, but I'm waiting for the African Union resolution from last January on reparations. There was a formal policy of the United States government in 2015 for reparations by companies behind the Holocaust. There needs to be, the conversation on reparations is not to be settled by African political elites. Right? Today, Zimbabwe is paying back white commercial farmers reparations. But when you talk about any reparations, it's like the black body is not worth repair. What we must do is endure, be resilient, go forward, don't look back, trudge on. But today, with the scramble of Africa that PLO was talking about, they will interfere here, whether we put in place the right policies or we put in place the good governance. Why? They need the lithium. And if your right policy is not consistent with their green energy transition that they control, they will take you out. And they will cause instability. We cannot do it as single countries. We are not uniting because it's the good thing to do. We are not uniting because it's the principled thing to do. If we don't unite, we will perish. If each one of our small countries, as economically unviable as we are, rush in order to prove distinctiveness, I'll tell you what will happen. We will be so fragmented intellectually, politically. Our institutions will have no meaning. Let me end with something more positive. I think Pan-Africanism flavor is alive today. You adults, you only listen when you have had a few glasses of wine to Afrobeat. And of course, you don't like this thing. They are always singing about body parts and so on and so forth. I want to suggest to you, one of the most revolutionary things that the African Union, under the leadership of the chairperson here, has done is to talk about arts, culture, and heritage, not as entertainment, not as add-on, but as part of imagining the future economy, is to talk about the digital, not as part of little things you do, but as part of building the economy. All that's left now is how do we defend African art, culture, and heritage, not only in Africa, but globally. How do we make sure it is the mainstream of AFCFTA along with all the other big things we do? And how do we, in the digital economy, make sure we are not consumers of products that are produced elsewhere and not part of the production chain? Okay. If we do that, our Pan-Africanism is economic, our Pan-Africanism is cultural, our Pan-Africanism is intellectual, our Pan-Africanism is also spiritual. Just remember what Chinua Achebe said. We are not the children of Africa. We are the parents of Africa, because the Africa that we want is yet to be born. And we are the ones that history has charged with the responsibility to give birth to the Africa we want. So whatever we are frustrated with respect to the African Union, our responsibility is how do we make the normative frameworks and the institutions work, but how do we build the repository of expertise so that the African Union at any given time has access to the best brains, the best technical expertise in any field on the continent. The intervention in Iraq was couched in very benign terms. The intervention in Libya was couched in benign terms. I could give you 100 interventions where the justification, objectively speaking, was on the basis that there was evidence either of genocide or evidence. I'm sitting in Rwanda. The international community stood by as the genocide against the Tutsi happened. Yet in the same year, they were intervening in West Africa. The construct of benign and malign is controlled and related to the question of narrative and strategic self-interest. We've often not paid enough attention, and thank you, Chairperson of the African Union, for educating us on how the international fora of decision-making, the Security Council, and other fora, including at some stage how we transact within the International Criminal Court and other platforms. That evidence, and that was my point, we don't control data, we don't control digital platforms, we therefore are not controlling narrative in both analog and digital forms. What can practically be done? We do need to speak to Europeans, not as victims, because the erasure of the contribution in European consciousness of Africans to modernity and civility has constructed a white supremacist view that sees the evolution of modernity as a singularly European contribution. And it is only now that our young researchers are beginning to excavate the contributions of black people, of Africans, towards inventions. Because until now, the province of economy was not the province of black people. In my country, in Zimbabwe, when land was taken, a British court gave a judgment that said, the question before them and who owned the land, they said, one thing is certain, it cannot be the native because the native has no sense of ownership. It was on that basis that land was taken. Number two, on the question of economics, even we pejoratively only talk about our people as informal law, informal economy, yet the informal economy is formal. That's how India developed through its cottage industry. That's how we have a psychotic addiction to colonial definitions of what, and that's why Professor Ashraf is correct. It's not just a narrative about our contribution historically, it's a narrative about our contribution now. Our young people who developed M-Pesa, which is now being used globally, who developed Ushahidi, which has been used by over 300,000 organizations, including the Japanese, the US military, and the NATO forces, are never sufficiently credited. Why? Because it is not in the current psyche of most Europeans possible that Africans are anything else except the object of charity that deserve our mercy and our pity. Why? Because they are governed by tyrants, right? Or Africans are incapable of ethics. And we've constantly said that Switzerland, which received the Abacha loot, which received the loot from the then Zaire and now DRC, has constantly been ranked in anti-corruption indices as the cleanest country in the world. PLO and I are lawyers. The receipt of stolen property is theft at law. How is it that you will have Nigeria and Kenya ranked so far, and yet the country that receives the money ranked so up? I think that if you're changing narrative, you also have to change behavior. Our African leaders and citizens constantly confirm the European caricature, an object of pity. When we come into these spaces, we can never transact revolution in courtesy. I like to be civil, to be courteous, right? But each time I start pointing to atrocities committed by African governments, the Europeans and the Americans cheer me up. Each time I refer to the historical atrocities and continuing atrocities committed first by governments and by companies that are dumping cyanide into our underground water and nuclear waste, right? You know what it is said? This is retrogressive. It's undermining investment. It's again, listen, we cannot win the narrative battle by arguing in pockets. They are happy us talking about our localized indigenized oppression. They are never happy us talking about the question of distribution and redistribution of the global economy, of global power. And what Nkrumah and others realized in 1963 at the founding conference, if Africa is not represented, if Africa does not own its narrative, but you can't own your narrative if your leadership is totally disconnected from its people. You can't own your narrative if your intellectuals are totally disconnected. We have underinvested in rural areas and slums where the majority of our people are. In fact, we treat them as security threats and they are over-policed. Number two, we have underinvested in our academic and research institutions. We'd rather bring McKinsey and bring Deloitte and Touch. They will help us do AU reform. Why? Because there are no African consultancies that we know. Even if they exist, we have no relationship with them to help us with AU reforms, with anything else. And this is not a pronouncement on McKinsey or Deloitte. It's a pronouncement on ourselves. We have not, as a leadership, begun to recognize that the native is capable of knowledge. The native is capable of economy. The native is capable of invention. You can't change the narrative if the starting premise is we're trying to be like Europe and to catch up. We can't change the narrative when we're constantly trying to learn from others without understanding, and I'll end with that. What William Tunga said, the former Chief Justice of Kenya. He says, let's not engage in this romanticist view that there can only be one way to learn. We first must indigenize knowledge. That's what I said. Learn from our culture and traditions. Number two, we must diversify who we learn from. We can not only learn from the West. We need to learn from everybody who has something to teach. Number three, we must domesticate what we learn. If we're going to learn anything, let's domesticate. I think the chairperson and the minister said it's consciousness. Narrative is first and foremost by realizing self-worth, self-belief, and looking inward, so that when you look outward, it is to supplement not a vacuous state of nothingness and inferiority, but it is to supplement a very stable, solid foundation where your culture, where your values, where your value for people is important. Thank you.
Wow.
We will win in toy and love and peace.